All right. Welcome back to day 3 of our coverage here at the TVU Today live studio. We are at the NAB 2026 conference. I'm Megan Lopez. I am here in the West Hall in booth 1717. We would love for you to stop by. We've had an exciting couple of days and we've got even more excitement, lots of fun for you. We're going to be here live streaming this entire event for you for the entire day, 9 straight hours of coverage. So please come watch when you can, and we want you to comment when you can in our YouTube page. I'm going to be monitoring that feed, looking for your chats, looking for your comments. We're going to be covering obviously a lot of the fun new technology that TVU has to offer you if you want to stop by and kind of get a demonstration. But really what we're going to be doing is walking around these halls and seeing what there is, the latest and greatest tech, the latest and greatest innovations that are being displayed here by some of the top premier companies from across the country and around the world that's going to make any type of video production distribution easier. I want to go ahead and get straight to Drew. He's my field producer and he is showing some of the, well, it looks like he's showing the, Drew, what is that exactly?
You can't tell what that is?
Oh, that's that ball in Las Vegas. What's it called?
That's the Sphere. Yeah, it's
the
day
Sphere.
3 NAB 2026. Got a little look at morning in Las Vegas here, and then I want to zoom out and just show you this shot from up above of people starting to come in for day 3. I'm going to hop on this escalator here, and let's see how the crowds are looking for day 3 NAB 2026.
Drew, I haven't actually been to one of those shows in the Sphere. I've heard they're iconic, so I'm glad you showed that. It's early, obviously. I need a little bit of extra coffee. I forgot the name of it, but very cool. We'll let you get down here, Drew. In the meantime, I want to bring it back in here to the booth. I've got Jessica Mintz with me. She's the Vice President of Marketing. Jessica, let me make sure I got your mic unmuted so that all these wonderful people can hear you. But go ahead and let's kind of recap what we did a little bit yesterday, what we've seen here. We had an awesome happy hour. So, kind of give me a flavor of what we've seen so far.
News automation. He went over and checked out a creator lab. A lot of exciting stuff. We did have our happy hour here, like we talked about. We had him in the booth for that, interviewing people. We also had some exciting interviews breaking down our own Reuters project on our back wall. Come by and see that. What else did we highlight yesterday, Megan? Let's see.
A lot of that camera equipment, we actually had Drew wandering around the central hall. He was looking at some cameras, some equipment. He went and saw the Insta360 booth. He went to the DJI booth. He went to the small rig booth. We definitely made sure that we got our money's worth with him and that he got his money worth of his running shoes. So
yep, we also had some experts on, some people from SVG and NAB itself, and we also had some interviews with some key players in the streaming space, so Unlimited IRL and IRL Toolkit.
And they're partners here of TVU.
Yeah, they are.
Let's do a recap of that partnership a little bit, and maybe some of the partners that have kind of come in that intermingle with some of the tech that TVU has to offer.
Yeah, we've been really lucky this week to be interviewing people that are partners across our media mesh platform, our streaming space. Who else? The foundation of our platform. Today we'll be meeting with AWS, which is super exciting. Yes. Stay tuned for that. Where else did we focus on? I mean, Drew did some fun stuff yesterday. We went back to the basketball. We went back to the Tesla loop, our favorite.
That's a crowd favorite, absolutely.
Yeah, it is.
And we had, we alluded to it a little bit, but we also had that happy hour, and
yes,
the turnout was
very
great.
Crowded in the booth.
I know that is Paul, his favorite event, and so if you didn't make it out here, it had these really big pretzels, it had wine and beer and libations and
minimal spills.
I saw one very bad spill.
I heard the floor was pretty messy this morning when they came in. Luckily, we got that cleaned up before everybody arrived.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the spill. I'm talking about Josh's shirt.
Oh, I did see that picture. I was not here for that, but I did see the picture. I think he quoted Taylor Swift and said, hi, it's me. I'm the problem. It's me.
Yeah. I didn't see the spill itself. I saw the aftermath, but it was a risk drinking red wine with a white shirt.
It is always a risk. It's always someone.
Well, I love that, something like that can, obviously in a convention like this where you're doing a lot of walking, a lot of talking, a lot of listening, it's a moment of levity. You get a little bit of food,
Yes,
a little
absolutely.
bit of sustenance. But then also it's a chance for people to come in and, see some of the technology that TVU has. Maybe it's, somebody that's walking by that didn't necessarily think about stopping by the TVU booth. Maybe they know about TVU in the periphery. But that was a chance for people to really come in and kind of see.
Yeah, we had some really big crowds yesterday around our production studio just watching it all happen. And I think it's pretty impressive how simple it is. Megan has noted a couple of times that she learned this system on Saturday in just a couple hours. Had never seen it before and has been controlling the whole show herself here in our single operator production studio in our booth, W1717. Come check it out.
And if you can't be here, we do want you to go ahead and to put some of those comments into our YouTube channel, even if it's just to say good morning. We'd also like to hear about, where you want us to go, what you want us to do and to see, and who you want us to talk to. It looks like Drew is in the Tesla loop. I'm not going to make him talk, but I am just going to give us a quick little shot just because we have been just talking about how cool it is. I actually haven't gone myself.
Oh, you need to go for a ride.
I know. I need that. All right, let's take a quick shot of our booth here, so you can see in that blue carpet. That's going to be the main entryway. You see people starting to stream in, and that little kind of curved wall that you see in the center right. That's where we are. That's our little setup, just to kind of give you an idea of the layout here of this TVU booth. It's very small, but it's meant to be small, compact, user friendly, so that somebody like me, as you said, Jessica, could come in and be here and feel like an expert on the equipment in just a day or two.
Yeah.
And so let's come back out here. But I do want to talk a little bit about when we have, a conference like this. Traditionally, it's been focused a lot on the broadcast, and we are seeing more content creators kind of come in here. And a lot of these different companies, these vendors, are trying to cater to both that big broadcast network and feel, even if it's just really local television, local radio, but also those content creators. And we have something that we announced just last week, the TVU Go app. So tell me how that's kind of appealing to that broader audience.
Yeah, I think one of the most interesting things that is happening right now everywhere is that every company is a media company. Every company is thinking about, how do I storytell? How do I show how my product in a storytelling fashion will appeal to my audience? And what that has done is kind of push every company into thinking, how do we create media? How do I create content? And also individuals. Every individual is becoming a media company of their own. People want to hear people's expertise, to hear their perspective. And I think we're seeing that here on the show floor. There's a lot of people who are looking at, how do I take a company that hasn't traditionally been producing media and kind of switch into that model.
And so tell us a little bit about the TVU Go app.
Oh, right. So I need another coffee.
Girl, you and me both.
So TVU Go is our first consumer product. We just launched last week. And the idea was really that it was designed for the non-technical person, the person who is focused on their craft, is a streamer, but maybe is a few career milestones away from needing broadcast grade technology like our packs. And so it's super simple to use. It starts at $29 a month. You can download it today on iOS or Android. And we have a 3-day free trial, so try it. You have nothing to lose.
Well, I like that it's only $29 that you have that price point that we can simply offer to people, because it's $29 that it's going to cost them a month, and that's similar to like your HBO account pretty much now.
Yeah, totally.
With how expensive it is, but that can generate true business revenue, and so you have to think about it. In those terms, is what is this $30 is going to mean for expanding my brand, expanding my reach, and possibly turning something that's just an idea in a content creator's head into a monetized business.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think one of the things that companies have to think about too is that there is nothing that has higher engagement than live. We know that from sports, right? But we've seen that across streaming as well. Some of these guys, they're streaming 24/7, and while people are not necessarily tuning into all of that, what ends up happening is it all becomes clipped. And so all of these clips are just circulating on social media, and that is driving accounts to grow and followers. And so you have to think about that model as well. Even, our studio here, we are broadcasting for people who aren't able to attend NAB. And while we may not have the highest viewership in the moment, this is going to be a treasure trove of content for post-show.
I do think that that's an important kind of portion of it. And it's something that, when you're doing maybe a news article, or you're doing, something where it's like a video that's going to end up on a broadcast, it's something you can't spend a lot of time. And I feel like what we've really tried to highlight, what we've really tried to do here in this program is give the vendors the time that they need to really show us what they've got to offer, and where they're thinking that the direction of the industry, the trend is really going, and how they can help out with kind of the really rapidly changing media landscape. And so, yeah, I absolutely think that, if people watch this back, they're not going to see a 1 or a 2 minute quick little clip, or, it's not going to be a little Instagram video. This is, something where you can sit there and really geek out, really nerd out, and hear about some of the nuance, from the mouths of babes, not to steal
totally.
it.
We've been really lucky to have a lot of really talented people with expertise across the industry stopping by in this studio this week. Thank you.
And so let's go ahead and show the two shot, or I'm sorry, the shot of our booth here once again to remind everybody where we're at. If you are here at NAB today for day 3, we are in the West Hall. We're at W1717 booth. We'd love for you to stop by. TVU is giving this really cool demonstration of how our TVU producer product works. You can actually see from start to finish what it looks like. I am running this entire booth by myself. So I am controlling the cameras, I'm controlling the CGs, I am doing everything. I actually can also add my own audio, I can go to my own break. The whole point of this is to be self-sufficient, self-sustaining, and easy to use. We've had a lot of interest. It's been a really popular booth. We just had a team meeting just a little bit ago with Paul, and it seems, Jessica, like this is, it's become an attraction a bit.
Yeah, we have had a lot of foot traffic in our booth, both pre-scheduled meetings, but also a lot of people stopping by just to see what we're doing. It was absolutely packed yesterday for our happy hour. Thanks to everybody that came by, and we will be here all day if you want to come see what we're doing.
Yeah, Drew, I want to, I see you're still walking. I don't want to pop up your shot quite yet unless you're ready, but all right, I see you're at the Adobe booth. Today we're going to send Drew all around. We're going to make sure that he gets his steps in. So Drew, where are you at, and what are you doing?
Hey Megan, yeah, I just rode the Tesla Loop over to the North Hall. So this is kind of where all the software, editing, post-production companies are. So I made it over to Adobe. I believe they also partner or own Frame.io. So I'm going to try to get in with a PR person at Adobe and Frame.io and try to see if they can talk us through some of the cool new tools. I know there's a lot of AI implementation into their editing software. So yeah, check back in with me in a couple minutes and we'll see if we can get you guys a Adobe demonstration and see what exciting stuff they have to talk about with us.
Drew, I actually was watching a little bit about Adobe and what they have to offer here at NAB, and I'm sure something that you're going to be asking them about is, this idea of camera to cloud. It's something that I think a lot of newsrooms, a lot of editors are going to be interested in. So we'll check back with you here in just a couple of minutes. I'm going to kick it back here to the booth with Jessica and I. We had, like I was saying, a lot of different media partners with TVU kind of come in yesterday. I know you've been also dealing with a lot of reporters over the last couple of days. Do they have a particular question that they've been really kind of focusing on? I mean, are you kind of seeing a trend with what they're interested in?
I think everybody's kind of exploring how AI fits into workflows today. I saw something like 85% of companies here are exhibiting some kind of AI into their tools. Not surprising. This is here. We're doing the same. We're figuring out how AI works in our workflows, and we've got a lot of things planned for the year that we can't wait to show. But we are really approaching AI as a means to help producers, journalists, creators to be more creative, to create more content, not to alleviate what they're doing, but to enable them to storytell in a better way than they've ever been able to do.
Actually, we have some people writing in the chat on our YouTube page, and so not to pivot too much, but we do have somebody asking if there are any giveaways.
Ooh, did we have a giveaway? Yes. Can you give me the soccer ball? So we are almost out. We are almost out of giveaways, but for the past 2 days, we did have soccer balls, a larger size at first and a small size. I think this is all that's left, but it is a World Cup year, so we wanted to kind of highlight that. And so we do have a few of these left. If you're floating around the West Hall early this morning, I'd come by if you want a soccer ball, because they're not going to last very long.
Well, and that's a wonderful giveaway, and I know a lot of people like to come for the trinkets, but we were talking before about the giveaway of 3 free days of TVU Go.
Yeah, that's true.
You don't even have to stop by here. You can just go to your app store and get that. I mean, we want you to stop by. We want you to come into our booth, but that's something that anybody can use, and it's a tool that is going to be a whole lot more, give you a whole lot more longevity than hopefully the soccer ball.
Yeah, try it out. See what you think. We'd love to hear your feedback.
Absolutely. We actually did get some feedback yesterday in the comments section, and so like we said, that really just launched. It's very new, and so yeah, when Jessica's saying we want feedback, we definitely want feedback. Jessica, let's go ahead and talk a little bit about today. We've kind of reflected on the last couple of days. I know people are a little bit more tired. Maybe their energy's down a bit. Maybe they stayed out a little too late at those casinos. But let's talk about what we're expecting today.
Yeah, I mean, one of the highlights that we'll be kicking off right away is at 10 a.m. we will have our VP of Product, Matt McEwen, speaking in the T-Mobile booth. So stay tuned for that. It's a very cool segment. We partnered with T-Mobile to deploy the first 5G network slicing around a major court case last summer when the verdict was read at a very congested courthouse in New York City. And network slicing is a very cool thing. It's taking a piece of a network, of a cellular network, and slicing it so that you have dedicated bandwidth that's just for broadcast. And when you have that, it's much clearer signal.
Sure. You said that was at what time?
10 a.m.
We need to get Drew back over here.
Yeah, maybe Drew can come back soon. I think we just realized it's a little sooner than we thought.
Hey, yeah, I could come back. So I think I'm going to be able to touch base with Adobe for you guys later this afternoon once we get some people to talk about their new products. I was just kind of getting the inside scoop on what they have, what they're excited to release, and it's really their coloring features. So for editors, they're kind of getting rid of Lumetri, which is their older coloring system in their editing software, and they have this new, totally revamped software that they're excited to share. I can kind of push into this live demo here and just give you a little visual of what I'm talking about. And then later we'll be able to catch up with some Adobe and Frame.io people and get a little more detail.
That sounds great, Drew. I know that there are there's a lot of people that are interested in Adobe's latest releases, so I'm going to go ahead and be quiet, and we're just going to go ahead and listen to you for a bit.
So let's go ahead and play
Sounds
back.
great.
Pardon me. That was 1000% user error. So let's go ahead and play back. Let's turn on, right? Yeah. Turn overlays off. You turn this adjustment on and off. Well, it's masked. Let me go ahead and do my eyedropper here and grab the phone. Go to the hue shift. Nice. So we have our overlays on. We'll turn the object mask on and off. We can play back. Nice. We changed the color of the phone. Should we stop there? Should we stop there?
No.
No. The answer is no. I thought y'all were gonna scream and cheer. Too early. It's too early.
Yeah, so this looks awesome. I'm really personally excited to maybe test this out in the next couple weeks and see how easy it is to use, because color grading is pretty technical thing to do and takes a lot to learn. So it looks like they're trying to make these tools more intuitive for editors in post-production.
Drew, how much, you're an editor, and so I'm curious how much of your time is taken up by color grading?
Yeah, that's a good question, because you have to do the edit, the cutting, the titles, the effects, and then coloring is a whole extra step for all of your footage. So once we find out more, it'd be really exciting to see how much they're kind of optimizing that part of the workflow. And it also just makes your videos look so good when you can put some really nice colors on your footage. So just goes back to the quality increasing. I'm excited to learn more about this tool later.
That is going to be, I think, a really exciting haul to kind of wander through, Drew, and see, because I know that you're definitely going to love it. I think that anybody that is a video editor in any way, even somebody that's an amateur video editor, is really going to enjoy, some of the features. Jessica and I were talking about AI, and I think the point of a lot of the up-and-coming technology, particularly when it comes to AI, is that it's to make it so that it's more user-friendly, so that really anybody can do it. You don't have to work or go to college or have some wonderful journalism degree or production degree or cinematography degree, but you're somebody that it's somebody that really anybody can be able to use and make look polished. So I know that Drew also talked about, Drew, we're going to let you wander and make your way back here. You got about 38 minutes. Clock is ticking, Drew, so get those walking shoes on. It's okay. But let's go ahead and bring it back here, Jessica, and talk a little bit about, we were talking about some of the things we're expecting today,
Yep.
Some of the guests. So let's continue that.
Yeah, we've got a couple more reporters coming by, and I'd love to continue to pick their brain on industry insights and what they're seeing this week, because they really are the people with the most exposure to the floor. They're meeting with all different companies. They're getting the first-person perspective from each of these companies, and so it's always great to lean on what they're seeing and have them report back to us. We will be meeting with Noor Hassan of AWS today. That's going to be an exciting one. And we're also going to kind of pick Jason Schnellbacher's brain from T-Mobile following our speaking engagement coming up shortly. We're going to send Drew back to the North Hall for EBS and Chiron later this afternoon, which will be really cool, as well as Q's. And then this afternoon, we're going to have Kathy Haley of TV News Check, and she is really a pillar of this industry. She's been reporting on broadcast, I think, since the 1970s. So I can't wait to ask her personally how many NABs she's been to, because I'm guessing she is up there.
Well, and goodness, how they've changed over the years.
Yeah, that's so true. And towards the end of the day, we're going to be at the Central Hall with Grass Valley. So we will truly be all over, or Drew rather, will truly be all over the map today. And I think it might be his highest step count day, but we'll see. We'll check in with him.
It depends on how many times I think he uses that Tesla loop.
Well, yeah, that's true. But save your feet, Drew. Do it.
Perfect. Well, why don't we go ahead and take a quick break? We'll go ahead and refresh and let Drew get walking a bit. I see he's at the Lucid Link, but we'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. In the meantime, I want you to go to our YouTube page. If you're watching this on LinkedIn, I want you to go to our YouTube page, put your comments in, put your questions in. If there's somewhere you want us to go, if there's a session you want to hear, if there's a person you want us to talk to, I want you to put them in there. We also want, if you're here, go ahead and stop by And if you're brave enough, you can come and take the seat next to me.
We had some willing victims yesterday.
Oh, they were very willing and very enthusiastic. So we'll be right back from the NAB convention here in Las Vegas, Nevada, the Las Vegas convention.
Let's go! This is the magic. These are the memories. This is what makes this event so special.
It's just wow. It's so beautiful to see that people...
I'm running for those who can't.
Let's get it, guys. Let's run for those who can't.
Come on, let's go.
In the Wings for Life World Run, everybody has the same goal: to raise money for a good cause, inspire others, and more importantly, have fun while doing so.
Let's go! This is the magic. These are the memories. This is what makes this event so special.
It's just wow. It's so beautiful to see that people...
I'm running for those who can't.
Let's get it, guys. Let's run for those who can't.
Come on, let's go.
In the Wings for Life World Run, everybody has the same goal: to raise money for a good cause, inspire others, and more importantly, have fun while doing so.
Let's go! This is the magic. These are the memories. This is what makes this event so special.
It's just wow. It's so beautiful to see that people...
I'm running for those who can't.
Let's get it, guys. Let's run for those who can't.
Come on, let's go.
In the Wings for Life World Run, everybody has the same goal: to raise money for a good cause, inspire others, and more importantly, have fun while doing so.
Let's go! This is the magic. These are the memories. This is what makes this event so special.
It's just wow. It's so beautiful to see that people...
I'm running for those who can't.
Let's get it, guys. Let's run for those who can't.
Come on, let's go.
In the Wings for Life World Run, everybody has the same goal: to raise money for a good cause, inspire others, and more importantly, have fun while doing so.
Let's go! This is...
Unless you want to hear yourself.
No, I don't want to do that.
Jessica got used to it, but it's going to be confusing. Yeah, you keep that mic real close. All right, ready. Go. All right. Well, welcome back to the 2026 NAB conference here in Las Vegas, Nevada, in the Las Vegas Convention Center. I'm Megan Lopez. I'm here in the TVU Today live booth. We're in the West Hall, booth 1717. If you are here at NAB and you want to step by, we want to give you demonstrations of everything that TVU could do for you. So please go ahead and stop by. If you're not here and you want to ask us some questions about how some of the tech here works, go ahead and put those in the chat on our YouTube page. Right now I want to bring in Matt McEwen. Matt, you are going to be giving a speech in just a little bit.
Yeah, so...
Let me make sure that your microphone is on, because I want to make sure that everybody can hear you.
Can you hear me? Yeah, there we go. So, so we've been, obviously we make a cellular aggregation product. And, a lot of the capability of that unit is down to the, cell carriers that we work with. So in the US, it's with, T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon. And we've had a pretty good relationship for some time with T-Mobile. And they have set up a theater in their booth. And we're going to be talking specifically about network slicing. So what network slicing is it's a proprietary set of bandwidth on the RF of the cell connectivity, 5G, that is dedicated to that pack. So if you're in an area where there's a lot of cell congestion, like a breaking news event or a large sporting event, typically sometimes the bandwidth that's available can get a bit congested. But the nice thing with what T-Mobile has been pushing for some time now is they're going to start commercializing this network slicing. And that way broadcasters and sports organizations and all these types of groups can actually get reserved bandwidth in these popular and heavily congested environments. So we're going to be talking about that. We're going to talk about a few applications that we've been doing with them. One of them was
a very high-profile trial in New York City probably a couple months ago. A famous rapper who was on trial, and when the verdict was read, obviously everyone's jumping on the network and tweeting and doing all this stuff, and we used T-Mobile's network slicing with this customer that we had, and we're able to get a nice clean shot out with no issues.
I know how important that is as a journalist to be able to have that type of seamless kind of connection. I mean, I've been in the middle of more protests than I can count, and the difference between me covering protests, a decade ago, where we were, in it, but we were connected to a truck or a sat truck or a live truck, whatever you have, and today was, one, the mobility that we could actually walk around, but two, how many people have cell phones and what they're doing with those cell phones. And it almost felt like you were in a competition with the people around you to be able to get your message out.
Absolutely, yeah.
And so, I mean, how is that really kind of what's driving this, is just how many people, have this guy?
It's exactly what it is. You hit the nail on the head, because everyone with their cell phone now, I mean, they could use a device like what we have, TVU Anywhere, which is, a portable and easy to use version of our pack, if you like. But also, many platforms, Twitch, YouTube, I mean, even back to Facebook, they all allow you to go live from your phone, right? And it's still all encoding video and using that upload bandwidth. I mean, a lot of the cell network is designed mainly for download, right? So if you're browsing the web or you're watching a video, that's downlink bandwidth. But we use uplink because we're contributing video back up to the platforms. And that typically there isn't as much bandwidth available for the uplink side. So it can get congested very quickly. But you're totally right. I mean, so many people are, everything from streamers, the IRL people, the broadcasters, the news people, even at sporting events, it can be the teams themselves and fan engagement. They're all doing live video, so yeah.
For something like this, the tech that you're talking about that you used with that client in the New York case, I mean, is it something that is applicable to, some of those smaller like even content creators where they want to make sure that they're connected? Because it's not unlike, but when you're talking about a broadcast network, numbers matter.
Oh, yeah.
But when you're a content creator on a razor thin margin, a razor thin budget, and every viewer matters, it really matters.
It really does, and you're absolutely right. And that part of what they do too is it's engagement with their audience, right? So a lot of these streamers that you hear him talk about it, like with what we did with iShow Speed. He's constantly saying, hey chat, what do you think? It's an interactive sort of thing. And having that large number of viewers is so important to them, right? And so that's why it's critical that they also have the same connectivity so that they can easily engage with their audience. Yeah.
I'm curious, and this is obviously just going to be coming from a journalistic standpoint. There's been times, so I used to work in Washington, D.C., and there'd be times when I'd be around different government buildings or within different government buildings, and signals would get blocked in one way or another. Is this something that could potentially help with that?
That depends. I mean, when you start getting into the government side of things and police and military, the commercial networks are obviously the public, internet connectivity, like the cell providers and all that. There is a little bit of restriction there. Many of our customers, particularly on the news side, already have preset arrangements when they go to some of these buildings, whether it's a unique drop or a Wi-Fi signal that's private to them. They already figured those things out. But I suppose that the carriers could allocate that maybe in certain use cases. The nice thing with what T-Mobile's done is it's across their network. It's not just something they set up in one place or another. At the moment, it's something they can deploy anywhere across their network, which is actually pretty powerful. So it could be Washington, D.C., but it could also be, a small stadium in the middle of Iowa or something, right? Like it's available across the network.
Sure. And so I mean, tell me a little bit about why, T-Mobile makes such a great partner in this space.
Well, I think T-Mobile is a great partner because they've recognized this industry, professional video production and all that. And, we have a lot of partners, but them in particular have been very proactive in working, with our customers. We all have mutual customers, both T-Mobile and us. They're mutual customers. And I think they're just all about bringing the best solution to market, right? They know latency is important, low latency is important. They know the congestion problem, and they're really putting together a package to deal with that, which has really been great.
Does T-Mobile's reach, is that a big kind of factor?
Yeah.
And I just know that when I had T-Mobile, I'm from Colorado originally, and I've tried all the different carriers, and there'd be times when we're in the mountains, and there's many stories that happen in Colorado mountains, and T-Mobile's the place that I could actually make my calls and get through.
They've done a lot of work, and with the spectrum they have for 5G, we work with NSA and SA versions of the 5G network. Their coverage is exceptional, and it's been growing and growing, which is really great. And as you said, even in some of the rural areas, and again, this is a challenge because with our devices, people want to go live from anywhere, right? And they don't have time to plan. If it's a breaking news story, they got to get there, they got to get online, be live first. They don't have time to figure out what the connectivity is. They need, something like T-Mobile's network, which is very widespread to be able to jump online.
Well, and that's also the key, right? Because you're talking about not just being able to get there, not just being able to collect and broadcast, but broadcast live. If you are not the first person there showing it, the viewer's going to find somebody else that is, and there is definitely somebody doing it better.
That's right, and it's not just the news people. I think it's also the streamers as well, right? Finding something unique, and that's always been the way, right? First to air is the winner, I would say. I guess
Sure.
that happens in news. It's like you get the scoop, I think is the word they used to use, right?
It is. It is absolutely. And you're not just competing with other news organizations, it's like you said. You also, there's many times, I was talking with Josh yesterday actually about the LA fires.
Yeah.
And you saw the news organizations, I'm certainly not going to negate the wonderful things that they did. They were risking their lives, but I was really tuned into those content creators because they were live streaming.
Yes.
They were taking risks. They were getting into those neighborhoods.
Yeah.
And that's what you want.
Yeah, and actually the fires is a terrible tragedy, but we heard a lot of success stories people had in trying to get that coverage and get it out to their viewers. T-Mobile obviously has wide coverage in the LA area. But I think in some of those cases, particularly in like Malibu, I think, the towers burned, right? Like they were gone. And I heard some stories about customers who, had ran out to Best Buy to buy a couple of Starlink terminals, as a backup. And that's where the pack really excelled was, they were able to just go and buy these, basically consumer connectivity plans, plug them in and use them because the cell network was down. That's another important thing is, where T-Mobile is, in the case of the trial in New York City, was the solution in a natural disaster like the fires. It was Starlink that came in. So being able to pull and pick and be on air first, like you said, is key. So.
Well, and in a situation like that, I saw so many people kind of commenting, and it's not just about, it's certainly not entertainment, it's information, but it was, people were commenting on these people's streams saying, can you check my house? Can you check my neighborhood? My dog's in there.
Oh, yeah.
In a case like that, you're talking about saving lives potentially.
Yeah, totally. And it is always amazing to me, like with situations like that, how many angles of video there is, right? Like, and to the point where someone could say, look online and see, check the house on my street, that type of thing. But we're all competing for that bandwidth, right? And that's the problem. And sometimes even if you go to some of these smaller areas, the cell network isn't designed that, if it's normally got, 100 users at a time on the cell network, and then there's a disaster, a big sporting event, and suddenly there's 2,000 people on the network, it becomes a big problem, right? But we've always got to have many ways of getting the signal out, and that's what is very key with a product like ours, because of the fact that you can literally connect any connection, and it doesn't even have to be an experienced operator. It's just plug and play, right? So
it's unbelievable how far the technology has come. Yeah. I'm very excited to see where it goes next. And how that connectivity is. But I'm going to let you save your voice a little bit, because I know you got this talk coming up. We're going to have Drew actually set up, so this is not the last time that we're going to be hearing from you. From you. But I really appreciate you kind of giving us that behind the scenes view of everything that happened, and it's going to be really fun kind of see you talk with T-Mobile and kind of give both sides of that experience. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to send it to a quick break. Here's a video from TVU.
Yeah, so Drew, I have Drew's book, so we'll leave that here for you.
Do me a favor.
Yeah.
He asked me to take a couple of pictures with him, like working.
Drew? I could do that. Yeah, of course.
A couple of photos. I was like, there's no way I'm going to be able to get on here, man.
You made the NAB Daily. I don't know how did they know, too? It's like Megan Lopez of Scripps.
Oh my God.
What?
They came over and asked me.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know that they were being serious about it.
Yeah, it's like in the, like it's, if you flip to the cover, it's like the Wednesday issue.
Super funny.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go
get a copy.
For
Yeah.
my husband.
Yeah. Your biggest fan?
Yeah. Number one bully. Drew, where are you? I can't hear you if you're talking, but. Oh boy. Sock. I don't think Drew can hear me.
Okay. You need to talk to him? Okay, yeah, I don't think he's listening.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me, Drew? He can't hear me. We can't communicate with each other right now. I'm not hearing him and he's not hearing me. So I just want to make sure everything's okay before I come back.
I need to steal here for 30 seconds. Yeah.
All right.
How long is the break? How long is the break?
We're just on the slate right now
Okay.
until I get Drew figured out.
Okay.
You can't hear me still?
I can't hear you. Oh, I got so cheesy. Okay.
Do you hear me now?
Oh no, I didn't. I feel like it's an issue with that. Socrates got some shots. Am I in the way?
Just excuse this for a
Short video?
If you could, like,
Yeah.
thank you very much.
Drew, can you hear her?
Hear me, Drew? 1, 2, 3.
How about now?
Come on now, Drew.
Perfect. You're muted. And you can hear him. Yes, you're muted on the program. Can you hear Drew? Okay, cool. Nice.
You hear just all of them?
What?
All right. Here we go. All right, here we go. All right. Welcome back to the NAB 2026 conference in Las Vegas, Nevada. We are here in the Las Vegas Convention Center. I'm Megan Lopez, and I am here in the TVU Today live booth. We are in the West Hall, booth 1717. If you want to go ahead and stop by, see a little demonstration from TVU. We have a lot of really cool innovations going on, including exactly where I am sitting right now. This is our little live booth. This is the first year we're doing something like this. We've been streaming this is our third day, and we're doing 8 hours the first day, 9 hours the second day, 9 hours today. So we would love for you to stop by and to see this little demonstration that we have. It's really cool because it is something that you can see from start to finish. So I'm sitting here, I am operating everything by myself. I am running my own cameras. I am running my own CGs. I am mixing my own audio. I am a one-man show, and I am somebody that is used to having a director and a floor director and a CG operator and a teleprompter operator, but I'm here doing everything by myself. And here's the interesting about that. I only learned how to do this. I took one training. It was a couple hours, a couple of days ago, and I've been doing everything. It's pretty seamless. In order to run everything, I'm using something called a Stream Deck. I'm going to go ahead and pull down my CG. I'm going to show you my Stream Deck and see if I can get it up there for the camera high enough. But basically, it's just the push of a button so that I can control all of my own cameras. There's a lot of really cool new tech that went into making TVU Producer, this program, so easy, so seamless, so user-friendly, and it really is with the user in mind so that you can do more with less. Now, the cool thing about this TVU booth that we've got going on is you could see it from start to finish. So you could start over here if you're coming for a demo and you want to hear from one of our wonderful TVU employees, our vendors that are here walking people around. But you can start over here. You can see me doing the presentation. You can walk around the corner and you can actually see the final product for where everything is kind of coming together. We are live streaming on YouTube and on LinkedIn. And obviously we're going to be talking quite a bit about the TVU product and some of the innovations that we have to offer. But we're also going to be looking around NAB, looking around this conference today and kind of getting a feel for the trends of where the industry is going, some of that media landscape. I'm going to take you out to a live shot of our booth so you can see. I can tell you that this has been a very busy conference. I had a representative from NAB on our show yesterday, and they were talking to us about, one, the energy, but also just the crowd sizes. It's funny because it doesn't really feel all that crowded because this is spread out over 3 halls. It's in the North Hall, the West Hall, and the Central Hall here in the Las Vegas Convention Center. And if you've ever been to any conventions here, I mean, this is a massive layout. It's a really cool undertaking, and it's something that each hall has a little different kind of flavor of what you're going to feel and what you're going to see and what you're going to experience and some of that tech. So we spent the first day here in the West Hall, which is really focused on software. We spent quite a bit of time talking about the artificial intelligence kind of aspects of things, the integration for that, and what that is really looking like. The possibilities there are just absolutely endless. And I mean, when you're talking about content creation, AI is accelerating workflows from automatic logging and editing to smarter metadata tagging. The tech is reducing production time while increasing output. Now, on the distribution side, AI is really driving revenue impacts through personalized viewer experiences that increase engagement and retention. It's also doing smarter ad targeting and predictive analytics. AI is posing some risks, though, some questions. There's the ethical questions, there's the technical questions, and there's really risks, with disinformation, with brand, with content production, and of course with authenticity. So it's been interesting. We spent a lot of the first day going around and seeing how vendors, how companies, how some of these big names, some of the smaller names are navigating those questions when it comes to AI. Now, we also spent quite a bit of time on our first day talking about cloud-based productions, because that seems to be where the industry is headed, the trend that's there. The media industry, it's really at a crossroads right now. Audiences expect more content. They want it delivered faster. They want it delivered across more platforms. At the same time, though, they're facing those constrained budgets and teams and trying to work with smaller, more nimble teams. Now, to marry those ideas, cloud-based newsrooms, they become a must. By decoupling production from physical infrastructure, teams are gaining flexibility to produce live content, they're collaborating remotely, and they're able to scale resources. I just heard Drew's microphone. I know he's getting set up, but he's going to be heading over to the T-Mobile Theater. That's where we've got our VP of Product Management, who we just had here sitting with me in the booth, Matt McEwen, and he was really talking about 5G production workflows and what network slicing actually delivers for broadcasters in the field. He's going to be highlighting a very high-profile case in New York where there were a lot of broadcasters, a lot of journalists, and a lot of streamers, content creators, and people that were just interested in this high-profile trial that were all there kind of descending. When you have so many people that are using their telephones to stream, to upload, it can create problems with trying to make sure that there's enough bandwidth and trying to make sure that your stream can get through. So he's going to kind of walk through how TVU and T-Mobile work through that with one client in particular. So we're going to be hearing quite a bit about that. Drew's working on getting that set up. He's getting a microphone on Matt, and so we're going to be taking that in just a bit. Now, bringing it back over here to TVU, I was talking a lot about cloud-based productions. I was talking about artificial intelligence. That's what we spent a lot of the first day on. The second day, yesterday, we actually sent it over we sent Drew over to the Central Hall, and that's a hall that's really focused on the equipment, some of the fun hands-on things that you can see. It's focused on the cameras, and we sent Drew to a bunch of different booths. One of them was Insta360, where they were showing off some really fun 360 cameras that bigger companies can use, that content creators can use. The representative that was doing a demo for us was saying that he uses it for snowboarding and getting amazing action shots while he's snowboarding. My field producer Drew is somebody that loves to snowboard. He posts about it constantly whenever he gets up into the mountains, and so I know that that's something that he's going to be interested in. He also went over to Small Rig, and we got to see some of the really fun demonstrations that they have there. It's really amazing. I mean, they were showing us a tripod that can kind of balance everywhere and make it so that you don't have to spend a lot of time trying to level your camera. I think in this industry in particular, when you want to create a product, a lot of times if you're a little slow on your setup, you miss the shot. Drew can definitely attest to that, but you missed your shot, right? And so they have this really cool tripod that they showed us. They also had some really cool vehicle mounts that were up and on display there. It was absolutely amazing to see all the fun different technology. I'm going to send us back up to our booth so you can see all the different people that are streaming in. It's been a very busy day here at NAB, really a very busy week. The NAB show, I mean, this is the ultimate destination for content creators, for broadcast innovators. Tens of thousands of people are expected to attend this event. I actually had a representative from NAB who's with the success team is sitting down here, and his job is really to make sure that this very large, very intricate production goes on without a hitch. And there's a lot of people that are going on behind the scenes, and it feels a little chaotic in the days leading up to it, but so far it's been great. And he said that they're expecting something like 58,000 people to actually attend NAB this year over the course of just a few days, really. And then, as Jessica Mintz, who's our Vice President of Marketing, she's been helping me quite a bit here in the booth and kind of giving us that flavor, because she's somebody that's been at this NAB conference for, goodness, more years than she probably wants to say on air, but she's been at this conference for more than a decade and attending it and seeing the different iterations and seeing the changes. And something that she was kind of telling me was just how quickly everything is put up and how quickly everything is taken down. And we were right here. I did a couple-hour training really just the other day on this production that I'm using as TVU producer. And the floors were not done. The carpets were not laid out. It was kind of a hot mess. There's people up in the scaffolding. There's, people setting up still. Tech issues are being worked through. It's kind of a mad dash. It looks like a hot mess, a little bit like a warehouse. And by the very next morning, it was a buttoned up, clean production. Absolutely amazing to see. And, Jessica was telling me that when, the doors close at 6 p.m. on Wednesday, it's within a matter of minutes that carpets are coming up, that signs are being taken down, televisions are being taken down, and that disassembly process really happens. So that's pretty amazing. I want to toss it out to Drew, or take at least a shot of him. Drew is over at the T-Mobile Theater. Drew, tell me where you are, what you're doing.
Somewhere like right here?
Yeah, I can hold that.
Right there.
And then if you go over and talk to one of our demo
Drew,
stations,
if you're talking, we can't hear you quite yet,
scoop
and that's
over there with
totally
our
fine.
partners.
I just wanted to give you a
This
heads
is
up.
for
But he's over at the T-Mobile booth, and what he's doing is we're waiting for Matt McEwen. Drew, just so you know, I'm going to keep holding your shot up a little bit. So he's on a monopod right now, so I think he'll keep it nice and steady for us, and hopefully we'll save his arms just a little bit. Let's take it back in here, and we're talking a little bit about
he's on it. He's all on
and
all
the wonderful things that there are here. Now, I know NAB is focusing quite a bit this year on the sports section. Drew, I'm going to go ahead and mute your mic so that we can try to focus quite a bit. Oh, wait, it looks like maybe that presentation is starting. Drew, if once again,
this session shares how TVU
I can't hear you quite yet. I'm hoping that that's because the mic is on Matt, but I'm going to pull up your shot, Drew, if you can hear me, and I am going to listen in.
Broadcast, even in a crowded, high-pressure environment. You're going to see how this approach is setting a new standard. Our first speaker leads 5G innovation at T-Mobile for Business, and he's a subject matter expert in video and broadcast. And then our other speaker is VP of Product Management with TVU Networks, with extensive experience in the broadcast media industry. So please put your hands together for Jason Schnellbacher with T-Mobile and Matt McEwen with TVU. Come on, let's hear it. Wake up those hands. Good job. Come on in.
Go ahead, Matt. Make sure I'm on here. Are you on?
See,
there we go.
Yes. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for coming. I'm Matt McEwen, VP of Product Management for TVU Networks. How many people know what cellular bonding is? Does anyone know what it is? A couple of hands. So TVU is being a leader in the live IP video space for many years. We celebrated our 20-year anniversary last year. But if you watch live news, what's that?
20 years.
20 years. Yeah,
wow.
Yeah, it went quick. But if you've ever watched live news, or you've watched, some of the latest IRL streamers, anyone doing live from virtually anywhere, it's probably a good bet that they're going to have one of our devices. And Jason here has one of our premier cellular uplink devices called the TM1100, actually, this one. And what this device allows you to do is aggregate multiple cell connections from multiple carriers and aggregate all that bandwidth together to give you a nice solid pipe wherever you are. So it's using all those connections simultaneously. It has 6 modems built into it. They're the latest 5G modems. And it allows you to go live from virtually anywhere. And everything you need is in this box. It's got a battery, it's got the antennas, it's got the whole thing. The camera person just has to turn it on, connect their camera, and they can just go live. So this just enables, news organizations, sports groups, as I said, IRL streamers, to get coverage from virtually anywhere. One of the things that's really unique and what we're going to talk about today is we've partnered with T-Mobile for how long, Jason? Probably
several years.
Yeah, several years.
Yeah, I think it's been at least 3 and probably longer than that, 4.
Yeah, and what we've, not only have we been using the T-Mobile network for most of our customers, I think nearly every one of them uses the T-Mobile network for connectivity. We've been looking at some of these big special events, and one of the big problems with big events is sometimes because there's so many people on the network, there's not as much bandwidth as you need to do like a live video stream out, right? An uplink live video stream. So what we've been partnering with Jason and the folks from T-Mobile on is implementing the network slicing into our device. So what does that look like, and what sort of event do we use it for? So if you look here, remember I was saying there's 6 cellular modems in this device. So in this case, we have 3 T-Mobile modems, so they're like 3 independent cellular connections. They're just a SIM card and a modem just running on the 5G SA network, the 5G NSA network, and then even LTE. So in some places there's only LTE coverage. And then we'll probably use some other carriers as well, because we want to aggregate everything together, get the most we can. The other option is you can bring in things like our radios are sub 6 gigahertz, but if I want to use millimeter wave, for instance, in this hall we have millimeter wave, which is a very high speed connection, and I want to aggregate that in with it. So I can use an external millimeter wave modem. And I can also bring in Starlink and Wi-Fi and Ethernet. It's going to use all those connections to give me that solid connection in the field and allow me to go live from virtually anywhere. It's going to maximize the throughput on the network. And the other thing that's key, and where the 5G network comes in, is low latency, right? If you're a news group and you're trying to have a conversation with an anchor back in the studio, it's a journalist, you need low latency. You can't have a 2-second delay between question and answer in the field. So, the 5G network with its super low latency enables us to drive this at very low latencies as well. But the unique part here is this top one, and I want to talk about an application. So T-Mobile's been rolling out their network slicing, which is essentially to a provider like us the ability to have a basic private connection, a dedicated connection for our device at some of the biggest events. So we've done several big events with T-Mobile, Home Run Derby, some Formula One stuff. Yep. But we recently just did an application with one of the largest news organizations in the country, where there was a very high-profile trial for a rock star, I guess you'd say, or a rapper he was. In you can probably figure out who it was.
In New York.
In New York City, and obviously, as soon as the verdict was being read, everyone was wanting to, tweet out or go live with the verdict, and that put a lot of pressure on the network.
But yeah, let me jump in. So, every news organization out there, outside the courthouse, has bonded cellular. They're all trying to go at the same time, and not everybody was able to go live.
Yeah, so the nice thing is we could maybe rely on some of this, but as Jason said, not everyone was able to go live, but our magic thing that we had was this 5G SA network slice connection, which really just was private to the user that was using it, right? So they had an RF priority, backhaul priority, and they were able to get out, and I think the entire transmission ran primarily on that single connection, was how that it worked. And I mean, you had not only the people doing the bonded uplink, other news organizations and stuff, you probably had every person doing tweets at the same time. You had people live streaming to YouTube and other platforms. So it's not just the news organizations. It's like anyone can go live, right?
Very much.
So this really changes everything for our customers, right? Because now they can go to these big breaking news events, big sporting events. I mentioned some of the home run derby and some of those, and they're able to access this private slice to make sure they get a signal out.
Yeah, very good. So I want to add a little bit to the story here. So we really like these. These are one of the first bonded cellular units that can support 5G SA. In order to do network slicing, and support standalone 5G. That's the newer versions. And what we also really like is there's 6 5G modems, not 2 5G and 4 LTE. It's 6 5G. And because at T-Mobile, we have multiple channels or frequency bands that run 5G. 5G is a protocol, right? So we run that on our N41, which is 2.5 gigahertz. We have here in Las Vegas, we have a 100 megahertz channel and an 80 megahertz channel. And we have 1900 as well, a 40 megahertz channel, 20 by 20 FDD. And then we have N71, which is 600, another 20 by 20 channel. We have a 20 by 20 channel of band 66 LTE. And just ourselves, we bond our own channels to get the most of what we want to do. And so for marketing projects, we don't use other networks, right? We want to use only T-Mobile. And at the Las Vegas Grand Prix here in 2023, which was the first year that Formula One came to Las Vegas, we did a really cool project. We put a 12K stereoscopic 360 camera on a mobile vehicle that drive the track. Think of how big of a file that was, okay? Right? And we couldn't live stream that, right? But after we got back, we wanted to upload that from the parking lot to start the editing and the visual effects, the AI and everything, because we needed to turn that into, like, the next day, a driving experience on your phone. So we had this track driving experience. We actually won some really nice industry awards with this, where you can drive and look around the track. It was the very first year, and it was amazing experience, right? But in order to do that, we have huge files, right, like terabyte files, okay, and we need to get those up quickly because we have a time limit here on our production, and we needed to use all 5G. We chose to use TVU TM1100, and we put together all of the T-Mobile frequencies that we had available to us. Again, this was 3 years ago, and I just looked on my phone because I wanted to make sure that I got it right here. I'm going to show you the proof. We hit 340 megabits per second with this box, uplink.
That's uplink, right? So that's amazing.
So anybody who's dealt with networks knows that, like, that is really way more than normal. And so that was 340. If you want to see the proof, I got the photo right here. And so it was a real testament to the technology and the cooperation with Matt and the TVU team to be able to do that.
Yeah, and I mean, that's one of the nice things with the device is it does have a video encoder built in, and this particular one has 4 video inputs, right? So that's another thing we're starting to move to now, which is being able to take multiple cameras in the field, do a multi-camera shoot, but produce that somewhere else, right? Switch it somewhere else. Those 4 SDI ports that you connect will stay fully frame synchronized, like down to the frame, from encode to decode at your studio or in the cloud. We have a whole workflow in the cloud as well. And the other thing that's nice, and I think that's what you use, Jason, when you did the F1 stuff, was the ability to turn the box into just a, like, MiFi on steroids, right? So he didn't use probably our video encoder, I don't think, in that realm. He was just aggregating the links and then connecting to the Ethernet port. So it just becomes a very high-speed connection, completely mobile. He was driving around a track at, I don't think you were doing Formula One speeds, but you were probably going reasonably quick, right?
Yeah. We actually did have a preview stream going while we were on the track, because we needed to see what was happening remotely as it was going around. But no, the big actual file that we used was stored local and then uploaded after we got back to the parking lot.
Yeah, so think about that connectivity and, you know, being completely mobile. As I said in the beginning, this is all you need. It's got a battery, it's got the antennas, it's got the whole thing. Switch it on, give it a source. You know, we've had people use these in high-speed trains. We've had them put them in helicopters. You know, you're completely mobile and you still have that connectivity. And because it's using the multiple links, as Jason said, multiple, in that case, multiple T-Mobile, LTE, SA, NSA, you know, you're getting great resilience, right? Because one connection can drop, but it doesn't affect the output.
That's it.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we can go to questions. Any questions from the audience?
Okay, let
There's
me
one
give
in
you
the
a
back.
microphone if you don't mind. Alex, here we go.
Is the TM1100 available for sale, or is it something that you just...
Matt would love to sell you
one.
one.
We'll sell you one. And Jessica's back here, and she's got the order book with her, so she'll... yes, it is for sale. So we have a lot of different models. We can rent that device, we can lease it, or you can buy it outright. So we have, our booth is at the front of the hall near AWS, and love to have you come and have a closer look at it. But yeah, it's available in multiple rental, lease, and sale. So.
All right. I know you got more questions.
Oh, here's one. Jeff has one.
Let me give you...
Wait for the mic.
What's the typical failure mode that bonding overcomes? Is it congestion in the network, or is it RF interference or occlusion, or, you know, what kind of diversity is really what the main issue is that you guys solve?
Well, I mean, it can be everything you mentioned, right? Like, and that's the point of using multiple connections. You know, you can do it within a carrier, multiple carriers, Starlink, Ethernet. I mean, it's really about giving customers a tool where they can connect any outbound, public internet connection. It's all plug and play. You don't have to configure anything. You don't have to, do any network settings. It's all plug and play, and it's just going to use everything that it has, right? If you have a live input and it's got throughput on it and it's reliable, we're going to use it, and the system manages what it does. You can be up and running on cellular, connect Starlink, and it'll just start using Starlink, and then you can unplug Starlink and it'll shift all the packets to another connection. So
I was going to add on to that, because it's a smart algorithm. It's not just because if a certain link is not doing well and you put too much on that, it can drag down the performance of all the rest. And so, so being able to smartly balance the traffic and to be able to determine the performance levels based on the characteristics of the latency and the packet loss and these kind of things to help to shift the traffic. But the main thing is about sustained uplink, right? So when we're trying to do a video, we need to be sustained uplink. So having diversity with a higher aggregate peak, sustained uplink is really the key. And the big thing is congestion. A lot of times single modems just can't do it. And so, and then it's less about interference, it's much more about network load and then sometimes signal. So if one modem has got poor signal and another one's got higher signal, then it's going to switch it to that one and does it very smartly.
But also the network slicing's really given us a fairly good, it's a pretty reliable, it really eliminates a lot of problems that we've had in the past, right?
Yeah, it really does. So what we do with that is we do a little special engineering to make sure that it works, right? And so that can make a big difference. We're in the engineering world, it's all about math, right? And it's about probability and improving the percentage of time that video is going to get through, right? And so by using the multiple modems and using the priority slice, that is going to provide the highest possible probability of success.
One more question, anyone? Never a dumb question.
Oh, yes, one more.
All right.
So as your service becomes more popular with dedicated QoS, how do you prevent oversubscription?
Well, we have a limit on how many we sell. So when we have different kinds of network slices, to be fair. Okay, so we have a video slice, which is the highest level that we can do. And we can only sell a few of those within a specific location and a specific, time, domain, and all of that, right? And so we have eligibility for those. They're not just always on anybody to get it, because if everybody has priority, nobody has priority. And so that's how we limit that. We have different types of slices that are more in the category of relative priority, and those are less likely to negatively impact the other users. But that's kind of how we manage that. Say again? Dynamically? Oh, no, not yet. We haven't gone to the auction model yet. I don't think we haven't thought about it, but it's actually kind of hard to implement. No, it's more of a first come, first serve reservation type of model currently.
Planning ahead. Anybody else? Great questions. Okay, I'm feeling it. Good job putting your hands together for Matt from TVU and Jason, T-Mobile.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you
so
Thank you very
much.
much.
Excellent. Terrific, everybody. Okay, now is the most exciting time. Not really, but it is exciting. That's the more exciting part that we just listened to. Let's look at your
All right, I'm going to go ahead and cut away
numbers.
from Drew's microphone, let him get unplugged there. But we were just hearing Matt McEwen from TVU kind of explain how we have a partnership with, I'm sorry, Drew, I'm still trying to mute your microphone. Let me see if I can take care of that so people can hear me nice and clearly. There we go. All right. So yeah, that was Matt McEwen. He's one of the many people that you can visit here in the TVU Today live booth, the booth that we have set up here at the conference. We'd love for you to come and to stop by. We actually had Matt here a little bit earlier. He was sitting with me and kind of explaining basically how this partnership with T-Mobile works, where they're really trying to make sure that when you're in a situation trying to cover something that a lot of people are trying to cover that has a lot of interest, that they can make sure that you and your stream stay consistent. We're going to send it to a quick break. I'm going to tell you what we've got coming up. We're going to take a reset, but I want to send you this video from TVU. Stick around and don't forget to put your comments and questions in our YouTube channel so that I can try to send Drew around and answer anything that you might be wondering or curious about, particularly after that presentation.
Hey, what's up? This is Anthony from Unlimited IRL. I'm here to show you how to assemble the backpack mount for Starlink Mini. Let's get right into it.
In the box, you'll see the backpack mount, spreader bar, and cable kit, which includes power and Ethernet. To attach the backpack mount, open the side panels. Unfold the top strap and push it through the opening on the handle of the backpack. Attach the top strap to the side panels with the Velcro straps. Make sure to mount securely. Now, get your spreader bar. If you're using a TVU bag, push it through the opening on the back of the bag. If not, the spreader bar can be placed across the face of the bag. Now wrap it around the side panels and secure the Velcro. Next, get your cable kit and plug it in the Starlink. With the cables facing left, open the hatch and the cable bypass. Insert the Starlink and fasten the Velcro. If you're using a TVU, open the side vent on the bag and pass the cables through. Plug the Starlink Ethernet into the encoder and the Starlink power into the DTAP power. If you are using power without a DTAP, a USB-C adapter is provided. If you're using the mount without a TVU, you only need to connect power.
And just like that, you're ready to go. Now that your backpack's ready, make sure you have a Starlink account. Log in, connect your dish, and you're live. Looking forward to seeing what you create. Hey, what's up? This is Anthony from Unlimited IRL. I'm here to show you how to assemble the backpack mount for Starlink Mini. Let's get right into it.
In the box, you'll see the backpack mount, spreader bar, and cable kit, which includes power and Ethernet. To attach the backpack mount, open the side panels. Unfold the top.
All right, welcome back to our coverage of NAB 2026. I am Megan Lopez and I am here in the TVU Today live booth, and we are talking all things NAB. Now, you just heard a presentation that was from Matt McEwen here from TVU and T-Mobile about a partnership that they have, and really what that partnership is about is going deeper into 5G production workflows and what network slicing actually delivers for broadcasters in the field. So I want to send it out because we actually have T-Mobile with us now speaking. We already heard from Matt McEwen a little bit, but Drew, our field producer, is out there. Guys, go ahead and take it away.
So we're talking a little bit about 5G and T-Mobile's new technology and partnership with TVU. If you can just kind of recap, starting with your name, your position, and what we're doing here today.
All right, yeah, I'm Jason Schnellbacher. I'm with the technology innovation team at T-Mobile, and I do cool things with 5G. One of those cool things is stream video, and we've been working with TVU for many years now. I think it's over 4 years or maybe 5 years, and we're big fans. TVU was the first one to implement 5GSA bonded cellular encoders, and we're the leader in 5G, right? So we're always at the latest and the greatest, and we needed the ability to have devices and partners that can take advantage of all the greatest stuff. If you have old modems, then you're not able to take advantage of the best of what T-Mobile can do. And so that's why we really like partnering with TVU, and we've done some great projects together. And we've used TVU networks at the MLB Home Run Derby. I think that was in 2023 and 2024. We also used at a Formula One Las Vegas project. And one of the things I love was the ability to bond the multiple connections with the video encoder, but even in the router mode. And the high speeds, a lot of devices can't really handle high speeds. And I was looking in our talk over here, and I wanted to make sure I got my numbers right. And I was like, man, look at that. We hit 340 megabits per second uplink in 2023 exclusively on T-Mobile. There's no Starlink, there's no other network, cellular networks. That's 100% T-Mobile. and we were able to transfer terabyte files up over that 5G from a parking lot and really do some amazing things.
So in practical terms, for people that are interested in video transmission and video encoding, what does network slicing technology mean for those people?
Yeah, so network slicing is really a segmentation, and it gives us the ability to segment or separate the traffic. And once we have it segmented, we can apply unique policy. And so network slicing, we can have lots of different types of slices. We can have a slice for audio communications. We can have a slice for teleoperations to remotely control heavy machines and vehicles or drones or first responders. We have T-Priority, that's a network slice. We have Super Mobile, that's a network slice. Well, we also have one for video. And that's what we've been using with TVU, or actually I should say some TVU customers, some big news organizations. One really cool example is a major news organization was carrying a big trial in New York City, and everybody, all the news organizations were there waiting for the verdict, and everything was fine. Everybody running their bonded cellular off and on, and that kind of thing. But when the verdict comes out, everybody wants to go live at the same time. And this particular customer was really, really happy to be able to go live when the other ones were not. And that was a good example of that network slice in action.
So speaking of network slicing in action, if you and I are in a stadium, there's 35,000 people in that stadium. Historically, when you're trying to transmit from a stadium that has any sort of congestion, your signal breaks up, it's hard to get out, or you just can't transmit. With network slicing, walk me through what that experience would be like with network slicing in that same scenario.
Yeah, so the whole idea is to be able to go live and get that video out, and so we'll have the ability to do a target bitrate type of slice on where we plan ahead, right? So this is one that we don't just use anywhere and it's always on. It's more event based, and be able to use that where we've worked ahead in advance, that it's a planned event, right? And so that means that you'll be getting the higher quality of service basically, and you'll be getting more or less priority on the network to be able to get that video out. And so it's all about math and probability, and this has given us that higher probability, and we've proven it at many large events, from New Year's Eve in Times Square to Formula One here in Las Vegas, 300,000 people. Now this is across lots of different kinds of devices and use cases, but we've proven this technology at many of the largest events in the country.
So in other words, you get your signal out, your encode out without having issues.
Yeah, think about the fast pass lane on the freeway, right? And so less cars, you can go faster.
Cool. Anything else that you want to add that I haven't asked?
No, I think that let's talk a little bit about some of the other advanced features about return video and camera control and audio support. I think you guys can support all of those, right?
Cool. Yeah. Absolutely. Cool, Jason. We'll let you get back to it. Megan, we're going to toss it back to you to take us to the next thing.
Thank you, Socrates. I appreciate that. I'm going to go ahead and pop up our shot here at the TVU booth. We're going to do a little bit of a reset, but you can see those crowds here at NAB. I want to make sure that I am addressing, because I keep asking people to write into our YouTube page and give us their comments. But we've got a couple of questions. I was talking earlier before we went into that TVU T-Mobile presentation and spoke to Matt and spoke to T-Mobile's representative. I was talking a bit about cloud-based productions, and we actually got a comment or a question really asking about cloud-based production. It is a big topic here at NAB. I can certainly attest to that. It feels like just about everybody is talking about it. Definitely a buzzword along with artificial intelligence. I think the media industry is really at a crossroads right now. Audiences are expecting more content. They want that content delivered faster across more platforms, while budgets and teams, they remain constrained. And so, cloud-based newsrooms have really become a must. So by decoupling production from physical infrastructure, teams are gaining the flexibility to produce live content, collaborate remotely, and scale those resources. I know personally, and I'm sure a lot of people in this building can attest to it, that more newsrooms are incorporating this hybrid type of model where they have some cloud systems and they're relying on it in some instances, and in other instances, they're really going back to that legacy technology. I had a guest on here the first day, and we were kind of talking about why there is that hesitancy, because Hewlett-Packard Enterprises, a survey from them from this year found that only 5% of companies that they surveyed are actually fully ready to build their cloud virtualization strategy. And that's a really stark number, kind of given how quickly the industry is moving, how quickly the technology and the innovation is moving, but really only 5% of companies say they are ready to build their cloud virtualization strategy. Now, kind of going back to newsrooms, bringing that into the broadcast world, what that looks like is slow or maybe trepidation with some of the adoption of this technology, but certainly more. I had a guest in here, and he was talking about just how important it is for newsrooms to be able to trust that type of transition. I think part of the hesitancy is a lot of these legacy media want to stick with what they know. They want to stick with what's comfortable. It's the tech that they've been dealing with for years and maybe in even some cases decades. And so, they really want to stick with that. But there is kind of some more adoption, and you really see that pretty much all around here. That's a big focus, along with AI here in the West Hall where I am. It's really kind of a software-centric hall. And so that's what we're talking about when we're talking about cloud-based productions, is really, moving and incorporating some of that legacy technology. Speaking of the cloud, though, it's something that we're going to be focusing on a bit today. If I can convince Drew to get his walking shoes on a little bit, if I can convince him to make it back over there to the North Hall, that's going to be where a lot of the editing and post-production kind of exhibits and vendors are all at, and that's where that flavor is happening, those trends are happening. But there's going to be a lot of talk about camera to cloud. We are living in a world where we're not talking about tape to tape anymore. We're not talking about kind of ingesting anymore, but really being able to deliver the content that either a camera person, for a news organization or a content creator or, sports group, really anybody can deliver instantaneously and really be able to send to their team to be able to edit quickly and turn around in a almost instantaneous manner. So the Adobe and Frame, I know they're working on that. We're going to try to get Drew to go over there and to see what he's got over there, but that's something that is going to be kind of, I think, the future of what field work, camera work to editing systems looks like, is not just being able to live stream something. Certainly that's great, but really being able to edit something and get it out and churn it out and make it look high production, high value, almost instantaneously. So that's something we're definitely going to be sticking around with. I've got another comment on our YouTube page. Keep them coming, guys. Keep your questions coming. That's where we want you to interact with us if you're not here at NAB. If you are here at NAB, I'm going to give you just a quick reminder, a little plug for us. We want you to come to our booth. We are in the West Hall, W1717. We want you to stop by to see a demo of all the wonderful stuff that we're displaying, see my production booth, see the finished product, see the TVU Media Mesh Network. We've been talking quite about TVU Go. We've been talking about the TVU Anywhere app. I'm going to refresh you on all of those in case you haven't been watching this live stream for a couple hours simultaneously. I don't expect you to stick around the whole time, but if you can, pop in and out. That's what I want you to do. So let's talk about this comment that we got from our YouTube page from Marcos. It says, "Hi TVU team. Do you have any solutions for automatic SIM carrier switching during live transmission when network conditions change between carriers and coverage areas?" Marcos, I'm going to be honest, I'm not an expert on this, but I believe we do have somebody that we actually spoke with yesterday. So if you go back and you watch our stream yesterday, I believe what you're referring to is going to be this company called Geniox. And we actually have a partnership with them. Give me a second because I'm going to look down through my notes and I want to make sure that this is what I'm talking about. If it's not what you're asking about, write in. If I don't know it, I'm going to get somebody that does know it. But I believe what you're talking about is Geniox. Geniox makes these multi-IMSI SIM card technologies. That means single SIM can actually automatically connect with the best available mobile network at any given moment in the country. For broadcast crews in the field, that means seamless, automatic network switching. The device finds the strongest 4G or 5G signal and locks on without operators having to do anything, and that's really important. I've got a wonderful special guest with me. He's the voice you just heard. So I'm going to unmute his microphone, and I'm sure Socrates can help me out with this one a little bit. This is Socrates with TVU. Socrates, how are you?
Good. I heard you needed some help.
I mean, I love my voice. I see you're not wearing your headphones, so I'm not sure you love my voice, but no, I'm kidding. Don't wear them, don't wear them. So we got this question that I was just trying to address, Socrates, and I want to make sure that I'm answering it correctly. I was talking about our partnership with Geniox. We had Geniox on yesterday, but I'm curious if you have anything that you can add.
Yeah, so I assume that question's related to like international travel, and yes, Drew, you want to fix that camera shot and framing? Drew's over here. Drew's over here taking a break like always, man. Just hanging out, not doing anything.
This guy.
No, but Geniox is, if you're doing international travel, there's specific geographic areas in the globe that if you carry these SIMs that they automatically connect and basically choose the best carrier based off of where you are. And so the user experience is you go in country, you power on your TVU, and it just works in the way that you're normally used to it working. So whether you're domestic or traveling international, obviously the technology is still maturing, and so there's some constraints with that, but that's kind of the basic concept, is that you can kind of travel anywhere that you would like, and you would have the ability to get out just the way that you normally have to. The benefits of that is you're not doing like SIM swapping, and you're not carrying multiple SIMs. And those who work either alone or with a crew know just how difficult that is to coordinate sometimes, because SIMs are very small to try to keep track of.
Well, the representative that we had, from Geniox here yesterday, he was talking about even just that few minutes of crossing over an international border. Anybody that's really crossed over an international border knows that it can drop out, it can get really spotty. There's things that can happen, and for somebody that's trying to live stream, drive across the country, really do anything, drive across borders, having that dropout means losing, viewers, losing potential revenue, really.
Yeah, our goal is to be able to make that like super simple, so that from an end user standpoint, that's something that they don't have to worry about. And so the goal, like I said, is to be able to turn on a pack and then just have it work no matter where you are in the country. And we've had a lot of people do and go to many remote locations and utilize that technology. And so if that's something that you're interested in, make sure that you come in and you actually ask about it from an implementation standpoint. You can't just get our packs and then go and then assume that it's going to work. If you're interested in like an international plan where it is a lot easier to use, those are things that you need to flag ahead of time, so that we can make sure that your stuff is configured in the proper way.
So Marcos, I really hope that we answered your question. If we didn't, or if there's any follow-up questions that you have, go ahead and put them in the chat if you're sticking around. And we want to encourage more people to leave us your comments, leave us your questions in the chat, because we really want this to be a show that's for you, for people that are not here at NAB. We want to know where you want us to go, who you want to hear from, what questions you have, what tech you want to see, and Drew's going to be doing a lot of the walking. But while I have Socrates, I caught up with you on day one. Now that we're here on day 3, where are we at? What is your feel for how things are going?
Marcos, so Brazil, we have Flaviano here, if you are aware and have dealt with him. He's here, and so is Eduardo Muni. So if you guys use all of our products, you definitely know Paulo, Flaviano, and Eduardo Muni, which we can... Actually, he's over my shoulder, right? Which camera? Camera left? He's over my shoulder right there.
Which?
Is that him? He's somewhere. I don't remember. Maybe he's over my right shoulder. Yeah. No, day 3 is going great. I mean, we have a lot of people coming in. I think there's a lot of interest in this actual setup. So, walk us through, Megan, this setup. And Megan's actually the one that's running it 100% by herself. So we came in, we got this thing set up. Megan comes in, learns within 10 minutes, and she's off to the races. And so she's running her audio, her switching, her commercial break structure, and it's all powered through Producer and TVU channel. Producer's our remote cloud switching solution. So yeah, walk us through that.
Yeah, it's been a great, very easy and seamless experience. And when you're talking about 10 minutes of training, you weren't kidding. Plus that was 10. It's like more like 7 minutes of training because we had to work through 3 minutes of Tom Brown's sarcasm and jokes and comments in order to get to the actual like meat and potatoes of it. Well, that should tell you how easy it is to run. But yeah, I mean, it's this wonderful, easy to use little production. And you know, one of the things that I've loved about it so far, Socrates, is that talent can be fickle to deal with, and you know that. And we can be particular about how we like things. And so when there's something that I want, if I said, hey, I don't want to hear Drew anymore, Tom comes in, and done, easy. And I don't have to hear Drew anymore. Or if I wanted one of the computer, Drew just looked over. He looked over and got mad. No, Drew, you're great. We love your voice. But, you know, the other things that I really love about it is that you can kind of say, oh, I want to hear music. I want to hear a little bit of a break. But it's completely customizable, and it can make it what makes sense to me. And in my mind, the setup that I have makes sense to me. So a production like this means that I get to choose my own cameras and when you're going to see me and when you're not going to see me and what you're going to see. It gives total control over to, you know, the person that's sitting here in the booth. And you know, sometimes, you know, as somebody that's done like everything on every side of the camera, I've worked in the control room, you know, as a producer and a line producer. When you're that anchor and you're sitting on the desk, you're trusting everyone to make sure that things go right. And so there's been moments when I'm sitting there just waiting, like, please take the shot, please take the shot, please take the shot, please get off the camera. I have to cough, please, just like mute me, please. And I'm like trying to like signal in some weird way and people are like seeing what I'm doing. And so it is wonderful to have the power of a mute button for myself. It's wonderful to be able to choose when I'm not going to see my face, and just have complete control of everything.
Yeah, we got a question if we went to the VizRT booth yet, and Megan's the one that's been manning this, and I'm not sure if we have, but while we're thinking about it, yes. In Producer, the application that Megan's using to switch this program, we have an integration with Flowix, which is the VizRT graphics HTML solution, and that's built straight into Producer that you can use. But do you remember if we've gone and visited VizRT yet?
I'm so glad you asked, because no, we haven't yet. We did have VizRT coming, and I'm assuming that the reason that Aaron is asking that is because I teased it earlier, and that is something that we want to do, because VizRT they had a couple of big announcements here at NAB, as just about every company does, but one of the announcements that they had that I was particularly interested in is it's this VizRT AI keyer. So what that's going to do is eliminate the need for green screens. And I don't expect you to know all of this because you've been talking to all these wonderful customers. I can't believe you haven't lost your voice like Tom yet. But that for somebody like me, you know, like I'm wearing a green skirt right now. This is a huge no-no in traditional broadcast. And as it turns out, redheads look great in green, Socrates. So you know, I like to wear green, but that does limit your ability, your capabilities for what you can do. And you have to really think about what's the story that I'm going to cover today. And as a journalist, you don't always know what the story is that you're going to cover, so you have to bring a couple of outfits. If I did wanted to, you know, wear one of my wonderful green dresses, but yeah, they're going to be displaying that. So that's something that we are going to try to get over to, Aaron. And what I'm talking about is this, it's called a VizRT AI keyer. It eliminates the need for those green screens. It uses machine learning to separate talent from any background. Indoors, outdoors, anywhere, no chroma key setup, no specialist lighting. So that's something we are going to try to get over to. That's in the North Hall. The reason we've been holding off on that is because I needed my field producer, Drew, to be here with us so that he could go to that our wonderful talk. I don't want to call it a TED Talk. I want to call it an NAB Talk with Matt McEwen, kind of talking about our partnership with T-Mobile. But let me look at our schedule and see when we can get Drew over to the West Hall, or I'm sorry, the North Hall, so that we can get that VizRT booth.
Yeah,
So,
I know next we're going to be interviewing AWS specifically. And the other thing, too, that would be cool for anyone watching would be one of the areas that we haven't gone to is there's a startup pavilion. So startup pavilion is intended for, groups and organizations that can't necessarily afford a spot here, but they're doing innovative things within the industry. And we'll probably make it over to the startup pavilion at some point today as well.
Yeah, I'd really like that because it's always the innovations that kind of start small that end up revolutionizing things and being like the big space, on the floor in subsequent years. Socrates, when you were first here, we talked a little bit about the TVU Go app. So I want to give a little plug to that because I also know we have a little free trial. But can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yeah, so TVU has historically been like an enterprise company catering to a lot of like broadcasters, so news organizations and things like that. But over the last 2 years, like we've really boomed in IRL streaming creators, so Twitch, YouTube, Kick, globally. And so, people like Speed, Kaisenet, and others utilize our packs, which is the same technology that powers our broadcasters. They're using it to do live streams on Twitch now. And so one of the challenges that we've had is that, those are obviously giant creators, and giant creators usually have teams of people that work with them. But one of the gaps that we noticed is the fact that there's a lot of small to medium large creators that also want the ability to stream easy and utilize our technology from a stability standpoint. And so we spent quite a bit of months, developing a new app called TVU Go. And so anybody in the chat or that's watching, if you want to go to the App Store on Android or iOS and type in TVU Go, they can download the app and they'll be able to utilize it and use it and do multi-streaming. And like Megan mentioned, there's a 3-day free trial. So if you're a big Apple Pay person, you just go in, you choose your plan, and then you have 3 days to use the app, free of charge. And so the whole goal of the app is like ease of use. And so you can do things like picture-in-picture, so you can use your front-facing, back-facing camera at the same time. It's a one tap. You can do chat overlays that's 100% built into the platform. So you don't have to go out to like a Streamlabs to be able to use and bring in external HTML overlays. Everything is all built into the phone. The phone also supports native PNGs or external HTML overlays. So for those streamers that want to use external overlays or have custom overlays, they can do that. If you want to stream to OBS and you're somebody who wants to stream to your server, you have the ability to do that. But really, the sweet spot for us is we have a direct integration with those platforms. So whether you're streaming on Twitch, Kick, YouTube, or want to do all of those at the same time, you have the ability to do that just by authenticating your social media accounts, and then you can just hit go live. The main thing that we try to do, it's not an enterprise product, it's built for consumers, so it's automatic. We choose latency, we choose bit rate depending on your network connection, where you're at globally, so that the user doesn't have to worry about it. One of the things that we've learned, if you're not technical, oftentimes if you have those controls, you can make the stability of your signal way worse. And so we handle that automatically at TVU, specifically with our TVU Go app. And one of the key features that we have is two. One is network aggregation, or bonding is that what they call it is. So it's not a separate app like other apps have. You go in, as long as you're connected to a Wi-Fi network with your phone, you're out, and we're using both of those connections and streaming. One of the key things that we want to highlight, especially for the IRL space, is you want network. You don't want to be on the same network, so you don't want two AT&T connections. If you're using AT&T, you want an AT&T and a T-Mobile. You want network diversity, because the reason why is, if you have two of the same connections and your signal is bad, then you have just two bad connections. Versus, having two different carriers, it gives you every opportunity to have a really good signal so that you never drop. But if you do drop, meaning if your signal strength is not good enough to maintain your video, we have a feature called disconnect protection, and it's all built into the phone. So there's no need to manage everything on an external server the way that some streamers have it. And so you just enable the feature, you add the video clip that you want to go to, and then if your signal can't stabilize, it will switch over to the backup clip until your connection stabilizes, and then it will switch you back automatically and then notify you that you've switched back, so that you don't have to rely on your chat for everything that you have. The other thing that it does too is so if you're using an external mic, instead of fiddling with all the settings, you plug it in. As soon as we detect it, it will switch to the microphone automatically. So the goal is if you want all these customization options, you're not going to get it in this app, because the way that this app is designed is to be able to get up, go, and use it, easily.
Well, and not be thinking about all the nuance that goes on in between when you're trying to walk and chew gum at the same time, as they say. So I think Jessica said that the app is about $29 after that 3-day trial period.
Yeah, so it starts off at $29. $29 will get you one destination or one platform. And really, if you're a serious IRL creator, you're going to want the $69 a month one, because that's going to give you disconnect protection, up to 5 platforms, and also unlimited streaming. So we don't cap the amount of streaming that you can do in any given month. So most large, medium IRL creators are streaming up to 278 hours every single month. And so we want to make sure that, they can pick up their phone, whether they're on Android and iOS, and then, stream as much time as they would like.
You are full of a stream of data and information, Socrates.
I just try to keep up with Drew. Drew's ever been here, and he's like a brain of knowledge.
He really is. So, you said that the app stores is where they can get it. Anything else that you want to talk about in terms of who's geared toward? No. I think here's the goal. Download it, use it. This is where we're starting. Certainly, if we're hoping that the app is really successful. There's a lot of people that download it, promote it, make videos about it. Our goal is to be able to continue to develop it, continue to build it, and continue to build tools for streamers that are easy to use. Our focus is ease of use, and so when it comes to prioritizing features that are built into the app, we really have little interest in supporting things if they're going to be technically challenging to implement. For example, external camera support. External camera support historically can be very difficult to use wirelessly. So if you have a DJI camera, we also want the ability that you can either plug it in or wirelessly be able to add those external cameras. Those are all things that we're considering and talking about doing, and obviously the community is what's going to help us prioritize what we end up moving forward with. But our goal is to be able to, this is our starting point. We'd love for people to try the app, use the app, but also join us on Discord so that they can be part of the community and talk directly to us, because this app was developed by us, but it was for creators, and creators were also involved in the making of this app. So before this app launched, we have about 38 creators in total, from large, medium, and small creators from Android to iPhone, that tested this out. They gave us this feedback, and they provided, all of the features that you see there today inside of the app. I was trying to get back to our coverage yesterday, Socrates, because we actually did have a question from somebody that was watching about the TVU Go app. They went ahead and they downloaded it, and they were talking about being able to upload without necessarily needing to go live. Is that making sense, what they're kind of looking for?
I think what they wanted to do is like test the app without being able to go live, but no, the goal of the app is that you're going to live stream out to your platform of choice. And so a lot of creators have like test channels that they've spun up and built, or secondary channels that they've spun up and built. If you have external servers, you don't need to go live. But again, our goal is ease of use. And so, like I said, if the community encourages us to do something like that and we get a lot of demand, those are things that we're going to consider. But the goal of the app from an architecture standpoint is so that they can just get up, go, and live stream with a lot of ease of use. There's other applications out there that exist that if you're interested in live streaming, the menus are heavy and it can get technical very quick. We don't want that. We don't want our app to turn into that, so we're really careful about what features we're deciding to put into our app, and we want to take that approach, moving forward. So no, you don't have like an offline mode where you can kind of test and stream, but there's other solutions that you can use our app, send your stream to a specific location to be able to test it without, having to go straight to a platform.
That makes sense. So let me ask you, is there, we're talking about being able to use your phone. Is there an ideal phone, or does it kind of work with anything?
Yeah, that's a good question. So obviously, like if you're doing 2 encodes and you have a front-facing and back-facing camera that's moving at the same time, you want probably the newest phone that's possible. So iPhone 17 Pro Max, 16, 15. We had one of our beta testers who has a YouTube channel. He's been testing on an iPhone 11 and doing everything. His iPhone 11 struggles to keep up, but he's been streaming for hours on end and not having any issues. As far as Android goes, I'm personally recommending the S25 Ultra and the S26 Ultra. Going lower than that is a tough thing. We support Xiaomi phones as well, but as far as which phones, we're still testing because there's like a million different Android platforms that behave very differently. So if you want the best encode experience and the best image quality experience, we're encouraging people to use iPhones just because from our tests, the encode picture quality is just superior. Which is different in North America because a lot of North American streamers use the Android platform.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. How intensive is it on your phone as a program? Is it going to drain you?
Yeah, that's a good question. So we have a protocol called ISX, but basically it's our own protocol, which TVU is known for. If you go online and you search 30K backpack on TikTok, you'll have a ton of videos about it. But the idea is that when everyone else drops their signal, TVU keeps streaming. And so a lot of the same technology is built into the phone. So we have our own kind of encode transmission protocol. It does take more resources from the phone, which is why we recommend using it in a good phone. So if you're using the phone, making sure all of your applications are closed. If you haven't restarted your phone in like a year, restart your phone because you could have issues streaming. That's just kind of normal standard SOP stuff. And and the goal and so yes, the phone will get a little bit hotter, or users can notice that it may get a little bit hotter, but we're working to kind of optimize that. But that's a normal thing for us because our own protocols do take more horsepower from your phone. But so far in all of our beta tests, again, we've had about 38 beta testers, and not a single one of them has reported like overheating or phone issues that they've had. So we're really happy with the test group that we've been working with.
And so I know we've been talking a lot about TVU Go, but go ahead and for people that don't know, kind of differentiate it for me between TVU Go and TVU Anywhere.
Yeah, so TVU Anywhere is mainly set up for like enterprise groups, so broadcasters, the media organizations that require to be able to manage things centrally, meaning I have 80 reporters that I want to deploy for election night, but I want to centrally control everything, configure it. That requires a lot of a lot of touch points. And so that's really what TVU Anywhere is geared for. TVU Go is geared for the individual streamer, reporter, freelancer that wants to download something and get a reliable connection, and also aggregate or bond their connections. But the idea is that you would go onto the iOS App Store, for the Apple App Store, or you go on Android Google Play Store, type in TVU Go, download it, and you can just use it right away. We don't have a way to attach TVU Go to any of our traditional infrastructure, and so it's really built for the creator that just goes in, downloads it, and can use it right away. So 2 different applications. It's also Anywhere has a lot of customization options, so you can get lost in the menu pretty quickly. But that's some of the things that our enterprise customers want. That's kind of the polar opposite of how we've developed and designed TVU Go, which is with simplicity in mind.
It's simple and clean. So if I was a reporter for a station, I'm somebody that used TVU Anywhere for getting onto air when nothing else was working and everything was kind of on the fritz. But if I'm a reporter and I want to try to stream onto maybe one of my platforms kind of individually, it sounds like this is something that could really help the reporters on that kind of side to get out there.
Yeah, brand, I think personal brand is really important to a lot of individual creators or reporters. And so what TVU Go offers those creators is a way to get to multiple platforms and not have to rely on your digital teams, engineering to route you, and you waiting, for them to kind of coach you through it. You can literally just download it and enable all of your platforms and stream to all of your platforms at once. Now, obviously, we're not encouraging people to just grab it and do that. We want them to make sure that their bosses are aware of what they're doing and all that stuff. But however, if personal brand is really important to you and you want to go to all platforms, you want the ability to be able to manage chat on all platforms, consider TVU Go for that. There's a HTML. One of my favorite. Before I say that, we're natively supported on Twitch, YouTube, and Kick. So you can click those buttons. It will put your HTML chat overlay in, and you can switch between them individually. We're working on being able to combine those so that you can manage all of your chats through one place. But there's already other external HTML overlay applications that exist that do that today. So Bottrix is one of them, where you can combine all of your social accounts and it will combine all of your chats. You can use that inside of TVU Go and then just read your chat, and it combines everything for you. And so from a reporting standpoint or a freelance standpoint or a creator standpoint, it gives you a really easy way to interact with all of your platforms at once instead of having to individually manage them and individually go to them. It's a really cool experience.
And so for something like that, is there anybody else that's even, close to where this is? Because when I was, using things, it was Facebook Live, I think is what it's called, but that only goes to Facebook.
Yeah. You can use native apps too, but again, you're obviously people are building their personal brands on multiple platforms like Instagram. YouTube has its own kind of strategy. TikTok is obviously emerging for a lot of independent creators, but more importantly, a lot of news organization, reporters, photographers even that are just building their brands as well. TVU Go gives the ability to stream to all of those platforms at the same time instead of managing them individually all through, the single apps that you have to do that with.
Well, I love the idea of being able to go through the comments. It's hard to toggle through all these different things. I'm just here on YouTube and I'm trying to toggle through the comments that are coming in. So to have it aggregated is pretty amazing, honestly.
Yeah, totally.
So let's step away from TVU Go just a little bit, Socrates. I'm going to just keep you here because I love torturing you. I
love to be tortured.
But you've been talking to people, the last couple of days. You don't seem super tired yet. Maybe it's because of all the monsters that you've had. But what's the trend that you're hearing from people? What's the biggest question that they're having when they're walking into this booth?
The green monster is the best flavor, by the way. So thumbs up in chat and heart it in case if you agree. And if you have any questions, drop it in the chat so that you can kind of help lead our conversation. No, I think the best, like the biggest questions that we get is just how much TVU does besides just the physical pack. So TVU is known for the physical packs, but there's a million other things that we do from end-to-end workflows when it comes to a newsroom system, but also just for creators. So whether it's like 24/7 play out. Like what we have and what we're using here is production switching in the cloud. What's nice and what's great about our platforms is you're able to not only bring in all of your feeds, but once you can bring them in all of your feeds, you can use it inside of our ecosystem extremely seamlessly. So the scale at which we are able to do production is things that I think people are still surprised to hear.
Well, and I was talking a little bit about it with Tom, but something that he mentioned is that TVU can really meet you where you're at with the equipment that you have. Obviously, if you stay within the ecosystem, it's going to be a little bit more seamless. But you don't have to have a very fancy camera. You can use your phone. You can use really whatever.
Yeah, he probably stole that phrase from me because I'm a big fan of meeting people where they're at, and so. But I don't know. What did you say, Tom said?
Just about using the different equipment and meeting people.
Oh, yeah. By the way, a key indicator that I'm actually tired is my memory just goes away. So that's kind of what's happening here. It's like I'm on a 30-second delay when you ask a question. No.
Unlike TVU.
Yeah, there you go. I might have my competitor's brain right now. That's probably what's going on. No, but yeah, the person that's going to get the best experience is the people that are obviously using our platform, from contribution, meaning our packs, to any of our cloud systems. One of the challenges with cloud production in general is the fact that you can't see anything. So when something goes wrong, it's a really hard thing to be able to troubleshoot. But if you're using TVU equipment, it gives you the ability to not only remote in, but to manage and to have visibility into what's going on, so that when you're bringing in something like an SRT feed or a feed from a pack, you know exactly what's happening, where it's going, and why something isn't working, because you have full visibility into it. And so that's what's nice about staying with an ecosystem versus piecemealing. So taking parts from this company, other parts from that company, a stream from this encode company, and then trying to mesh it all together in another separate application. It's kind of a recipe for disaster. And so we always encourage people that if you want the best experience and ease of use, to just stay inside of our ecosystem.
Socrates, I have some super exciting news from you, which is that you got one thumbs up in the comments, my friend, with the monster. So there you go. Somebody agrees with you with the green monster.
Nice.
But you were talking a little bit about, just how much more diverse than just the PAX TVU is. What's one of the things that if somebody that was coming to this booth walking in that I might be surprised about that I had no idea that TVU could do?
It's a good question. We're just constantly expanding the things that we're doing, and so I think one of the big things is using agents, AI agents, in order to help assist the user, whether you're a producer, a director, or an operator. Our goal is to be able to use or leverage AI agents to be able to make your job easier. Can we deploy an AI agent in one of our products to be able to remove 15 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour from somebody's day that they've historically used to try to manage their day-to-day? And so what we're really trying to do, and what our focus is to try to use AI agents in a way that helps end users save time. And so I think that's probably a surprise to them, is what you see in front of you is just kind of the start. And so what we get really excited about is to be able to leverage the latest technologies and implement them. And really who we're looking for is people that see the world in the same way that we do, so that we can help kind of push this industry forward.
You know, something that has really been surprising to me just over the last few days, being around this wonderful TVU team and having so many people kind of come up.
I don't know. You said wonderful, and I don't know if Tom fits that category or not.
He certainly doesn't with those shoes. you guys, I wish you could see Tom's shoes. Maybe I'll trick him into coming into an area of the shot, but he's wearing these bright red sneakers. They're quite the look. But, you know, something that surprised me is just how many partnerships there are with TVU and how far those partnerships can go to make it really easy for, you know, integration, but also upscaling and understanding how you can use your resources wisely. Something that stuck out to me was Kinetic with their watermarking and with also their ability to be able to track, you know, where your logos, where your brand is kind of showing up. I mean, tell me a little bit about, you know, some of the partnerships that, you know, TVU's really worked on fostering.
Yeah, I think historically you see a lot of companies kind of closing their systems off. And what I mean by that is, like, you know, as an operator, if you're a producer watching this, any sort of operator that operates any sort of technical equipment, you have, you know, 80 different windows that's open at once, and you're managing individual things across all those 80 different windows. And so TVU takes kind of the opposite and more collaborative approach, where if you want to operate, our goal is to be able to simplify, integrate those other products into our products so that they're managing it through one interface and not, you know, 80 different interfaces. And I think, you know, producers can certainly appreciate, you know, that specifically. And so, yeah, we have a ton of different partners. And you mentioned one partner that does watermarking. Another great partner is a partner called Media Test, and they do audience measurement watermarking. And so they use our platform. They've integrated their services inside of our platform, and it's used by one of the largest broadcasters in Latin America to do watermarking. So all of their telenovelas, all of their big reality TV shows that they're doing, they're using audience measurement tools that's built and powered by TVU through our partnership with another company called Media Test, who provides all the audio watermarking for audience measurement specifically. So basically, audience measurement and watermarking, for those of you guys that are watching, it's a nerd way of just saying that if you're watching the TV at a specific time, we know who you are, what you're watching, how long you're watching it for, so that organizations can decide, is this something that folks like to watch, and if so, they can, you know, change their content strategy depending on audience behavior. It just gets better insight into that.
And we also have a partnership with Tencent. Do you know much about that you can kind of shed light on?
I personally don't know much about that partnership, but I know other people that do.
Well,
but that just proves, like, Tencent is obviously one of the biggest, providers. You know, Tencent is the creators of, like, WeChat, and so we're sending them, 16 feeds just from this booth today. And so, the goal is that, if there's companies that exist and say, hey, we use your platform, but we also use this platform, they can come here and we can just integrate in relatively easy. As long as that partner is open to it, that kind of speaks volumes to just the power of what we're able to do.
What do you think the future of TVU looks like? I mean, it's hard to read into that crystal ball, but where are we going from here?
Dude, if you guys know our CEO, who knows? He's got a big vision and big plans for the industry, and that constantly changes. And one of the things that he tries to do is keep up with those changes from week to week, day to day, month to month, year over year. And so what's the priority today at this show could be completely different, moving forward at IBC. And so our goal is to be able to experiment and be able to, play with all of the kind of latest and greatest technologies and implement them and see, how they fit in the user's life. And we're looking for the next big thing. And we're looking for partners. We're looking for consumers. We're looking for enterprise organizations that, see the world in similar ways so that we can, push this thing forward together.
One thing that I've learned about Paul in just the short time that I've known him is that he's certainly not afraid of testing the waters for other things. I mean, just today he was asking me about bringing AI even more into this booth, this production. And so that's something that, it's ambitious and it's scary, but I think it kind of shows where TVU could be headed potentially.
Yeah, I'm surprised he hasn't vibe coded something just for us to use here. He's like, hey, I got back to my hotel at 3 o'clock in the morning, and here's a new thing that I want you guys to try out today. So that's usually the speed that this guy works in.
And I'm sure that makes some for fun and interesting challenges for you and the rest of the team to kind of live up to his expectations.
Hey man, every day is different.
There you go, Socrates. I'm going to go ahead and give your voice a break. I'm going to take a quick break. We're going to reset. We'll tell you where we are and what we're doing. And we've got Drew that's going to be going over to the AWS booth, which is not that far of a walk away.
Couple of steps away.
And so we're going to go and check in with them. But let's quickly take a look at this TVU video. And
when Starlink came out, I don't think we really knew that, one, you could put it on a helicopter and fly it around, but two, being able to put it on in our trucks and have enough bandwidth to push it to the cloud in real time, literally hook it up and we can run our TVU sources through them, and now we have them right in front of everyone's face. When Starlink came out, I don't think we really knew that, one, you could put it on a helicopter and fly it around, but two, being able to put it on in our trucks and have enough bandwidth to push it to the cloud in real time, literally hook it up and we can run our TVU sources through them, and now we have them right in front of everyone's face. When Starlink came out, I don't think we really knew that, one, you could put it on a helicopter and fly it around, but two, being able to put it on in our trucks and have enough bandwidth to push it to the cloud in real time, literally hook it up and we can run our TVU sources through them, and now we have them right in front of everyone's face. When Starlink came out, I don't think we really knew that, one, you could put it on a helicopter and fly it around, but two, being able to put it on in our trucks and have enough bandwidth to push it to the cloud in real time, literally hook it up and we can run our TVU sources through them, and now we have them right in front of everyone's face. When Starlink came out, I don't think we really knew that, one, you could put it on a helicopter and fly it around, but two, being able to put it on in our trucks and have enough bandwidth to push it to the cloud in real time, literally hook it up and we can run our TVU sources through them, and now we have them right in front of everyone's face.
to help out. We've got about 13 more minutes before something like that happens. So I think Socrates will see if he can pull Mateus or something. Okay.
So what happens, let's say, for 30 seconds you lose him?
Yeah. How about this, Drew? While we're waiting for that, because we have 12 minutes to kill, let him do his thing. Can you do me a favor and just kind of give me when I come back right now, walk just one a quick lap around the booth, and I'll kind of ask you maybe a question to help me out for a second.
We might be a little less.
Just a question to help me out for a second. It's just about Drew, what's the most interesting thing you've seen so far today, or something, or yesterday, or what's the most interesting thing you've seen so far? And then I'll just say, okay, Drew, walk me around, and then do the cutesy little photo op backpack thingy. And the cutesy little photo op backpack thingy. So let's kill 5 minutes doing that bananas, and then I'll get you off of the camera, and you go over there, and let's go. And
Is there a way to set a delay? So let's say we want the live to be, it's going out to Facebook, we want it to intentionally be a minute later.
Going to party line.
Lose 20 seconds or something like that. On their end, it's just...
Yeah, I think so. How about now? Can you hear me?
You guys have any
Great. All right, here we go. Drew, you ready?
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
All right. Welcome back to TVU Today Live. I am Megan Lopez, and I have been here at NAB covering the conference for the past few days. We're live streaming here, and we are in booth W1717. If you want to go ahead and stop by and take a demo tour of some of the wonderful things that TVU is offering. I have Mateus that's going to be sitting down here in just a second with me. But in the meantime, I want to go over to Drew, who's been walking around. He's going to give us a quick look around the TVU booth. Drew, do you hear me?
Hey Megan, I have you here. Do you have me?
I've got you loud and clear.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm just right outside the TVU booth. I can take you on a quick tour around. I'm going to pass by Paul, TVU CEO right here. Hey Paul, and then I'll come and show everybody the desk that you're operating from. Show Mateus. We're getting Socrates hooked up with audio because up next we have an AWS interview that's coming up around 11:30 Las Vegas time. So I'm going to keep working you around. A lot of people coming and going from TVU. A lot of people curious about TVU's products. I've kind of been hanging out around the booth this morning, and a ton of people have, because I'm wearing the one of their backpacks, and a ton of people have been coming up and checking out the backpack that I'm wearing and operating from right now. I'm going to take you around the back of the booth here at TVU.
It's in Hall 17, the West Hall 1717, if you guys want to stop by, just so you guys know where we're at exactly. Drew, show me that wonderful sign.
Yeah, so TVU works with a ton of IRL streamers and content creators. So they power all the IRL streaming backpacks. So this is a cool little mural in the back of the booth. And then I'll give you, this is just a demo pack. So kind of just what the TVU backpack would look like, but I'll give you a nice close-up here. So this is what I'm wearing. You can wear this on your back. It's pretty lightweight, and then it plugs right into a camera. Right now I'm plugged in via HDMI, but you could also plug in via SDI, and super easy to use. So people can come take a little photo op in front of this cool artwork here.
Drew, do me a favor, bud, go back over to that prop backpack and pick it up for me. I'm curious, you've been wearing that TVU backpack on your back all day, so you know how heavy it is. You've been wearing actually the last couple of days. That little dummy one, I mean, it's not even full of anything, but how, what's the weight like compared to what you're actually wearing?
Oh yeah, no, it's super lightweight. You honestly don't really feel it, notice it. It's kind of like a little day pack if you were going hiking and just had some lightweight stuff. So it's super easy to use. It's not heavy or anything like that. No, mostly my body's just tired from walking around the fun NAB 2026. That's the main thing. But in terms of the weight or anything like that, it's really no problem at all. And I would tell you if it was heavy, but no, it's nice. So.
In camera crews, you were, with me at a local news station and a national news station, and camera operators have to carry around a lot of heavy equipment, the heavy cameras, the tripods, the lights, everything else. So I can imagine that is nice to know that there's something that's lightweight at least.
Yeah, exactly. Like I always gravitate toward lightweight equipment. I try to get the lightest tripods on the market, the smaller camera bodies and lenses that can achieve a really high quality image and look, but yes, being easy on your body and not causing too much damage, because I'm shooting here at NAB all week, so you want to make sure you're keeping things light.
All right, Drew, I know you're going to head over to that AWS booth, so I'm going to go ahead and give you a little bit of a break to get that set up. We're going to have Socrates, I think, over there with you. In the meantime, I'm going to bring us back into the booth here. I'm going to bring us with Mateus. He's with TVU. Let me get your microphone unmuted so that we can hear you just fine. Hi, how are you?
Doing good, and you?
Good. You have been, as busy as I have been. You've been so much more busy running around trying to answer my questions, fix my little hiccups here and there. So thank you so much for everything you've done to make this so seamless for me.
Yeah, we appreciate all the work you have been doing. Like, it has been great. Like, seeing all the way you're operating. So, seeing the platform in action is very good.
And so, yeah, let's go ahead and talk a little bit about that. Remind people, refresh people, what this is all about, really what we're kind of demoing here. So give us a nice little crash course in this producer.
Oh yeah, so we are doing a remote production here, actually a single operator. So actually showing here, it's the talent doing all the control while they are presenting the show. So controlling from Stream Deck, controlling audio, having multiple cameras, and using graphics through Singular, and yeah, it has been a very good use of TVU producer for an actual live production.
Has there been any challenges for you over the last couple of days? I know this is the first time that this has been really displayed at a major conference like something like this, where we have this, live broadcast that's been going on for, 3 days, 8 hours first day, 9 hours the second day. We're going to do 9 hours today. Has there, what's been the challenge for you?
Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, I think ensuring that communication is clean, like especially times when Drew goes into remote places where connection is not great, ensuring that you're still able to communicate with him. We can bring audio clearly. So I think those types of situations are things that we can always improve. But yeah, in general, I think ensuring Stream Deck is working as expected, and making sure that things are smooth.
While we're talking about Stream Deck, I'm going to go ahead and bring up my camera. I'm going to hold up Stream Deck so that people can see it, and I'm going to do it very gently, because if I mess this up, I mess up my entire life. But walk us through, what Stream Deck is and kind of how it makes it so easy, so seamless to kind of run through.
Right, so what we are doing with Stream Deck is basically setting up profiles that can trigger APIs directly to TVU Producer. Nice thing is that TVU built a plugin in, so if you go to Elgato Market, you can actually download that plugin and configure all the controls. So it's not anymore a combination of keyboards that you're calling. It's actually an API call to TVU Producer. So you can set up not only a specific control to a button, but a sequence of actions. So you have been using here, so cut to a custom source with side-by-side view, open audio, and add graphics. So it's all done within a single button and configured as a sequence of actions.
I think the point of something like that, is when you're doing what I'm doing right now, it's to be able to, click a button quickly without really having to look and to think, and just be able to trust that it's going to come up. And so, when I'm pushing these buttons, I mean, how customizable is this whole program? When I come in and I say, hey, I want to be able to mute everybody.
Yeah, it's as easy as going to Stream Deck profile, modify you can have all the list of actions that you have control. You can adjust it on the fly. It's pretty much it's very seamless, I would say.
It sure seemed like it, because I've made a few demands here in my. I mean, you can't be here sitting in front of the camera without being a little bit of a diva. So I've made a few demands here, and you guys have just kind of shown me how easy everything is. I want to talk a little bit about what you've heard from people that are kind of walking into this booth. Is there a big question that you're getting about this kind of portion of what TVU is showing in particular?
Well, I think the interesting thing is they're seeing the possibility of the talent themselves being able to control the production. I think that's a very open-minded type of setup. Because usually you have all the people responsible for the production. The talent can be a little bit overwhelmed, but you're a very good example of a talent being able to managing the production while I know there is a lot coming into your mind, because you have to think about all the subjects that you're going to talk about while controlling. But if we make things simple, then that becomes possible.
Well, and the interesting kind of case study about what's happening here is that I am doing this, without a script. Usually in a traditional kind of broadcast or newscast, you've got, a teleprompter and it's running. And as somebody that has done that for many, many years, you can almost kind of, you're just reading, you're not thinking about what you're saying, and so you have a little bit more of a possibility to kind of think about, what you're doing and kind of move your hands around and click on things. But when you're doing something like this, where you don't have a script, you're just asking questions and literally live streaming for 9 hours, you have to be able to really think about what you're going to be saying and exactly like you said, where you're going next. You have to really not be putting a lot of thought and a lot of effort into, okay, I got to push this button now, or like, where's that thing that he showed me that one time, and did I forget to unmute the mic? And that's one of the things that's really kind of stood out to me, is that I don't have to think. I just press the button, trust that it's there, and look, we got a shot of our booth. I don't have to think. I can show you the 2-shot. The only thing that was like a little bit of a learning curve with me was just, we've got some buttons, not a lot of buttons. Tom showed me the possibility of adding so many more buttons, and it took me a couple minutes to learn the buttons, and then it almost becomes like muscle memory. You know where it is, you push it, and there you go. Is that kind of the point of this whole thing?
Yeah, that's exactly it. Like, try to make as simple as possible, and allow the talent to have a very easy way of operating. That's the goal.
Is there any where that you see this kind of going next? Any next iteration?
Well, there are always improvements to be done. Like, we see production in general, we need to make sure that we can use AI as a way of improving and making the operator life as easy as possible. So this is something that we are constantly looking at and seeing how we can do better integrations, ways of facilitating the life of operators. That's it's what we have been spending time at.
Well, and we talked a little bit about the fact that obviously you can operate your own cameras, but I can push this button and I get my CG back. I can mix my own audio. Where's the possibilities for something like this? Do you think I'll be able to bring up clips and be able to really kind of own my own newscast?
Yeah, imagine all the setup that you need to do. You have different people coming here, and sometimes you're not even sure who is next. Imagine that you could have all the lower thirds populated automatically by facial recognition. You could know who is coming, and then populate the graphics automatically. You do not even to push a button. AI could be responsible for triggering the graphics. So that's a little bit of the possible implementations.
Well, I think it just kind of shows the boundless opportunities that new innovation, new tech, and even AI, are really kind of posing. And I'm sure that makes your job a little bit more challenging, because you're trying to think about and create something that's never been done before, never even been thought of before. So how do you think about the unthinkable? But you guys have been doing an amazing job at really, figuring out how to really push the limits, push the boundaries for something like this, and do it in a way that doesn't feel clunky.
No, yeah, and actually something that helps very much is listening to the users, you that are interacting with the platform, what you see as challenges, and then we just try to process that and how we can make your life easier. This is really what helps us to see what's next.
I'm going to go ahead and check in with Drew really fast, so stay with me here.
Sure.
We're supposed to be heading over to AWS, which is not that far of a walk away. It's just in the booth next door to us. So, Drew, if you can hear us, I want to check in with you and kind of see how you all are doing.
This is actually Socrates, because
Socrates.
Yeah, Drew doesn't feel like working, so he's just hanging out behind the camera while I'm doing all the work right now. Yeah, no, we're just at the AWS booth. We're waiting for somebody to talk with who's going to kind of walk us through a few things and just show us kind of the latest and greatest. Specifically, like there's this really cool AI, 16:9 to vertical viewing. So if you want to do multi-publishing, you can do that all automatically without having to have another crew worrying about it. So we're probably going to start there to see how visual and cool it is, and then we'll just kind of work our way through that after.
Perfect, Socrates. Well, I'm going to go ahead and bring us back to a shot of our booth so that you guys can see how busy it is here at NAB. I'll let you guys get set up and you guys just flag us. But otherwise, I'm just going to keep torturing you and asking you more questions about what else TVU has on display here.
Yeah, at least I can talk very much about like all the production setup that we are displaying there. Of course, not only producer, but we also have pipeline that helps users to have real-time communication for the operation team, but also for talents that might be remote. And it's a very easy way of bringing them into the production as a source. And remote commentator, which is a solution very focused on allowing commentators for, providing their audio remotely, watching the game, providing their comments, mixing that on the output, and making sure that everything is synchronized. So in terms of production, we have like those three different solutions that can integrate, or they can also work as independent, platforms.
And so that's a little bit of what we're kind of seeing behind us. Maybe if I bring up my camera and scooch out of the way. So when you're talking about Party Line, you're talking about this one here. Tell me,
exactly.
Tell the viewers what they're seeing.
So what we are seeing here is those are the participants that are connected to the production. So we have the microphones here that we are using connected to Pipeline, so we can also have a communication through the through microphone headphones. We have the pack connection. So pack, this is a very interesting thing. Because we have an integration with our own products, so you can actually bring packs, you can bring receivers as part of the party. So you can have SDI inputs, HDMI inputs of the packs, and its communication. So it allows you to see where the pack is, hear the pack, communicate with the pack, and in independent, communication channels. And you could also bring anything back from producer. So if you need the PGM of producer back into Pipeline as a video return to talents that are remotely, it can also be done.
And then what about this audio mixer? I know this is something I've been playing around with a lot. Tell me about that.
Yeah, this is the interface for audio mixer. So one interesting thing about producer is that you can have, as we are having here, we are having a setup for a single operator. We try to make it as simple as possible. But if you want a more focused operation, you can separate the pages into more specific controls. So these pages basically only focus on audio. So you're just controlling levels, muting and unmuting sources, modifying balance, and you could have your audio operator only having access to this page. So they are only focused on controlling audio while someone else is doing all the video cuts, graphics control. Or you could have, the person going back and forth in between the controls if they need a more advanced audio control.
That makes a lot of sense. I've been looking at all these things for days, and I see it come in and do a little thing here or there and adjust some levels. Something else I wanted to ask you about is, what kind of equipment you need to run something like this, and how expensive it has to be, how complicated it has to be in order to have a setup.
Yeah, so to start, for producer, you need a computer, internet connection. So even in challenging environments, as we are in a trade show, usually the network is very busy. But you can see that producer is actually only running based on previews. So we are not processing anything locally. Every process of video, audio is done on the cloud. What you're seeing here is only a commanding interface. So you don't need to install an application, you don't need to process anything locally. So you just need a computer that is good enough for, processing the previews and internet connection sufficient to decode those previews. Stream Deck or any physical panel that allows you to map those controls. So not only Stream Deck, you could use X keys as well, or we have integrations with Scarhoy as well. Audio mixer control could be done from the buttons, could be done from fader as well. So we have MIDI devices where you can control the audio. Of course, cameras, telecontrol, and a transmitter. So in our case here, we are using the TVU packs, which helps very much on making sure that the signal is stable, transmitting in high quality to produce as well.
Obviously, we've got Drew that is wandering around these halls. He's just one, person. I've got 3 cameras here, but what's the potential for something like this to be able to, have a ton of different videos or a ton of different streams?
Oh, we have different transmitters at TVU. So you can have packs with single input, you can have packs with 4 inputs, but we have equipments for RPS that can have 6 SDI inputs. So with 2 units, you would be able to run a production with 12 sources, 12 live sources. These can pretty much cover tier 3, tier 2 sports events. So with 2 units of transmission.
Have we seen an application like this, on a larger scale, or the application of this kind of tech on a larger scale quite yet?
Yeah, I mean, we have worked with customers that has worked using RPS, a bigger amount of cameras, sports events. We have customers covering news, customers covering specific types of productions that basically, the good thing about Producer is, you can use it whenever you don't have switchers available. You don't have, even if you're a TV station with 3, 4, 5, switchers available, eventually you might get to a point where you don't have any additional and you still need to cover another event. You could simply spin up Producer and, run your production and then, just shut down and that's it.
How, kind of historically take me back, when we're talking about something like this, put this into context for people that, maybe are, a content creator kind of watching this or somebody that's not been in a control room before. How many people were doing what this is doing previously?
Yeah, so actually you have the director, you have someone controlling graphics, you have an audio operator, you have someone managing the newsroom. So I would say in general, from 4 to 6, 7, 8 people. So it really depends, of course, on the scale of the production. But I would say the smaller, I would think is 3, 4 people. That's usually the simpler setup that you would see.
And for something like this, when you're trying to get it set up, and you're really trying to maybe start from the ground up, how complicated is the setup? How involved, I suppose, is TVU in making sure that you can really get it off the ground?
Yeah, I mean, TVU, we try to provide as much information. First thing is trying to make the platform as simple as possible so anyone can configure. That's the first goal. So even without information, the user would, the platform has to be simple, sufficiently simple, so you can open the interface and be able to interact with it without any previous knowledge. That's the first goal. But of course, you will get to specific details. Sometimes each type of production requires a specific setup, a specific modification on how you're going to use it. Then, of course, we try to provide as much as information as possible through, our support team, through our online pages. We have very extensive amount of information available. And then we have our solutions team, which is supporting the customers. They're available to help with any additional requirement.
So for somebody that's watching this, kind of considering, is this something that's feasible for me? I mean, what's your bottom line?
You mean like where you would start? I mean, I think the goal is like you could. There are some ways like you could simply go into TVU website, you log in, create an account, you have access to the platform. There's possibility for you to start a production without requiring any additional help. It's just like you go directly into the platform, start spin the production up, and then start the setup. It's really made to be simple. That's the goal.
Awesome. I'm going to give you a quick little break. We're going to check back in with Drew and Socrates, still at that AWS booth. Again, we're waiting for an interview with AWS. Where are you guys at?
Hey, Megan. Yeah, we're just getting set up with AWS here. We're going to show some cool features and some of their automations.
Well, and Drew, I see that I'm looking over my shoulder because the AWS booth is literally right next to us, and they've got their own podcast booth set up. I think that that's going to be the name of the game here. Is lots of content coming out of NAB. But yeah,
check back in with us, and we'll keep you posted.
Thanks, Drew. I really appreciate that. I'm going to bring it back in here to the studio, but we'll talk to you in just a second. I just want to show a little bit of the show floor. Tell me a little bit, Matthias, how busy it's been. I mean, have you been to NAB shows before? Is this kind of on par with what you were expecting?
Yeah, I mean that's my 7th NAB. So of course, like there was a pre-pandemic, it was different situation. Then the post-pandemic, like the show is pretty good. Like it's always good to see customers, present the good stuff that we have. I've been talking to many customers from Brazil. From all the different regions. We not only it's a big show for Latin America, big show for US, but we have been talking to European customers, Asian customers. So it has been really great, and it can be as busy as as it gets. So it has been really good.
Well, and tell me about kind of some of that international reach. I know that TVU is really expanding, and so there seems to be a lot of interest from European partners. We had some groups from Germany in here today. I know that much, but kind of tell me a little bit about that expansion.
Oh yeah, I mean, we have been having multiple projects in Europe, Latin America. Those US is for sure always the biggest market for us, but it's impressive to see how we have been expanding and having tons of activity in the other regions. Just having this big project with Reuters is a good example, but we have been working with different types of projects, different types of customers, sports, news. So it has been exciting times for TVU. Yeah.
Do you think that that's indicative of the demand?
Of course, yeah.
So let's talk a little bit about what's going to be happening with this AWS interview here in just a minute. I'm going to give you a quick heads up on what AWS is doing. So their Elemental interface, that's going to be their headline product. Industry is first fully managed service that applies to AI in parallel with live video encoding and automatically create vertical video from 16:9 footage in 6 to 10 seconds. That's really whip fast. So we're going to be hearing a little bit more about all the wonderful, fun innovations and the wonderful technology that they're displaying. Let's take a quick break and go ahead and do a reset. We're going to show you a video from TVU, and I'll see you.
Hey, what's up? This is Anthony from Unlimited IRL. I'm here to show you how to assemble the backpack mount for Starlink Mini. Let's get right into it.
In the box, you'll see the backpack mount, spreader bar, and cable kit, which includes power and Ethernet. To attach the backpack mount, open the side panels. Unfold the top strap and push it through the opening on the handle of the backpack. Attach the top strap to the side panels with the Velcro straps. Make sure to mount securely. Now, get your spreader bar. If you're using a TVU bag, push it through the opening on the back of the bag. If not, the spreader bar can be placed across the face of the bag. Now wrap it around the side panels and secure the Velcro. Next, get your cable kit and plug it in the Starlink. With the cables facing left, open the hatch and the cable bypass. Insert the Starlink and fasten the Velcro. If you're using a TVU, open the side vent on the bag and pass the cables through. Plug the Starlink Ethernet into the encoder and the Starlink power into the DTAP power. If you are using power without a DTAP, a USB-C adapter is provided. If you're using the mount without a TVU, you only need to connect power.
And just like that, you're ready to go. Now that your backpack's ready, make sure you have a Starlink account. Log in, connect your dish, and you're live. Looking forward to seeing what you create. Hey, what's up? This is Anthony from Unlimited IRL. I'm here to show you how to assemble the backpack mount for Starlink Mini. Let's get right into it.
In the box, you'll see the backpack mount, spreader bar, and cable kit, which includes power and Ethernet. To attach the backpack mount, open the side panels. Unfold the
Recap the T-Mobile. Yeah, I mean, I've seen it twice, so I can talk about it.
All right, welcome back. We are in day 3 of our NAB coverage here in Las Vegas, Nevada. We are at the Las Vegas Convention Center. I'm Megan Lopez, and I'm going to go ahead and try to see if I can get that music to stop so that maybe you guys can hear me a little bit better. Let's see. Let's see if we can get. Yeah, we've got you, Drew. I'm just trying to get this music to stop. We might have to get a tech person to. Oh goodness, that's a little bit better, right?
Much better.
There we go. I don't know how loud it is for the viewers, but it is quite loud and hard to think while you're listening. But we're here at the NAB conference in Las Vegas, Nevada, at the Las Vegas Convention Center. I'm Megan Lopez, and I am here in the TVU Today studio, in the booth. We're in the West Hall, booth 1717. We've been here, and if you haven't stopped by yet, I want to say it's a must-stop destination. It's not just because I'm here, it's because we've got a wonderful team that is here kind of showing you all the latest and greatest from TVU. We've been walking around. We've been having Drew kind of show us all the fun stuff that is happening at NAB, because this isn't just supposed to be a TVU-centric show. This is really supposed to be a show that gives you a flavor of everything that is happening around NAB, and there is a lot happening. I think I was reading last night there's over 1,100 vendors, exhibitors that are here on the floors, 3 different halls. So there's in the north, the central, and the west hall, and they all kind of have a different theme, a different flavor. There's no way we're going to make it to 1,100 different booths, but we're going to try our best to go to some of the highlights. With that in mind, what I want to ask from you guys to do is I want you to go to our YouTube page and the live stream. If you're not there, if you're watching it on LinkedIn, I want you to give us your comments, give us your questions, give us your suggestions about where you want us to head next. Or if there's a person you want to hear from, if there's questions about maybe TVU. We just had Mateus on. He did a great demo and walkthrough of this TVU producer program that I'm using to kind of run the newscast. I'm running everything by myself here. Hey, Drew, yeah, we got you.
Hey, awesome. Socrates and I changed gears for a little bit. We're going to catch up with AWS later this afternoon. But Socrates wanted to come with me to the startup pavilion here, if you can see that. There's some smaller companies that we kind of wanted to walk around and introduce ourselves to and highlight. So I'm going to turn Socrates' mic on, and we're going to see who we can chat with and what cool technology is being developed over here in the startup pavilion.
Socrates becoming a field reporter. I gotta love this.
Hello.
Hey, Socrates. I know you were excited about this startup pavilion in particular.
Megan, I can't hear you right now, which is kind of weird. Your audio keeps
Megan, try to get your mic closer, or see if your mic is.
I think we need to refresh a couple things, but yeah, we're going to meet with a company, a few different companies in the startup pavilion. One of them is for content creators specifically for reputation defense, and so we'll go through and just kind of talk through, what that potentially looks like. Actually, we'll go somewhere else because they're meeting with another person. So we're gonna talk about PostUp instead, and just kind of go through what PostUp is and what it does and what it can do for you. So who am I talking to, and tell me your position at this company?
Yep, Jeremy Bircher, CEO and founder of PostUp.
Cool. So post-production obviously is really important, and with things like AI and the AI boom, post-production still hasn't necessarily innovated a ton within the space. And so just kind of briefly, for those that don't know about what PostUp does, walk us through a little bit about what you guys are doing, a little bit about your background, and kind of what problem you're trying to solve for consumers.
We always talk about post-production. It's almost like everything that happens after the camera turns off, right? You're still realizing the creative part of the storytelling, but hey, you're not able to create any more content. It's more about polishing what you've captured. And to that effect, post-production is it's pretty complex, it's very laborious, and it has not innovated much. What we've done is accelerated the workflow from set into the edit faster than anything you've ever seen before.
Ooh, starting with what?
So dailies and proxies. We've automated that generally for a day's worth of footage, let's say 4 terabytes, a couple hours. You're looking at 8 to 10 hours if you're working with a lab. We're doing that in 8 to 10 minutes. We're using some agentic workflows. We've rebuilt the data layer of really what's hosting the assets, gone down to the DNA level of what it means to render footage, and built our own technology, trained our own models from the ground up so that we can get those kinds of crazy speeds.
So, who are you guys trying to target with a product like this?
Yeah. So I came at this as an editor. I've been in post-production for the better part of 20 years. I was working at Facebook for a while, directly with Mark Zuckerberg as his personal editor for a bit, and those timelines got really fast. Hey, we need this turned around immediately. How can I automate my workflow a little bit as an editor to accelerate that and get back to the creative part of filmmaking? So when it comes to anything as far as our target, if you're a major studio, if you're a documentary filmmaker, independent studio, really, I hate to say it, but anything with a camera, we can get that into the edit faster.
And what brought you into deciding, hey, I have this problem, instead of finding somebody else to solve it, I'm just going to create my own company and figure it out myself?
I tried to find it. We went out there, I'm like, how do I get my footage faster? How do I make sure everything's synced? How do I color faster? Couldn't find much. In fact, the infrastructure, if you will, for an editor usually is a guy in a laptop and a hard drive. Why isn't there solutions that are enterprise grade, really from the creative side, to accelerate that without, for an independent studio, we can't go and build, a $3 million facility, not in the budget. And so what we really looked at is if we could change the speed limit on that side and bring that technology to independent markets, but also building it for studio compliance at that level. That's why we've already worked with Paramount, HBO, Amazon, MGM.
So walk me through an ideal workflow. So, what types of productions do you think that your product is really for? And then walk me through ideal production, from start to finish to using the PostUp.
So at the end of the day, episodics, particularly for major studios, independents, that's been our sweet spot. Strictly because the more footage you're processing, the more time we can save you. If you have a 120-day shoot versus a 30-day shoot, because we're doing things that much more efficiently, it compounds and multiplies not only the resources, the creative energy on set. Hey, then you can dedicate that time and money to other places. Episodics are great for that. I can tell you all about it, or I can just show you as well.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's show us.
Very cool. So on our demo here, we have a bunch of R3D raw 4K footage, just about 80 gigs worth.
So this is from R3D is from Red cameras.
Yes,
so
indeed.
Cinema cameras, huge files.
Yes, indeed. This was shot on the Komodo Dragon, 2-to-1 compression if you're interested, full 4K. But this is the raw raws, as well as the audio files. We have all the WAV files there. And what we're going to do is today, right here, right now, process this faster than I can make you a cappuccino. That's why the cappuccino machine is here. So if I go and pick some settings, in fact, let's make this fun. You go ahead and choose a LUT here out of the list.
Ooh, I'm more of a warm let's do natural film. Actually, no, sorry, warm punch instead.
Warm punch. So then we're going to build a watermark. In the top left, we could have the scene and take information, the real name, time code. You get to design the dailies watermark right here.
And for those that don't know what watermarking is, briefly explain that.
So at the end of the day, the clips that we're putting up onto a dailies viewer, you want the studio to review those, you want the producer to review those, and they need to know what that footage was. What take was that? What's the time code of that shot? We're really organizing and watermarking it so that there's a direct visual representation of what was there on set.
Cool.
Perfect. So to make it more fun, choose a watermark in the center of the frame that will burn in. It's not an overlay. People always ask, oh, wait, that's just an overlay. No, we're burning it into the footage.
Let's do a TVU. T as in Tom, V as in Victor, U as in umbrella.
TVU. So I save and close that. Now keep in mind, we are just running this locally on a Mac Mini. We have the footage that we loaded with the sound files. Select that, hit process, and what's happening fully automated, we're syncing the sound based on time code, doing a waveform check on time code. We have an agentic time code checker then that makes sure that actually happened correctly. We're then colorizing the footage with the LUT you just selected. And we're taking all the metadata from the camera, from the sound report, the camera report, the DIT report, aggregating that and creating that dailies burn-in. From there, we actually create an Avid timeline or Premiere XML for that. And then we're going to render this out 720p H.264 for the dailies. And for the proxy media, we're going to have 1080p ProRes 422.
So when you're dealing with episodic content, obviously, like security tends to be top of mind, especially for large companies that you mentioned by name. What security measures, if any, are kind of built in, or things that you guys are thinking about when it comes to making sure that things don't get leaked or things like that?
You just said it yourself. You got to be security compliant if you're going to be working with major studios. With the studios we're working with, we've gone through those security audits. We know what's involved. To that effect, we've always passed those. Amazon MGM, we're Tier 2 certified. Any of those, this is fully compliant with. But you can also use this on-prem or in the cloud. You could use this in your own system in the edit bay, etc. So this Mac Mini that we're accelerating is going from what would usually be 50 frames a second. We're pushing that to 320 frames a second. This is just a normal M3 off-the-shelf Mac Mini.
And are these proxy files that we're working with?
Well, since they're done already, let's see here. We'll go over to the viewer. Here's the dailies. So there they are. I don't know if you can hear, the sound is synced. It's colorized with that LUT. Certainly doesn't look like R3D raw. And those are all rendered out as H.264 720p files.
And these dailies would go to whom? Who would be the audience for those that would actually watch these dailies?
Great question. It could go to the studio exec, the director, the producer. Maybe it goes to the DP so they can check how the color worked out. Maybe it's even going to your art department. They want to see what did yesterday's footage turn out like. To that effect, that's the dailies. The proxies are headed straight to the editor. Now we can push these via your file transfer of choice. We can deliver them on a shuttle drive. That's where we really do take any workflow. We're workflow agnostic, and we're going to accelerate it.
Why is it important to burn in things like LUTs, especially when you're sending out dailies?
So the LUT really shows you the creative intention behind the shot. You'll see on the editorial proxies we have not colored these. If the editor didn't want that or wants to play with it themselves, they have that freedom. But the LUT, look at that shot, right? A little bit washed out. It's raw. It's R3D. We don't have that call it the creative side of the color. But then you apply the LUT. Okay, everything snaps into reality, so to speak. We reflect that the creative decisions that the DP, that the director decided on. We want to show those in the film.
And what's your most exciting thing that you're proud of from your product?
Yeah.
That you love to talk about?
For me personally, I see AI as another tool. But we have so much in this industry that is trying to just take over the entire filmmaking process. What if we took the power of AI and gave it to the filmmaker as a tool to use themselves? And that's really what we see as the nexus of creativity and the technical side. How can we automate the technical so that you can become more creative, have more time to be creative? That's really what drives us as filmmakers, I would say, is to share our stories and tell the stories of others. If we can automate the technical part of that, use AI as a friendly tool with us, but keep the filmmaker in the driver's seat, it supercharges any workflow.
Walk us through kind of where you are as a startup and like where you would love to be, in the future.
So we've been working on this for the better part of just about 2.5 years. The first year we had an alpha program. We did about 60 productions, a couple hundred, almost 1,000 hours of footage that we processed through this. Started training our models, getting the platform ready. But the platform itself, we're debuting here at NAB. This is day 3 of the beta program being out and live. Beta has just been released. I'd say next year you'll be looking towards really the full suite of tools that we have on our product roadmap.
Awesome. And how's the response been so far?
When people see a half hour of raw footage come out faster than they can a cappuccino, that raises some eyebrows.
Awesome. Anything else that you kind of want to highlight or talk through that I haven't asked?
I think it's, at the end of the day, how can we empower filmmakers in the storytelling process so that we really get more of the stories that deserve to be told out in the world? Having been in the trenches as an editor myself, I'm looking forward to a day where I can just create a story without having to get bogged down with those technical bottlenecks, right? Or frankly, the budgets. We don't see budgets going up. We see them going down. We're all being asked to do a lot more with a lot less. So how do we empower the creatives behind those stories to make sure that, hey, this industry is thriving, not just surviving?
It's a really good point because oftentimes, they're doing more with less, which ultimately means more responsibilities that rely on that, editor who maybe did, a few things. Editing is quite intensive, but maybe had a few responsibilities, has now expanded. What are you hoping this does for those individuals?
For me, it injects the creative process, the part that's fun. None of us got into this because we wanted desk jobs. We got into it because we're passionate about storytelling. We're passionate about filmmaking. How do we make this how do we get more of that in our workflows? To that effect, I feel like we're right on the precipice of a new era of filmmaking, and it's tools like ours that I feel like will bring the industry into that next chapter.
Cool. All right, man. Well, thanks for your time. We
Absolutely.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, cool, man. Thanks.
Awesome.
Appreciate it.
Drew, and
all right,
I think
Megan, I can't
Socrates
hear
is
you, but
having-
we're going to go over. Drew, can you hear her? All right, cool. So we're flying a little bit blind, but that's just because our audio got messed up. So we're going to Rotomaker AI, who's just going to kind of talk a little bit about their product and kind of what they do. Again, we're kind of more so on reputation defense, and so when you hear reputation defense, what does that actually mean, and what's your product? Let's start with your name and introduce yourselves and kind of what your company does.
Yeah, I'm Sarah McGrail. I'm a longtime VFX producer, and I've worked with Mata for many years. And working together at Rotomaker, we're doing a range of services that are really powered by assistive AI as well as generative AI. There's tools that come from deep knowledge in visual effects and the ability to do a range of things, including reputation defense, which is very top of mind for all sorts of folks, whether if you're in the public eye. A lot of people are influencers, and they also want to be able to protect what their reputation is online. So we can offer a lot of services. I'll turn it over to our president and founder.
Yeah, Mata, walk with your first. Introduce yourself and.
Mike, this is Madhav or Mike. I've been working for Hollywood for so long, almost 30 years now. We are a VFX company, Rotomaker. We do a lot of projects for many VFX studios, back-end support. We're doing rotoscopy, paint, wire removal, and all kind of support. We do them. And now at NAB, we have a stall and we are very excited. There's so much crowd coming. We're getting great response at NAB because our uniqueness is your content creation. We can do content videos in advertising. We can do storyboard pitching. We can do pitch decks for producers, and we can make entire movie in AI with a short budget and short films. And so much we have, and we are getting good response on that. And AI reputation is something you have any reputation, bad reputation, something on the websites, Google or any kind of website, any total websites, we can go and remove that. And any videos you release a movie and they're playing in some other websites, we can go and remove them. So we can help you in any kind of bad reputation avoiding and online.
So Hollywood traditionally has been a little bit slower to adopt, AI tools, and there's a lot of careful consideration. It seems like you guys jumped in head first and just started innovating right away. What kind of motivated you personally to get involved in this and to start getting these features into the hands of creators?
So more for advertising, it is working out for especially TikTok, Instagram, social media. A lot of people using these ads. We can make ad between $3,000 to $5,000 per minute. We want to go and shoot it. It's going to cost $50,000 to $60,000. So TikTok videos, they want to see everyday new video. It's working out for them. The manufacturer, brands, products, they want every product to be, videographed because they want to send to the stores, all the stores or all the clients. So it's really working out. Whereas Hollywood studios are not interested in using AI, but fine. But they're using this as a previous, like a storyboard. Before you need to do storyboard, you need to draw something or take some images from different footage and make a show reel. Now they're using for a previous, which won't be released in the broadcast. That will help to go and pitch for the directors, producers, studios, and that is helping a lot.
So it looks like we do have a little bit of a show reel. Drew, if you want to move on this side so that I can hold the mic. Let's play a little bit of it and walk us through what we're looking at and how you're.
Show reel, this kind of advertisements we have done in AI completely. See the car model. So this will help for them to, when they go for shoot, what exactly they have to shoot, what is the lighting they have to use, what is the edit they have to do, what are the graphics they have to do. This will cost, up to 20 to 30% because before going, like pre-planning for shooting. So this is all these ads we have done. This is we have done to showcase. It's not for the client, but we did for internally to show what kind of we can do that. Yeah.
So we talked a little bit about Hollywood. We've talked a little bit about TikTok. Who's kind of your ideal customer use case? Like who's the people that you would love to see using this, on a regular basis?
Yeah, any production companies would be good. Any brands, manufacturing who wants to create, any corporate companies, they want to make a corporate video about their business or the business. Every customer needs video content. Every customer needs a marketing to sell their product, their services, everything. So every customer is important for us.
What kind of motivated you to how long have you guys been at it? And, what are you hoping to kind of demonstrate at this show today?
This show at NAB is a great show. Many people from, I think, more than 200 countries, people have come from media industry, and especially they're all the technical people, experts. And we are the only one booth who have this video content creation here. So we got a great response here. And the motivation is that, people are excited what we are doing, and they're giving a positive response, and that keeps encouraging more. And we have done more than 150 ad films so far. We started 1 year back, done 150 ad shows, and we have done 3 feature film full length for the Asian market and some of the Middle East market.
What excites you the most about how your product is being received, and where do you hope this kind of leads for you guys?
We are excited because this is content creation. If you want to have a plan, somebody has a story, somebody had a good content. Now it's not. You don't need to wait anymore. You can, with a less effective price, you can do your content and you can pitch it or you can show it in YouTube or TV channel, Instagram, and you can show your creativity. This helps for a lot of people to bring out their creativity, their imagination, their the dreams to make a movie or make a content has become so easy life now.
Oftentimes, especially with movies, to get anybody can have an idea, but to be able to execute that idea has traditionally been extremely hard. What do you think your service does to kind of open that up to really anybody?
Yeah, we do a great help for the people who have idea or a story or a concept, and if they reach us, we build entire thing and make them visually their presentation without shooting, lighting, camera, anything, without very inexpensive way we can fulfill their dream and make it live. Yeah.
If somebody's watching this and what's one thing, if they don't remember any of the stuff we talked about, what's one thing that you really want them to take away from your product?
So I would suggest that you should visit rotomaker.ai website and understand our company. They should feel that, one thing is that if they have an idea, something, they want to make a movie, they have a dream, something, or they want to promote the business, they want to market the business, they want to improve the sales. We have seen so many, brands and businesses we build and their sales have increased into 10x, 5x after putting and making these ads in social media. Restaurants, we have seen they do a lot of ads and they put in social media, the sales has increased. If they want to grow the business or if they want to make their dream fulfilled, they can reach us and we can help them.
And it sounds like you have such a wide range. I mean, you talked about rotoscoping and then full movie creation. Talk a little bit about the range and why you felt it was really important to have those features natively and built into your platform.
The reason is that we understood there's so much coming up in AI. Every week you see so many softwares. But AI is something like a camera. You release a camera, everybody cannot shoot good at a camera. The people behind the camera, like a cinematographer, a good have knowledge, can do a better a photography or a video. The same thing AI also. Even though AI is released everywhere, you can't go and prompt anything. So especially we take a movie, we have 10 people working on back end. The cinematographer, director, actor and art director, all these people sit and jot out the ideas, then we go for prompting. That's why it looks a professional cinematic way. And I think this is something which people we need to understand. Even though AI comes, you can't go and make a movie easily. You need a big solid back-end team. It's end of the time it goes to the creative companies. All the creative companies are still, even though this AI come, it doesn't lose the business. It's going to expand, but volume of content is going to grow.
Even from a marketing standpoint, in order for any group or organization to historically have success, the teams that need to be created, oftentimes were huge.
Yeah.
Do you think that that's changed do you think that's changed by introducing a product like yours?
Yes, it's a change. It's changed, especially in Europe and I would say in Asia and Middle East market. A lot of people now they're using AI in the movies as well and something. And we have done, a pipeline where it's not online AI with the machine learning. We are helping a lot of VFX facilities, back-end rotoscopy, paint, wire removal, match move. In doing machine learning, we are saving 50% of the time. And for the content here, Hollywood is slowly adapting it, but they're not receiving on live, but they're using it as a back-end, like in the production pipeline, workflow, or previous, this kind of thing. This change definitely is helping so much. Yeah.
Anything else that you wanted to add or highlight that I haven't asked you today?
Yeah, I think thank you for interviewing us. We're very happy and we like this NAB. It's a 4 days event we are having and we got great response. I think we are a lot of people appreciate our stall and the creativity what we are doing, and we got at least more than 15 solid projects during these things.
All right, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. Thank you so much.
And Drew,
guys.
I'm hoping that you guys can.
Yeah.
Me now.
I'll we're gonna close this out and then I'll come back and then I'll let you guys
hey Megan,
know. Cool.
we can hear you. Okay.
Awesome.
I can't still.
Oh, Socrates, you miss out, but I really appreciate you guys kind of showing us around that startup. Drew, since you can hear me, why don't you ask Socrates, what he's kind of seeing from these startup companies? I mean, these are not your mom and pop startups anymore. These are, really high tech innovations.
Yeah, no, I mean, the Startup Pavilion, if Drew wants to pan up to the Startup Pavilion at the NAB show, the whole point of this is people that may not have the opportunity to get space and to get in front of industry people, they can come here and get the opportunity to get in front of people that they wouldn't have had the opportunity to in the past. And so this is just a few of the companies that we highlighted, but there's obviously quite a few of them here. And so I always like every year to come to the Startup Pavilion just to kind of see what's up and coming. What you find from a lot of these organizations and from a lot of these companies is there's not a whole lot of overhead, meaning the CEO is also doing the front end, the back end, the customer service, the sales, and there's a ton of innovation that's happening that's going to push the industry forward. And so by being in the Startup Pavilion, usually there's boxes that they've checked as companies to be able to help drive and push this industry forward.
Socrates, I can imagine that means, that a lot of the bigger companies, the vendors, are also kind of stopping by to see, is there something over there that I didn't think about that maybe we could even use? And I'm wondering if you, not to date you a little bit, but you've been to several of these NABs. Is there something that you've seen that's kind of gone from that startup pavilion and ended up in one of these main halls?
Oh, dude, that's a good question, and I would need to think about that more, but I'm pretty sure there's some sort of company that existed that has started out with this. I want to say Frame.io started out with like kind of a similar story where they started in the startup event. I could be wrong, but I could have sworn. And obviously, for those of you guys that have been around for a while, you know that Frame.io got acquired by Adobe within the last, I think, 2 to 3 years. And so that's just one organization. You see that Drew's panning over to Framer AI, which is another company who does short form video in a more automated way. Obviously, there's other groups and companies that exist like that, like Opus Clip and others. But yeah, no, I think like this is obviously like the coolest thing that anybody could see is somebody that starts up at the startup pavilion, and then within a few years they have some of the largest booths here at NAB, and become some of the largest live post-production or production organizations in across the globe.
It's funny that you mentioned Frame.io, Socrates, because I'm hoping to have Drew head over there. I know he talked to Adobe a little bit earlier today, so I'm hoping to have him head over there in just a little bit. So we'll be able to fact check you right there, right on the spot. But what a fun experience it is to just kind of see, it's a simple setup. It's not, here like we have this big production booth, this big production kind of studio here at TVU, but this is just a couple of people, some chairs, a little desk, and a computer, and a lot of innovation.
Yeah, I think the cool thing is no matter like how big or small you are, I think everyone within their niche is trying to find new ways to make things better. I think one of the guys from the post-production company said it like greatly. He's like, this industry isn't expanding. It's getting smaller, and you're required to do more with less. And I think that sentiment can be felt, across the industry. And I think, specifically to the startup pavilion, it's like these companies probably see that same pinch and are trying to find innovative and different ways that I think the industry hasn't even accepted yet, to come out with these products that hopefully in the future people can embrace and use.
What do you think, guys? You want to stay there, because we do have a couple of requests that I want to make sure that I'm addressing. So Aaron asked once again about the VizRT. Aaron, I am going to get Drew over to that North Hall, I think, here really shortly. That's where VizRT is, and some of the other post-production that we want to show. So I'm gonna send Drew over there really quickly. We also got another request, but I'm gonna try to give you a little bit of a time idea of when we're going. It's somebody wrote, we'd love to see Lalo Technology, especially their new product, the Edge. I don't know much about this, but what I do know is where their booth is located, and it's in the Central Hall. Drew has his walking shoes on today, so we're actually planning on sending him over back to the Central Hall this afternoon, because he has a partner that we're going to be stopping by. But I'm going to make sure that we make it a priority to stop by Lao as well. From what the website says here on NAB, it says it's a global technology partner with a long history of delivering innovative solutions for live media production workflows. So we're really try to make sure that we make that a priority, see what the edges that they're talking about, and go from there. I'll let you guys keep wandering around, seeing what else y'all find. Feel free to flag me anytime you guys have anything.
Hey, Megan.
Socrates. Go ahead.
We should, I forget who made the comment, but the dude that is talking about VizRT. So if he has any questions or he wants us to highlight something specifically related to VizRT, let's have him drop it in the comment, and then same thing with the other dude. And then when Drew goes over there, we have a focus and we can get everyone what they need. But I'm going to hand the mic back off to Drew. We're going to kind of walk back. I'm going to walk back to the booth, and then Drew will take over from here. But Megan, it's been real and it's been fun. I'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Socrates. Get back over here and keep doing those demos. Awesome. We also had a couple other comments, one from Marcos, and this one was a little bit ago, but I want to just make sure that I address it. Marcos was asking about the SIM carrier switching during live transmission when network conditions change between carriers or coverage areas. Socrates and I spent quite a bit of time talking about that. We have a company that TVU partners with called Geniox, and he had some questions about that, so he said that's exactly what he wanted to know, that he's been using TVU as a solution here in, here's a plug, Brazil. We had Mateus on here kind of talking about TVU's huge reach and how it's kind of expanding into Latin America and into Europe and really kind of the breadth of everything that it is. So I am very excited that you're watching us, Marcos, from Brazil, and that you use a lot of TVU solutions there. He also told me to say hi to Eduardo, so I'm going to see if I can find him around here and make sure that I pass on that message. Aaron, thank you so much for getting to me so quickly. Aaron is watching. I know you've been watching for a long time, so it's really awesome to have somebody sticking around with me for as long as I'm sticking around on this booth. VizRT AI Keyer, yes, that is the thing that I'm most interested in. So I'm glad that we're on the same page, Aaron, for what we should be going over there and seeing. VizRT's got some really cool stuff going on, and I know that's something that's, I heard, I haven't been out of this booth much, I'm going to be honest with you, obviously, because I've been live streaming here for a few days now. But I heard that they've got a demo going on of that AI Keyer, Aaron, and I really want to get over there and kind of see it for myself. For people that haven't been sticking around and don't necessarily know what Aaron and I are talking about when we're saying this AI Keyer, it is this program that eliminates the need for green screens entirely. It uses machine learning to separate talent from any background, indoors, outdoors, anywhere. No chroma key setup, no specialist lighting is kind of what their big announcement, their big NAB drop was. And so I heard that they have a demonstration for that going on. Something else that they launched that I think is what Aaron's next comment was, is he says that their video system, I think you're talking about this Viz 1 8.1 that's powered with AI. It's a media asset manager. If I'm wrong about that, forgive me, Aaron, but I'll make sure that we ask about their video system as well. VizRT is actually a TVU media mesh partner, so we've got some cool stuff going on with them as well. If you're super interested in VizRT, we were supposed to have them yesterday, so there might be a little bit of video from that. But we had Behind the Broadcast on here. They were supposed to go over and talk with that. So you can also kind of check out Behind the Broadcast if you know anything about them. They're a company that kind of takes you behind the scenes and shows you a lot of video production, but they were speaking with them around 4 o'clock yesterday, according to my schedule anyway. So you could also kind of check out Behind the Broadcast. They have all the technical expertise, technical know-how, and they were with them. Let's go ahead and take a quick break. We're going to reset. I'm going to send Drew to that North Hall. We're going to see if we can see some of this cool post-production stuff. I'm going to try to get him over to that demo for VizRT. But here's a quick video from TVU to show you what TVU can do for you. And when we come back, we'll reset. See.
Today we're here at Radio Row here in San Francisco.
We'll be accountable.
And I've heard a lot. If you've been in the Super Bowl Radio Row, you can understand how chaotic and fun it is.
Connectivity is always a challenge in an event like this. You get this many people into a room in a small space. Connectivity can be a challenge.
It's crazy out here. Well, TVU's been a lifesaver today with all the backpacks and the Wi-Fi here and everything. There's a lot of cameras and people here, so Wi-Fi's a little suspect. So having the backpack has been great.
We'll see you tonight at Nightcap Live. Thank you guys again.
Things went smoothly. Everything went great. No lags, no delays. TVU did its job. 5 hours of streaming today. We're done. Now we're about to break down, head over to the theater, and live stream some more. Today we're here at Radio Row here in San Francisco.
We'll be accountable. And I've heard a lot.
If you've been in the Super Bowl Radio Row, you can understand how chaotic and fun it is.
Connectivity is always a challenge in an event like this. You get this many people into a room in a small space. Connectivity can be a challenge.
It's crazy out here. Well, TVU's been a lifesaver today with all the backpacks and the Wi-Fi here and everything. There's a lot of cameras and people here, so Wi-Fi's a little suspect. So having the backpack has been great.
We'll see you tonight at Nightcap Live. Thank you guys again.
Things went smoothly. Everything went great. No lags, no delays. TVU did its job. 5 hours of streaming today. We're done. Now we're about to break down, head over to the theater, and live stream some more.
I can run it real quick. Honestly, that's probably what they want to do. I can run one.
We can ask
Nice job. What was the? How come we couldn't hear you? Was something muted? That.
Party line muted.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why.
Was that okay?
Maybe.
Huh?
You should just do this. I'm sure you'd have more fun doing this than doing what you're doing.
100%.
No, you like saved my buns. I was like, I'm running out of things to say. My voice is going hoarse. Like, here we are. I'm trying to figure out, like, somebody like asked for that like trailer at Roadcat, and I don't know when they are talking about.
A what?
They said, can we see the trailer at Roadcat? I don't see any exhibitors with that name. I know that there's a company called Roadcat, but I don't know what they're talking about.
Interesting.
So I'm gonna maybe ask them for more directions.
Yeah, yeah.
Here we are. All right. Welcome back to NAB 2026 conference. I'm Megan Lopez, and I sure hope you could hear me over that music because it is blaring in my ears, but it's off now. So thank you so much for joining us. I'm Megan Lopez. I'm here in the TVU Today live booth, and we have been live streaming all day, really kind of showing you some of the latest and greatest technology that's happening here at NAB, including here in the TVU booth. I am so grateful for everybody that's been sticking around with us as we make our way around the NAB halls. We've got so much going on and so many places that we want to go. Aaron, I've got a huge update for you. Drew is making his way over to that North Hall so that we can go to VisRT first. So please don't leave. We're going to VisRT. I also got a comment from Maya asking if she could see the trailer at Roadcat. Maya, I need a little bit more clarification. I know I found the company's website, but I did not find them on the exhibitor list. So if you can help me out a little bit, maybe tell us where to go if you have that kind of handy. If you see their booth number, I can see if I can schedule Drew to get over there. So let me know, please, where it is, a little bit more information, and more specifically, Maya, I also want to know what you want to see, what questions you have for them, and we're going to see if we can pop over there for you. Same thing, we're going to try to head over to Lao here in just a second. Well, no, I shouldn't say that, not in just a second, after VisRT and a couple other little things. But Dry Tech, if there's something in specific you want asked about the Edge, you said you're really excited to see that product. I want to know what your questions are. Let me kind of be your telephone or your communication, your in-between. So let me know what specifically about the Edge you're curious about, and I'll see what I can answer for you. All right, let's take a look here at our booth. While we're waiting for Drew to make his way over, I was informed by Drew, luckily, that the North Hall is not too far from where we are. We're in the West Hall. I'm in booth W1717. If you happen to be here at NAB, you have not made your way over to the TVU booth, you should definitely do that. And if you do and you're watching, come say hi to me, because I am sitting in this little fishbowl by myself, and I definitely want to see you, hear from you. But we had such an amazing kind of turnout so far. Aaron says he wants to know what's the cost of the TVU system. You're going to have to be more specific because there's a lot of different TVU systems that we have to offer. We had Socrates on a little bit earlier, Aaron, and he was kind of talking about the compatibility of something like this. So this could be there's a TVU Go app that's, if you're somebody that's a content creator, that thing is $29 a month, but you could test it out for free for the first 3 days, and that's going to be something that you can stream seamlessly, and you can use the front and the back of your camera. There's a whole bunch of really cool features with it that Socrates talked about ad nauseum. So if you want to learn a little bit more about that, you can kind of scroll back through this broadcast, but also go onto your app store and use that. If you're looking for something a little bit more high tech, something more broadcast quality, I'm going to have to get one of my wonderful TVU representatives to come in to answer those questions. You said the starter upset. So are you doing content creation, I'm wondering? I'm going to let you answer that, and while I do, I'm going to tell you guys a little bit more about this producer set that I've got going on, and this is something that we had Mateus on here doing. But basically, I'm running my own show. I'm running my own cameras. I'm running my own CGs. I'm doing my own audio mixing, running my own breaks. I mean, it is me and only me, and it's a fun time. It's easy to learn, and so yeah, it's been a great time. Aaron says I actually have Jessica here. She's a vice president of marketing, and she's just sitting down. Let's get her microphone turned on, and she, I'm sure, can help me answer a few of these questions. Jessica, welcome back.
Thank you, Megan.
So yeah, Aaron, who's been sticking around with us loyally, he's waiting to see that VizRT booth that we've got Drew going over to right now. But he was kind of asking about the cost of a TVU system, the starter up set. I asked him if he's a content creator. He said yes. I was telling a little bit about that TVU Go app. And so, kind of walk us through, the cost, the affordability of something like this for somebody that's interested.
Yeah, I mean, TVU Go is really, it's our first consumer product. It's kind of going to be an entry point into the TVU ecosystem. That's really meant for a live stream. It's the basic creator. It's a streamer who's serious about their craft, but is just starting out. It's a mobile streamer. The TVU ecosystem is, we start with connectivity, so we have a few different models, and pricing really depends on what model that you select. Our top tier model, the TM1100, has become known virally online as the $30,000 pack. I think it actually is around $26,000, and then you need a receiver and data, so that's kind of where we get around that price point. And then our cloud production system is based on usage, tokens maybe. I'm just in marketing, so I'm not in sales, I'm sorry. But the cool thing is too, if you have a live production, if you're not doing a ton of these, we do offer rentals, so you can try this system. And we have a number of people doing that, and they're using it in really innovative ways.
And, I think that, something that you and I have talked about, something that Socrates talked about is about, for somebody like Aaron, who is a content creator, kind of meeting them where they're at. Obviously, you're going to have a little bit more success if you're staying within the TVU ecosystem. But, we're using a bird dog camera. We've got, I think the point of this kind of setup is that we've got, 3 different types of cameras that are set up with this, and you can even use your iPhone. So, you could really use what you have. You don't have to go out and buy a bunch of stuff.
Yep, that's so true. And for our production here, we are running 4 cameras, I believe. There are 2 on the desk. There is one in the corner that is highlighting our entire booth, and then we have Drew, our field producer, who's been walking around with a pack, and the pack has been super reliable, which we expected, but we have even taken it 40 feet below ground in the Tesla tunnel, and he's done that a few times, and it's been rock solid.
Yeah, I know that was something that we were sitting here like wondering, just because whenever you're in a concrete tunnel, you really don't know how stuff is going to work.
Yeah, elevators, like all of that stuff is tricky. If you've ever been on a phone and you've gone into an elevator and you lose signal, that's the kind of thing you run into. And with our technology, we're doing signal aggregation, so we are bonding up to 4 signals at one time into a super strong, resilient signal, and you will stay live.
And it was a really fun experience in that Tesla tunnel. I mean, it's a tight tunnel. It's, like you said, it's a lot of concrete that's around you, 40 feet under the ground at the deepest point. And, it's also moving quickly.
Yeah, that's right.
I didn't see any glitches, and I'm not just saying that as somebody that's sitting here in the TVU booth. I'm saying that as somebody that's a viewer. I was expecting something to happen, and it was great.
Yeah, it's actually been a great use case this week, a proof point, if you will.
Sure. So hopefully, Aaron, we answered your question. We're going to continue to send Drew over there. All right. Just day 3.
Yes.
Here we are.
We're looking a little tired. We are.
Yeah, we got our coffees, our walking shoes.
Need another one.
I want to get your kind of perception of just the crowds, the busyness, the interest. This is the first time that TVU has done something, like this with this live demonstration. Yeah. How's it been received?
This concept was really the brainchild of our CEO. He really wanted to create something for people that couldn't attend the show. So we thought, well, we could produce a TV show, essentially, that's covering all of NAB, that's letting people who are home, get a feel for the show, kind of see the highlights, hear about industry trends and announcements, and I think it's been really well received. We actually found a picture of Megan this morning in the NAB Daily. The show has covered it. And I think we'll be doing this again because it's been really successful.
Well, the thing that I love about it, and you said it so eloquently the first day, was that, this is something that we can show off TVU's products, but it's not, it's not about TV.
It's not
this
the
is
TVU
about
show. Yeah, and one interesting thing, I don't think that they've released actual statistics yet, but it definitely feels like attendance is down. I think I did read that it was maybe like 38% lower this year, and I'm sure there's a number of reasons for that, some of which are out of everyone's control. It's gas prices, it's fuel prices for airlines, so travel is down. It's conflict overseas. Maybe we're getting less international visitors at the show this year. So it's been a nice thing to give back.
Well, and it's crazy that you say that because it certainly doesn't feel like that. You sent me a picture yesterday, actually, of the back of my head, which normally I don't advocate for because I can never guarantee the back of my head and the hair.
I get
it's usually
that.
chaos. But, it's like being in a fishbowl a little bit. There's just so many people around. So it's like, even though the attendance might be down, it doesn't feel like that. It's busy.
It's definitely busy. There's a lot of foot traffic. But if you've been coming to this show for a long time, you do remember the peak years where it was like over 100,000 attendees. But I think that I'm not sure that that's really rebounded post-COVID.
Yeah, I think you kind of hit the nail on the head with all the different factors that are going in. That's not to mention the fact that newsrooms are facing tight budgets, so they're wondering, do we send somebody this year? Do we wait until next year? And it's interesting because things are just changing. The technology is changing, and developing so quickly. It kind of feels like if you come one year, you're never going to see that again.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But that's what's so brilliant about our system too, because it's so simple, it's so easy to set up. It really enables, production of any size. We have a remote production system we can deploy as well. So stuff like that helps to mitigate the costs of travel and production, especially in this day and age.
Well, I know you've been wandering around this booth, answering questions. Is there, a particular person or moment or even guest that we've had? I can't expect you to have been watching all however many hours of our live stream, but is there anything that really has kind of stuck out for you?
Ooh, good question. I mean, I loved having Anthony of Unlimited IRL on yesterday. He is actually a cameraman for iShowSpeed's tour, and he's about to go back out with him. They just announced, I think yesterday, that the next iShowSpeed tour will be the Caribbean. So that's pretty cool. They just came off of Africa, which we helped support. He did such innovative things on that tour. Like he was the first person to live stream from the Egyptian pyramids.
Wow.
Yeah. So, it's very cool. The amount of exposure and kind of fandom that we gained from that tour out of Africa was like insane. Like so much user-generated content, like people wanting to create their own TikToks, Instagrams about TVU and speed and how they're integrating the technology. Like our technology really became it took on a life of its own within the social platforms.
You mentioned yesterday that the backpack has kind of gotten like a following of its own. It's gone viral.
It does. It's one of the coolest things I've ever seen. Like as a marketer, and I've been in this industry for almost 20 years, it's very rare that you see a B2B product transcend into the consumer space, and that's what this has done. And it's been a really fun ride. We're getting to do some very cool projects with this, and I hope it keeps going and growing because it is super fun to work on.
You talked about Unlimited IRL, and I know that they've got a partnership with TVU, and I feel like a lot of the reasons that things are going so viral these days is obviously going to be because of the content creators and kind of like, I think a lot of people want people, not just broadcasters, but content creators to kind of peel back the curtain so they can see, how are you doing that and how are you making that work? And there's really, this appeal to understanding and maybe it's even just like a selfish, like, I wonder if I could do that. I wonder if that's something I could do.
I think you're right, and we've thought about that too, and that was one of the drivers behind releasing TVU Go, is we really wanted to create a product that was for, the aspirational streamer, the person who's taking it seriously and wants to grow and maybe has a bit of a following already, but isn't massive yet. And we hope that when they do grow into that media personality that they're aspiring to become, they stay with TVU.
And it looks like Drew has, I'm watching my cameras here, it looks like Drew's made it to, oh my goodness, he's pointing at it, he sees it. Aaron, I hope you're applauding wherever you are. We are at that BizRT booth.
Here. I'm probably out of breath. I hustled here, so I was trying to speed walk so much for Aaron. People were
you did great.
Giving me weird looks.
We'll give you a second to catch your breath. I'm going to keep your shot for just a second, Drew. But what we're really specifically interested in, and what Aaron is specifically interested in, Drew, is two things. So just keep these in your mind while you're walking around that booth. We want to see the BizRT AI keyer, which is the thing that I've been talking about. I think I was even talking about it with you in the Uber this morning, Drew. But the other thing that we want to see in specific is their video system. So keep that in mind when you're showing off this and when you're asking questions. I'm going to pop some questions your way. I'm sure Aaron is going to pop some questions in there when he's watching too. So please let us know. We're going to bring it back quickly while Drew is getting his shot set up, while he's trying to figure out who to talk to. I'm going to bring it back to the TVU booth here. We're in the West Hall. Drew's in the North Hall. But again, you can see those crowds moving through. I wish if you weren't here yesterday that you could have seen and felt how busy it was and how popular our happy hour was. We had some wine and some beer and some pretzels and a few spills from some TVU employees nonetheless.
There always is.
Luckily they were not around my production studio, otherwise I would have been very mad.
Very true.
But yeah, it was a very full event. A lot of people coming in that maybe wouldn't have stopped by or didn't have an appointment, that just wanted to kind of mingle a little bit, meet some of these wonderful TVU people. Looks like Drew is walking around a little bit more, so I'm gonna. He's in. Bear with us. This is what the behind the scenes looks like. But Drew's walking around. He's finding the people to talk to. He's in the North Hall, so. Super hoping that we can get to him. It looks like he's talking to the booth now. So we're going to come back out here, Jessica, while we're waiting for that BizRT hopefully demo. But let's check in with our comments. We're all caught up there. Again, if there's anything that you guys want to see, please let us know. Let's reset and tell you guys where we're at. We are at the West Hall, booth 1717. If you want to stop by, get a demonstration and kind of see, how this producer system behind me is working. If you're wondering what that television is, why you're seeing me kind of perpetually, that's because this is whenever I'm looking down, whenever I'm looking at my computer, this is what I'm seeing. So you're seeing what I'm seeing, and you're seeing how I'm controlling the system. So here I have my interface where I can kind of see all the different videos. I'm watching Drew down in the kind of middle. It might be a little bit hard to see, but this middle bottom kind of part, that's Drew's camera. So I just look down at my periphery every once in a while and kind of see what he's doing. And that's when I kind of to figure out if I want to talk to him or not, or if I'm tired of his voice. But I'm controlling everything here. I've got a few cameras here set up with me. The first camera is obviously me. Yeah, that's going to be my main camera. That's my bird dog camera. I've got a guest camera on Jessica right now. We've got a 2-shot, and then we've got this wonderful kind of wide view that I keep taking every once in a while, and periodically kind of showing you some of the crowds that are moving through. That's up in this corner behind me, and I'm controlling all of that by myself. Hey, Drew, I hear your mic unmuted, but I'm assuming you're just kind of still setting up. So I'm going to let you do your thing while I kind of toggle around a little bit more and show off more of this little TVU producer system. This portion right here that you see behind me, this is my audio mixer. So again, I'm doing everything. I'm controlling my cameras. I'm controlling my CGs. There you go. If you want a CG, I'm controlling the brakes. I'm controlling the slate. I'm controlling everything, and it's a very easy to use system. So this is the audio mixer kind of portion of it as I'm walking you through, and then this is a fun section that we have that's called Party Line, and that's really how we're getting our main communications, making sure that Drew, the guest, everybody can hear me, and that I can hear them, and that I can. Very importantly, mute and unmute them when they are needing to talk and say something. But it's all run through through this interface called Party Line. We had Mateus on here a little bit earlier explaining it all. So I'm going to bring myself back on, but again, that's why I'm looking down, is because I'm controlling everything. I see Drew getting set up. Looks like he's with a VizRT representative. I'm going to give him just a couple quick minutes to do that, and we're going to run a quick TVU video, and we'll be...
Let's go! This is the magic. These are the memories. This is what makes this event so special.
It's just wow.
It's so beautiful to see that people...
I'm running for those who can't.
Let's get it, guys. Let's run for those who can't. Come on, let's go.
In the Wings for Life World Run, everybody has the same goal: to raise money for a good cause, inspire others, and more importantly, have fun while doing so.
Let's go! This is the magic. These are the memories. This is what makes this event so special.
It's just wow.
It's so beautiful to see that people...
I'm running for those who can't.
Let's get it, guys. Let's run for those who can't. Come on, let's go.
In the Wings for Life World Run, everybody has the same goal: to raise money for a good cause, inspire others, and more importantly, have fun while doing so.
Let's go! This is the magic. These are the memories. This is what makes this event so special.
It's just wow.
It's so beautiful to see that people...
I'm running for those who can't.
Let's get it, guys. Let's run for those who can't. Come on, let's go.
In the Wings for Life World Run, everybody has the same goal: to raise money for a good cause, inspire others, and more importantly, have fun while doing so.
Let's go! This is the magic. These are the memories. This is what makes this event so special.
It's just wow.
It's so beautiful to see that people...
I'm running for those who can't.
Let's get it, guys. Let's run for those who can't. Come on, let's go.
In the Wings for Life World Run, everybody has the same goal: to raise money for a good cause, inspire others, and more importantly, have fun while doing so.
Let's go! This is...
And we're back. We are back at the 2026 NAB show. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We are at the 2026 NAB show, and we are going to be going live to VizRT's booth in just a moment. Once I figure out how to get this music to stop. Tom, the music won't stop. We already did that a couple times. Okay.
It stopped.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. We are going to cut it to Drew, who is live in the VizRT booth.
Hey, Jessica, you can hear me okay?
Yes, we can, Drew.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm with Chris Black with VizRT. I'm going to let Chris reintroduce himself. Tell me a little bit about what we're about to see.
Right. So my name is Chris Black. I'm the Chief Marketing Officer of VizRT. We're here at the VizRT booth at NAB. I'm going to give you a little bit of a peek at what we're talking about, what the big news here is at NAB for VizRT, and then also what that means for the rest of the live production world. So actually, just behind me, we have a virtual set running. You see Russell standing in the studio. He's walking around there. You can see his reflection, his shadows on the floor and everything, but there's something a little bit different about this. So actually, let's look over here and see what's going on. Russell is not in a green screen environment. He's just standing here in this studio space, but what we're doing is using AI to be able to key Russell and place him in a virtual environment. Now, what does this mean? This means that you are no longer locked to your green screen if you want to be able to add virtual graphics to your live production. You can now have augmented reality graphics, real-time graphics, anywhere. So this could be on a street corner where you're doing a story about elections. You want to show some election data behind the presenter. That can be done with just the video feed. So any of your live shots coming into the control room now can add in augmented reality graphics. And that's with using VizRT's AI Keyer. Now, AI is something that VizRT has been investing in for more than 10 years, and we're using it across all of our workflows in the live production. Actually, this is a really great one. Russell is behind this trophy here, and as he walks around, you see he could walk right in front of it too. Because not only are we able to cut Russell out, but we're also able to detect his location, his depth within the environment, so that you can have natural interactions with the augmented reality graphics. We can also allow him to do things like grab the graphics, move them around, maybe do some telestrations, all without the need of the green screen, all without the need of any tracking systems, just using the video feed. And like I said, this then all feeds into how you tell your story, being able to give you more capability, more clarity to your audience using AR graphics anywhere. So, Drew, I know you've got some questions for me from the presenter back in the studio.
Yeah. Just tell me, why is this such a game changer for broadcast spaces, this technology?
Yeah, well, this is the thing. You know, to be able to do a virtual set, you're really locked into place. You've got your green screen, you've got your tracking systems, you've got your complex setup. Now, we're just taking the video feed, placing it anywhere. So as a storyteller, this is really, really powerful because I can literally be wherever I need to be to tell the story.
What are we looking at here? This is sweet.
Yeah, so this is actually a heat map. So when we want to talk about what's going on during a soccer match or something like that, sometimes you want to be able to analyze what's happening during the game. So we have a tool called VizLibro, that gives you the ability to do add analysis to the sports match, such as being able to highlight players, add heat maps, and then we can take that straight into the AR space too. And actually, there's another cool thing about this too. So, Russell, Russell's in this studio here. We've got a virtual set, but you don't need to use a virtual set here. He can just be then teleported, for instance, over into any location. So maybe you are at a volleyball tournament on the beach. You've got some athletes coming to you, talk to your presenter. Well, now the athletes can be teleported straight back to the studio. Again, just the video feed, no special hardware needed. So
cool.
Adding you a lot of extra flexibility there to tie the worlds together. And of course, we're tying it together with all of our other tools, like you just saw there with the sports analysis tools. We can tie that together with our election tools, and of course, all of our live productions like the switchers and everything else too.
Awesome. Hey, Megan or Jessica, do we have any questions for Chris at the moment?
Ooh, good question. So Megan is now out on a break. We are just going to hold down the fort over here, Josh and I. But I would say, so VizRT is positioning itself as the AI platform for visual storytelling. what to them, how do they feel, why do they feel storytelling is such an important part of shaping their roadmap?
Why is storytelling such an important part of shaping your roadmap?
Why do we do video? You know, this is the fundamentals of what we do. And actually, I'm going to take that a little step back. Yes, we tell stories, but why do we tell stories? Why have we always told stories? We're telling stories to be able to share information with our audience. And in the end, we're trying to engage that audience. So our audience is actually what's really important here. They need to be able to understand the story that we're telling, understand the clarity, take that message in, whether it's, a bedtime story, or if it's the history of the world, or the latest football match. So storytelling is sharing that information. The audience engaging in it is what makes the message actually stick. And so anything that we can do to make the audience understand the story, to be able to engage with the story, to be able to then take that comprehension and make it part of their life, that is a win for the storyteller. And as long as you can keep that brand in place so that they know that you are a storyteller that they trust, they'll keep on coming back to you for more stories from you. And that's what VisRT is all about. We came from television. We were formed by TV2 Norway because we wanted our journalists to be able to tell stories easier. And since that founding in 1996, we continue that same ethos. And actually, a lot of things that we're doing now, we keep it going to be able to nail it down to the producer, the storyteller, the journalist, to tell the story as fast, easily, and as engaging as possible.
What are some of the common questions you're getting from customers this year and people curious about your technology?
Yeah, well, the common questions is, of course, how do I do this easily? And how do I am I able to get this to where my audience is? Because we're seeing that the audiences are becoming more dispersed. And so they can't be just on the air, can't be just on YouTube, it's got to be on various different social channels. And how do I do that without adding a whole bunch of people to my team and adding a bunch of cost on there? And I think, right now, cost is sensitivity, because we can't really just scale up to be able to grab all the audiences. And like major broadcasters are they have YouTubers and people on TikTok that have more viewers than they do, whereas mediums, YouTubers and other people that are on streaming services, they have a lot of competition as well. So we need to be able to simplify and then be able to help people scale at the same time. I think that's the core thing that we're seeing a lot of, and we're hearing a lot of. How do I simplify my production, and how do I scale my production?
Awesome. Other than this, anything else you're excited to show us?
Let's actually go over here and have a little fun. Now, that's busy, so we can maybe walk back here. So the VisRT booth is pretty big here. We've got our cafe going on over here, but this is actually kind of interesting. Actually very interesting, because this actually takes in a little bit of what we're doing with AI. This is our story production hub. This is taking the live production from the very beginning of the planning all the way to the execution and getting it to any of your output channels. Now, if you're a news studio, when you're doing this, you're going to have your newsroom control system, like your iNews, your ENPS, your Octopus, your Saga, those kinds of tools that are fantastic at planning a news story. But anybody actually creating a live production, just like you guys are doing right here, you want to be able to plan out what all the shots are going to be. And you may not need a complex newsroom system for that. So what we have is a planning tool called Showmaker that's built into our automation system, and it's using AI. So instead of just being able to drag and drop everything that you want to have in your show, such as your openers, your on-cams, your lower thirds, all of these things, instead of manually dragging all of that in, we can use AI prompts and actually just say, hey, I want to have a show that's maybe a cooking show with 2 anchors. It's going to be Drew and Chris talking. We want to have a double box going out somewhere, and it's going to be half an hour long. The AI is going to look at that, understand your brand guidelines, understand all the components in the studio, and just build that rundown for you automatically. So saving you a lot of time for having to do that. And then you can go in there, because the human's always got to be in the loop for the storytelling, because it is your story. You say, yeah, that's right. Maybe I'll change this. We'll get rid of that. And then I'm ready to go live. So that is really speeding up the entire process of planning and setting up for your show. And then when you're ready to execute your show, because you're using automation, it's just like simple stream deck, take, and it's going to trigger all the components in your studio for you automatically using the automation system. So that's kind of a fun thing I wanted to show there. And we can do one more thing over here. Let's run around this way.
Hey Drew, really quick.
Yeah, the
can you hear me?
sports stuff. I love sports stuff. Yeah,
Yeah, I can hear you. I think Jessica has a question for you, Chris.
Sure.
Yeah, we've got a question from the chat. Someone would like to know more about having a person at another location teleport onto the set.
Okay, a question from our chat.
Yeah.
Could somebody from another location teleport to the set?
100% yes.
No way.
No, so look, VisRT has been experimenting with teleportation since 2008. We did teleportation with CNN back in the elections then, where we teleported will.i.am over into the studio in CNN. Since then, we've had a number of different ways of doing teleportation. They've all been requiring a lot of hardware and complexity. But now, with that, super easy. So the same principle where you're cutting the person out and placing them into a virtual world, that allows you to cut the person out and stick them in your studio. So teleportation, right there, easy. I've got one more thing for you. Instead of
You guys are
sports,
teleportation pros then.
Oh yeah. Let me see.
Years
here.
of teleportation experience.
I've got some crazy teleportation for you here. Let's
Anything
go.
else for us, Jessica, in the chat?
That's it for now, Drew, but wow, I can't wait to
Alright.
see this.
Let's see what
So
Chris is going to show
this
us next.
is our Zoom room.
Okay.
So we've had these amazing broadcast tools that are built for the professionals, the people that are going to be working in the control room, that are going to be telling the stories with the high-end equipment. But what if you could actually have incredible branded graphics for your Zoom meeting on a day-to-day basis? Or add in augmented reality, or add in teleportation to your Zoom meeting, in your meeting room. That's what we're doing here with Zoom. We've built a Zoom room, and so we're showing the Zoom room in here right now. And the Zoom room is just like any other meeting room with AV equipment put in. You have a simple camera, you've got some audio set up so that you can bring in the Zoom call. But now, using VisRT tools within the Zoom room, VisRT Captivate, you can start adding augmented reality. So we can add in AR graphics to the desk, to the walls, and we can teleport in Zoom callers. Anybody that's on that Zoom meeting can be teleported into the office space, sitting next to the CEO or standing up. And we've got a little proof point over here. Let's see if it's actually set up for me to teleport. Oh, no, it's not turned on right now. But here is, I've just got a simple webcam with a light here, and would be on a Zoom call, and they would teleport me right into the office.
And you'd show up in the meeting.
Exactly, yeah.
Nice. Cool.
So, yeah, we can do the teleportation with the AI keyer in your live production, or just in your Zoom room.
What do you think, what would you say the industry is still slow to adopt?
I think there's a little bit of a hesitancy to be able to embrace some of the consumer end tools that are out there that are actually ready for larger productions. I mean, Zoom is a great example of this. I mean, Zoom, before, when you're bringing in live video feeds into a studio, you want to have, of course, the great fidelity, high-end look and everything, but Zoom is just as good as a tool for this. And the new versions that you have of Zoom give you really crystal clear video. Another big piece is NDI. NDI is, actually we're standing in NDI right now. This is our NDI zone, so NDI is part of VisRT, and NDI gives you IP video. Now, for the Pro AV world, they've been using NDI for a long time. It allows them just to plug in a network cable and see and discover any video feed within that network. Broadcasters need that same simplicity. So NDI has been improving and getting higher quality and is ready for the broadcast world. So think about what the consumer is using to create video, what the prosumer is using to create video, and that is getting better and better and better for the professionals. On the other side of things, what the professional broadcasters are doing is also becoming easier and easier and easier to use, so the prosumers have access to that too. So I think there's like that convergence between the two that we're seeing happening, and you've got to be really open for that. Be sure to experiment with the new tools that are out there, because there's some amazing stuff out there.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Chris.
Yeah.
Anything I didn't ask you wanted to add or mention?
Well, let's see. I talked about the teleportation, which is always fun. We didn't do too much on the sports. We did some sports analysis. Let's see. We could actually run out here real quick, and we have these big video walls up here that we're showing on the booth. So I've got my video panels going on here. I've got the video wall at the top. And we're also showing how you can take any of your graphics content, make it data-driven, and be able to add easy-to-use graphics for your venues. So this would be like a venue where you want to be able to control the ribbon boards, anything else in the stadium at the same time. And yeah, it's amazing VizRT graphics everywhere.
Awesome, really cool stuff, Chris. Jessica, Josh, what else do you have for my friend Chris here?
I mean, I love the integration with Zoom. As someone who spends a lot of time on Zoom, that's really interesting. We have one more question from the chat. What production tasks can AI fully automate today versus partially assist? From a VizRT perspective.
Okay, from a VizRT perspective, what production task can AI fully automate versus partially assist?
Yeah, so, and this is actually, that's a very good question, because you want to consider why you're doing what you're doing. What is a task that you're trying to do? And if you're trying, I mean, and this goes back to the storytelling piece of it too. In the end, we are trying to tell a story. So we need to be able to take all the complexity out of that while keeping our brand intact, so that the audience understands who's talking to them and why they should listen to them. So if I'm thinking about a live production in general, there's a lot of different components. The human layer, where people are interacting with the different tools on a day-to-day basis. Broadcast has been fantastic at creating amazing tools for this, but they've also been really good about adding a lot of complexity to it. So where AI can help that is take all of that complexity and automate it. And this is the agentic platform that we are doing now, where we're taking the complexity of all of these different systems that you would all have to interact with to do a live production, turning that into an automation layer, and then you have the simple layer for the presenter or the journalist just to be able to trigger. That's one side of it. And of course, because you're trying to tell a story, you need to be having those guardrails of the human in there to make sure that what the AI is doing is correct. Now, backing that up a little bit more, I've got that big virtual set. Virtual sets are not easy to create. There's a lot of complexity to that as well. So the AI can help you in the design of the virtual set. Now there is the, of course, generative AI piece of it, where you want to be able to say, just make me a car, and it generates a car. But when you're doing a live production, you need to be able to templatize all of these things too. And with that comes various levels of scripting. So the AI can help you with the scripting, help you be able to build out the scene, make sure the scene actually has all the different pieces for it that you need for a complex virtual studio. And that's going to help simplify the process of something that has been very complex for many years. So there's a lot of simplification levels in here that makes things just faster, easier, so you can get on the air and just get your story told without having to deal with all the mess.
Perfect. Really cool tools. That AI studio is something else. That's so fun to look at. Any other questions from the chat from you guys? Nice.
All right.
Audience is loving it.
Awesome.
Jessica and Josh say thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Jessica
Everybody
and Josh.
learned
Thank
a
you,
lot.
everybody in the audience.
All right, we're going to bring it back here now. We're going to mute Drew, and I have Josh here with me, and we're going to go to our two-shot. All right, Josh, welcome back. We are holding it down while Megan is on a lunch break. Megan,
well deserved.
Yeah, well deserved. This probably won't be as compelling as when Megan is here, but we'll do our best.
I We're going to do more than our best.
Oh, more than our best.
We're
Okay.
going to go above and beyond.
Okay.
110% here
Well,
on TVU Today Live.
Since it is a lunch break, why don't we talk about what the best thing you've had to eat this week is? Because I know coming to Las Vegas for you, it's a lot about the restaurants, right?
It is. It's about technology, the AI advancements, and finding the best piece of sushi.
It's all about the sushi.
It is. And so I had a bite of bluefin tuna last night with our product manager, James Crossan, before he left. And I forgot the name of the restaurant, unfortunately, but it was in Chinatown, and it was incredible.
Oh, Chinatown, interesting. That's the second time you've been here this week, no?
It has, yes. And then I'm going to sushi again tonight. So
oh,
it
sweet.
is. But we're going to Sushi Roku. In
Nice,
Caesars Palace.
nice.
So very excited about that. I'm trying to think, besides the sushi, I didn't have a pretzel yesterday at our booth, unfortunately.
I
so
didn't have a
can't-
pretzel either. I can't speak to
I
it.
blinked, and they were gone.
Yeah.
So I was very sad about that. What about you? What's the best bite you've had?
Ooh, what is the best spot I've had? I don't know. That's hard to say, but I am going out tonight to Morimoto, and I mean that's hard to beat. So
That is very hard to beat.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. That's going to be probably the best meal of the week.
I say that's probably like top 3 restaurants in Las Vegas.
I mean,
would
it's great.
say.
It's a great restaurant. We did the same thing last year. I'm super excited to go back, and I love sushi. I mean, who doesn't? But I love sushi.
There's something. Las Vegas obviously is a melting pot of cultures, of excitement, of nightlife, but the food here, from someone who currently lives in Des Moines, not the strongest.
Yeah, talk about the food scene in Des Moines.
We have a lot of corn.
Ooh.
And
Corn
we
byproducts?
have a lot of cheeseburgers.
Okay. Yep.
But we did find a really good sushi place downtown.
Oh, sweet.
So,
Do you think that this is where the term corn-fed comes from?
Probably.
Yeah, I would say so.
I'm feeling corn-fed. Living here for so long.
Yeah, big staple of your diet.
Thankfully, no. But a lot of people will be asking if they think it's potatoes, which is Idaho. Right?
Oh, yes. I do always mix up where you
It
live
is
between
confusing,
Idaho
right?
and
I
Iowa.
actually met somebody who was from Idaho, and he said a similar thing happens to him, is that they think they're for corn, but again, we're here to set up clear up any confusion. Iowa is the state of corn, and Nebraska, but Idaho is the land of
Very
spice.
nice. Very
So
nice.
That's very important.
Well, if anyone in our chat who's watching has a favorite restaurant in Las Vegas, please share it because we'll be here for, well, one more night actually. So we may be all set, but it would be great for people to know in the future where to go.
Was I unmuted?
Oh,
You
okay.
can still hear me?
You're picking it up. Oh, Josh is back
We
in
wanna
a
know
full
how,
capacity now.
What
so.
Tom just showed off here, I think, is an important thing about how easy it is
Yeah,
to troubleshoot
that's
here.
true. And-
Jessica, I was unmuted. I was muted.
Yeah.
Tom comes up, one button, be able
Yep,
to switch it. And
it's
the cool
true.
thing is that he would be able to do that remotely from anywhere in the world
That
if
is
we had
very
shared
cool.
the link with him.
And
So thankfully he's here on site to help.
Yep.
But he didn't have to be.
That's true. And I hope everyone got to tune into that riveting conversation about corn.
About Iowa, Idaho, corn,
corn.
potatoes, and
Yeah.
sushi. I mean, what a
Yep.
collaboration
It
we
is.
have going
I
on
mean,
here,
can you tell that I'm hungry?
You need a break. Do you want me to take over?
No. We're good. Megan will be back shortly. Don't worry, guys. In the meantime, our viewer count is going up, so we must be doing something right.
Who sent this to my mom is what I want to know. My
Right.
mom
Yeah.
is tuned in.
My
She's
mom
here.
might be
She's
tuned in.
watching.
We don't know. We don't know.
Jessica, talk about NAB as a whole this year, right? Obviously, AI is important. I don't want to say that's the cliche thing. Take AI out of the picture. I just got a chance to walk around Central Hall, North Hall. I mean, some of the technological advances from the camera side of things, I don't know if you had a chance to walk around. But I mean, these were some expensive cameras, $7,000, $8,000, but they were so tiny, so small, and doing like a beautiful 4K image, also on a video transmitter as well. Have you gotten able to check out that side of the hall outside of the kind of tours that we're showing off?
No, Josh, I haven't because I have not left this booth except for my one ride in the Tesla Loop, which was to Central Hall and back. Actually, might have been north. I don't remember. But that was fun. And I would say from my perspective, the two themes that are repeatedly coming up, or I should say buzzwords, right? AI, storytelling. It seems like with the advancements of AI, with the proliferation of AI, it's all about storytelling, and I couldn't agree with that more. And so most of the tools we see on the floor are to enable creators to become better storytellers.
Yep.
And I think that's the main takeaway here, although I did see that something like 85% of vendors have incorporated AI into their workflows. So I wonder what those last 15% are working on. Maybe that'll be for next year.
it's
Stay
almost
tuned.
a little bit of adapt or die, right? Like,
Yeah,
I mean,
it is.
It's obviously a buzzword. It's obviously brought up in many, many ways, but AI is here, and the industry is adapting at a very rapid pace. And
Yep.
so I'm surprised that it's even 15% are not adopting it, right? Again, like what?
Yeah, I know. What?
Or is it? Are they scared? Is it? Who knows, right? We might have to go send you around to hunts, find that 15%. I don't know what they're doing.
It's just amazing to how saturated AI is, and in particular, I know that the hot product right now is Claude, right? It's amazing. You can identify when somebody is using Claude just by the colors, and I've seen that a couple of times as well.
Yep.
So it's everywhere, and it's just going to continue to be everywhere, and it's definitely present at the show.
Yeah, but I think I want to go back to storytelling because it is something that is, again, it's a cliche to hear storytelling, but I think the audiences are realizing that it is more important than ever, and now vendors are having to come over and also adapt to that. And what I'm getting at is, one thing that I'm surprised is happening is the amount of traditional companies that were consumers or consumer options, B2C, that are now giving B2B, and then B2B companies, like I would say even TVU Networks launching TVU Go,
Yep.
right, are now starting to bridge that gap because a professional live production is kind of just expected regardless of budget, regardless of
Yes.
companies and vendors. A company that we're using right now is Elgato, right? Like with the Stream Deck.
Yep.
And I got a chance to walk around their booth and check it out. And so one of the main things was they were launching some new like broadcast level technology that they're releasing, I think they said in June or July when it comes to audio. And so they're what I would consider very much like a B2C company, but they have all these massive array of tools that are now supporting content creators, but also supporting TV stations and supporting people that are building studios. So I'm really curious to see if like that line is going to continue to be blurred. Obviously, there will always be super fancy red line cameras and all this stuff here that are, only for high-end customers or high-end streamers or whatever you want to say. But that line is getting really, really blurry. And I think companies that are doing both and finding that really middle ground are going to be the most successful in the next 5, 10, 15 years. And again, who knows what the industry will look like in 15 years.
Yeah, that is so true. I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head. The lines are very blurry. They will continue to blur. And I think, we hear this all the time, but every company needs to be looking at themselves as a media company, right? Yeah. We are all storytellers. We need to be producing content, showing, not telling. We are definitely taking that approach here at TVU. We have invested and spent a lot of time in the last year really focused on storytelling, and some of those stories are particularly from your space. So what is the favorite story that you think we've highlighted in the last year?
In the last year, you would say? I mean, definitely iShowSpeed's USA Tour.
Yeah, that was awesome.
That is like the scale, and it was not even close to a perfect production. Right, there are going to be blips here and there, especially when you're talking about being live for 35 days straight. Mm-hmm. You have 4 TVU packs, multi-cameras, right? TVU producer, ecosystem, the video pipeline worked flawlessly. But there are many things about that I think people thought was never possible. And to have the crowds he drew, the cultural impact that he had on these cities, and I think I had seen people get excited to have iShowSpeed go to countries around the globe, right? And I gotta understand why, but I'm from Memphis, and when I saw him highlighting my city that I've loved, and he fell in love with it too, like it was a big moment of like, wow, this is really cool, and I kind of got it. Like,
that's so fun.
He's not going in and like critiquing a city and trying to find out. He's giving an authentic view of like what is exciting. He's obviously got people that are helping set up cool events. And so, I don't know, it was cool to see him fall in love with my city, but I kind of got it a little bit. And of course, I'm lucky to work with Speed on a professional basis regards and help set up things and help support his tech team. But to be a viewer, like I was like, oh, I understand why his viewer count shoots up to hundreds of thousands when he goes to China, and why China is so excited and he has this Chinese audience that's going to go when he goes to Peru or when he goes to Bolivia or whatever. Like, I had never experienced that side of it because he had never been in my home city, right? What
Yeah,
about you?
he is very compelling, and I saw actually that he was here in Las Vegas this week for WrestleMania. I saw a clip where he was dancing on the street in Las Vegas with one of the performers. It's very fun to watch.
Yeah, he's so authentic, right? He's so professional, and it is one of those things of like the more you watch him, I think the more you get it, right?
Yeah,
like it's which is maybe a cliche. Like you get, it's like wow, like this, like I understand why he's become a culture phenomenon.
Yeah.
And again, he started gaming in his mom's home.
Wow.
Right, and now
that's so crazy.
He's like the IRL guy, and
Yeah.
he's continuing to push the boundaries. Obviously, can't talk too much about some of the things behind the scene, but this week he'll be sparking up in the Caribbean, and so we're excited.
Does that start this week?
It does, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
It was announced.
Did Anthony talk about that yesterday?
He did, yeah.
Oh, very cool.
Yep,
Very
so
cool.
he'll be on. We had one of iShowSpeed's cameramen here, kind of broke down a little bit about some of the, not struggles, but, dealing with that size of crowds, security issues, but really he highlighted just how professional Speed expects for his crew.
Yep.
Which is understandable when you have that many viewers at any given time. I mean, it's massive from that scale.
Yeah, that's so cool.
But if we're not talking about in the last year, my favorite production that I've ever gotten to be a part of was NMPLOL's Road Trip.
Oh, yeah. That's
Because
a good
it was
one.
the first kind of big event from that side that absolutely worked flawlessly. And, to have one creator and one tech guy from him kind of set everything up on their own, use the exact same production equipment that we're using right now, with the TVU RPS-1, and to see it work as flawlessly. And he got nominated for a Streamer Award with him, Extra Emily, Arthur, Mr. Arthur going in, and being able to see what they put together. I mean, they were nominated against Streamer Games, which is a massive event put on by Ludwig, also an incredible event. I think that one ended up winning, but to be able to put, it was apples and apples from the sense of they were both events, but they were apples and oranges from the sense of production size, scale, all of that. Want to scoot over?
Yeah, come scoot over and we'll go over to our main cam for a while because we've been in the 2-shot for a bit. How was that? Nope. Did you go the wrong way?
Did I go the wrong way?
I don't know. You're halfway on there.
I'm halfway on it as we go. We'll move over.
Yeah.
But that's, I don't know, I like enabling a creator to be able to do an event of whatever they have in mind. iShowSpeed has a massive production, and NMP has a massive production as well, but he likes to manage everything himself. And so seeing those tools as he drove across in his Escalade, we got to do a wonderful case study about it. NMPLOL, a good friend and somebody that, I'm really proud to see how far along he's come. And TVO owes a lot to him as well, because he was the first creator to kind of take us on. So it is I'm biased for sure, but that's been my favorite event we've ever put on. What about you? What's the?
I loved being at Streamer University. That was so fun.
Yeah,
that was so fun.
I feel like that was. Can we talk about maybe your expectations of what a streamer event would have been and kind of what the reality was?
Yeah, I'm only less than 18 months into being at TVU, but I feel like our market leadership in streaming is roughly around the same age as well. Yeah. And so I didn't really have expectations going into Streamer University. I literally did not know what to expect. I knew it was going to be a bit chaotic because this is new media, right?
Yeah.
But it was pretty wild. It was pretty wild. I'm not going to talk about it too much in that regard, but to just see like 120 different up-and-coming content creators come in, and he ran it like a university where there was classes and content, and it truly was like all hands on deck. We had a tech room, and it was just crazy. It was crazy.
What do you think a traditional broadcast company or conglomerates or tech company, what do you think they could learn from what you learned at Streamer University?
Plan ahead. Yeah, I think that you talk about the convergence of new media and old media, and I think one of the things new media can lean on with old media, and there's so much old media could learn from new media, but one of the things that new media should be should be learning from old media is how to properly plan a production, right? How to, I mean, you talk about some of these major events are years in the making, and new media tends to be very, how would I even describe it? Like flying by the seat of your pants, I guess. Like you're just throwing it together, you're throwing a production together, which is so fun and many times can be so innovative, but it also can be chaotic. And in some ways that pushes like the boundaries of what is possible because they're trying new things that traditional productions maybe wouldn't, but it can be very chaotic.
Yeah, and I think that's one reason why TVU has been able to be so successful is that they are, and I think our CEO, Paul Shin, has said we move at the speed of thought, essentially, right?
That's true.
And so, yeah, it can be chaotic, things can be moving, but if you have chaos in a production, you have to have an ecosystem that allows for you to make changes on the fly and kind of ebb and flow with the chaos. Because, you know, obviously you can control many things of a production. You can't control everything. And so that's why I'm like, when things are being able to stay in the TVU ecosystem, things of that nature, you can really have full control and also allows for easier troubleshooting, allows for, you know, monitoring solutions to know, oh, if a creator doesn't have time or production doesn't have time to go check that spot out to make sure the cellular signal or the Wi-Fi or whatever is going to work, to bail out and have protections and do all those things that have as minimal impact on the production as possible. So,
yeah, and shout out to our support team and also to our relationship with Unlimited IRL because we hear time and time again that TVU support is excellent.
Yep.
And it is really, it is because of the people that work here, and we are super grateful for that.
Yeah. And again, there were always, if you're live for 24/7 and you use products for years and years and years, there's always the risk of something going wrong, right? And I think the industry understands that. I think that's one thing that has been surprising to me is that people understand that if something goes wrong, but it's about how you react to it.
Yep.
Right? You know, we've had situations where a customer, their own fault has caused a failure, and we put people on planes to hand deliver a pack to make sure things have right, and they respond to that, right?
Yes.
And that sounds like a cliche. It sounds like something that like, oh, well, would TVU do it for me? And we would, and we have, right? And that's where you know, our logistics center is on the East Coast, right? And we have a limited IRL on the West Coast that can help respond. We have a global network of teams. You know, we have creators that if they are going to travel to China, they're going to travel to Brazil. We have local teams in all regions pretty much to where if there are any problems, they need help or they have questions or, you know, we've put people in touch with drone pilots. You know, if you have a crazy, wacky idea, TVU doesn't staff drone pilots, but we know people who will, right?
Yeah, and I think another important thing to note is that TVU is a 20-year-old company, and we have 20 years of experience in live broadcast, so we get it. We are people that work weekends, nights. Like, we know that live television doesn't stop, and that's the kind of support you can expect.
You know, our mission statement here at TVU Networks is make every stream a success, right?
Yep.
And I think when I first joined, it's like, okay, what does that mean? Oh yeah, sure, whatever. But I have not once ever heard our CEO say no to something if it meant that you could save a stream. He's going to put somebody on a plane. He's going to spin up resources, and you know, he's going to deal with it after the fact. He's like, nope, we're going to make sure we can go live now, save the stream, whatever it can be, and we're going to deal with everything else at a later date.
The other Paul Shen-ism, right, is the only limit is your imagination.
Yep.
Right. So we are here to enable innovation, experimentation, and storytelling.
Which is fun.
Yeah, it's so
like,
fun.
It's
so fun.
I don't want to say like I love my job, but I do love my job. I guess I do want to say it, right?
Okay.
But,
you could say it.
Yeah, you can, right?
Say it.
It's but being in a company that allows for freedom of ideas, right? You know, and is AI forward thinking, is building an ecosystem, and even Paul, right, was hearing about what was working with this production. He's like, oh, we can do this, we can do that. Because we're learning on a day-to-day basis of how to make this setup easier for our own clients and potential new customers and everything here. So it's always, Paul just wants it to be better, and anybody who has spent any time with him and spent any time with the TVU booth, he just lights up when he's talking about customers.
He's very passionate. And at the end of the day, we're a great team. Everybody has each other's back, and and everybody has a passion and a long tenured experience in this industry, and so that's what makes TVU so special.
I think we've got people that were in support that are now on the product team. We've got people that were in local news and are on the tech team. We've got people like you who've worked at like larger companies throughout the years and bringing your experience and getting to learn more about the new media and stuff. I mean, it's really a conglomerate of years and years and years of experience. And I think we rely on that. And it's been, this may be the secret sauce to TVU's success over the years.
Yeah, I think you're right. All right, we're going to go to a quick break, and Megan, our talented on-air talent who has actual experience, is going to come back and take it away. Okay, we'll be right back.
The reason we wanted to basically live stream this event is because it's the first match since KSI announced that he's part of Daggers.
Stream is looking sick, bro. Love this angle. This angle's cool.
We have TVU coming over, helping us set up everything over here. We got crew, backups, everything, and people are doing switching. They're not even here. They're doing it in US.
Today we're at our IRL studio here in Los Angeles, mixing for KSI. For this event, KSI wanted a little bit of extra help, from our remote location, and we're able to do that with very low latency, full communication with all of the operators over 5,000 miles away.
Going live is full of stress, especially when thousands and thousands of people watching you. The stakes are high, anything can go wrong. Today, I'm not stressed at all, I'm very confident, so having that confidence is a massive key.
Against the leader, bro. 1-0 to the Tigers.
The reason we wanted to basically live stream this event is because it's the first match since KSI announced that he's part of Daggers.
Stream is looking sick, bro. Love this angle. This angle's cool.
We have TVU coming over, helping us set up everything over here. We got crew, backups, everything, and people are doing switching. They're not even here. They're doing it in US.
Today we're at our IRL studio here in Los Angeles, mixing for KSI. For this event, KSI wanted a little bit of extra help, from our remote location, and we're able to do that with very low latency, full communication with all of the operators over 5,000 miles away.
Going live is full of stress, especially when thousands and thousands of people watching you. The stakes are high.
All right, here we go. All right. Welcome back. We are at day 3 of the NAB conference. I'm Megan Lopez. I'm here in the TVU Today live booth. I've been here for the past 3 days with you. I am fed, refreshed, and ready to go for the next, I think we are here for another 4 hours. So let's get right into it. In order to do that, I'm going to bring in my wonderful field producer, Drew. Drew, tell me where you are and what you're seeing.
Hey, Megan. I'm over here in the Central Hall. You have a lot of really cool editing, post-production software companies. So yeah, just been wandering around, chatting with some companies, learning about some cool technologies. If you could see my shot right now, I'm outside of the Riverside booth. So I'm going to zoom in here. They describe themselves as studio quality content creation from anywhere. I'm going to come over here to one of these desktops and just try to learn a little bit more about what Riverside does. So the spokesperson I was just touching base with told me they're just like an all-in-one content creation platform. You can record, edit, repurpose, go live. They have a ton of cool features. And in a little bit, I'm going to be talking to Sam and kind of learn some more details about Riverside. If I keep walking you through this hallway here, I can. Yeah, let's go. let's do it. Yes.
That's
my mission?
where they're at. Yes. So your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to go to Lawo, and we have some specific things that we want you to show us
Awesome.
and ask them about. But head on over there since you're in that central hall right now.
Awesome. C2108. Okay, I will start working that way.
Great, Drew. Thank you so much. I'm going to bring it back in here while you're walking. Don't walk too quickly. I know you're putting a lot of steps on that step counter. Here, what you're taking a look at, this is going to be the TVU booth right back here in the West Hall. Drew, as you heard, is in the Central Hall, and you know, we've been talking quite a bit about just how big of a layout this entire spread is. It's 3 different halls. So there's the North Hall, there's the Central Hall, and then there's the West Hall, and each of them kind of has a different theme. So the West Hall, where we're at, is really going to be software focused, a lot of AI focus, a lot of cloud-based productions focus. The Central Hall, where Drew is, that's a lot of the technology, that's a lot of the equipment, the cameras, all the fun stuff that anybody that wants to have like really a hands-on chance, that's where that is. And then there's the North Hall, which is a lot of the post-production, the editing software, the graphics, all that fun stuff. I know right before I went to break, Drew went over to VizRT and got a sweet little demonstration there. So we got to do that and satiate that request from Aaron. I want to know now where else you all want us to go. Like I said, I'm sending Drew over to Lawo, but if there's one particular questions, which I do see that there is a question in there, I'm going to address it. We're going to talk to them. But 2, if there's somewhere else you want us to go after that, maybe, again, this is he's in the Central Hall. This is our opportunity right now to go and see some of those hand-on technologies, see some of the cameras and stuff. I'll try to see if I can get Drew to make his way over to the Nikon, the Sony, some of those big names that have some cool releases. So I'm going to have Drew continue walking and working. Go ahead, Drew.
I was actually in the. I lied. I was in the North Hall. So we're going over the Central and North Hall are pretty close. So I'm making the mission. I should be in the Central Hall soon, but yeah, it's just been a long day. I believe it or not,
Drew.
I don't know where I am or what I'm doing.
The C above it doesn't. That's not a hint. I'm kidding.
C1 is Central Hall. He'll be there in a minute.
He'll be there. Drew, do me a favor. Look at where your watch is right now. So if that means you have to pause and put your camera down for a second, but we need that step counter, I think. We need to know what we're dealing with.
Oh, it's not even that bad. I think we're at. Oh, you probably can't focus on it. I'm on the move, Megan. I can't be stopped right now. I got to keep rolling.
But we're right now. Are you kidding me, Drew? Come on. If you're not breaking 22,000 steps today, you're not doing your job. We are not paying you, okay?
I'm at 9,802 steps.
Oh,
I haven't even
double that by the end of the day.
I haven't even touched a Tesla loop today.
Oh.
You know what we're going to do? Yeah. Tesla's out of the question. You can't use it anymore. We got to get those steps up.
A Tesla free day.
There you go. But even
well,
without
now I'm
that,
at the South Hall, so walking and talking is not my specialty. So I'm getting the steps in regardless, just by pure confusion and disorientation in this conference
It's hard. It
center.
all looks the same.
Drew, turn around quickly.
Sure.
Oh wait, no, go
What
back
do
the
you
other
wanna
way. I'm just trying to help you get your steps in.
Wow. Okay, let's
So
get into
mean.
this ski. Yeah, that was
I'm
good.
kidding.
That was good. Here
You're
I was
welcome,
trying to
my
get you a good visual for your live show. We should bring Socrates back because all he does is roast me on the.
You would probably love that, to be honest. Come
All right, Drew.
save him from the booth.
Come, keep walking. We'll check back in with you in
Did
just
these
a
doors
second.
open? No.
Oh, he doesn't even know if the door is open. There you go. Let's bring it back into the booth so I can talk to you a little bit more. But so what I was saying before Drew, was telling us that he actually doesn't know where he's at. is that we're going to go and go over to this to the Central Hall. We're going to talk to Lau. We've got some things over there too that we do want to check out. We're going to spend kind of the later portion of our day over in that Central Hall. So if we need to send Drew back to the North Hall for anything, let me know.
Well, he does have some appointments coming up with the North Hall in a little bit. He's going to be at EVS at 2:30, if you want to stay tuned for that, and Chiron at 3.
There you go.
And also Q's at 3:30. So we've got a whole lineup for the afternoon at the North Hall.
So Drew, get ready, tie your shoes, double knot them, get your, what's that on your phone, your compass out so that you can make sure you're going into the right hall. But we're going to go. Look, we got another comment on our YouTube page. And again, if you want us to go anywhere or ask anything, that's where you go. If you're watching this on LinkedIn, we want you to go over to our YouTube page just to at least leave a comment and let us know who's watching, where you're from. But we got a comment from Ohio Political News Net. It says, what are you using with the wireless video? Jessica.
So, yeah, I'm thinking that question is pertaining to what is he using to mobile stream right now? And that is our TM1100, which is our aggregated cellular product. So it's taking 4 different SIM cards and bonding it into a super signal. And so he has the piece of equipment in a backpack on his back, and his camera is hooked up to that. And he is just walking through the convention center, and the signal is being routed back to our cloud production platform, which we call TVU Producer, and we're cutting the whole thing together here.
Ohio Political News Net. If that answers your question, give us a thumbs up. If it doesn't and you want us to go into it more, we are very happy to do that. So just give us a thumbs up or give us a clarification question in the chat, and we'll see if we can answer it. And guess what? You're in luck. If we can't answer it, we got an entire TVU team behind us.
Whole team behind us. We will get an expert on here to give a better explanation if that wasn't technical enough.
Well, yeah, and if it is a more technical question, don't be afraid.
Yes. If you're more technical and you want to know exactly what we're doing here, put it in the chat and we will get an expert over here.
That's what this whole NAB conference is about, and that's really what the demo is about. If you're here also, I don't know if you're watching online and kind of seeing our stream, but if you're here also, we would love for you to come and stop by our booth. As a reminder, it's in W1717, so it's going to be in the West Hall. It's right next to the AWS booth, and it's kind of past the AWS Cloud basketball
we
challenge.
are right next to the main entrance. If you just walk right past where AWS is on your left, we are right past them, W1717.
You can always do that little basketball challenge and then come in and get down to business.
Is a good time.
Yeah. So Drew, let's even if he can't talk to us right now, because it looks like he's talking to somebody, so don't worry about it. But looks like he's finally made his way over to the central booth. Sorry, if everybody saw my thumbs up, that was Tom Brown, who loves to come and check in on us every once in a while. But it looks like he's made his way over. We're going to try to find that Lao booth. We're going to try to get your questions answered, and try to see
hey, Megan,
if there's anywhere else we can go.
Just checking in here. I'm with, I believe it's pronounced Lavo, I want to say.
That's correct.
And I'm tying in with their marketing team here, so we might have something for you in a couple minutes.
Excellent. Thanks, Drew.
Yep.
Thank you for the pronouncer. Awesome. All right, so it looks like we got another question in there. It says, Wayne from Australia. Hello. Thanks so much for watching, Australia. It says, I live stream with Magwell Director Mini. Did they release anything? We are going to see if we can try to figure that out. So while I'm talking to you guys, kind of giving you the spiel, maybe I can let Jessica go ahead and do her thing, do her research. I'm going to go ahead and mute Drew also so that you guys can focus on my beautiful voice. There we go.
I can take this question really quickly from Ohio Political News Net. Does your company work with LiveView? No, we are actually a competitor of LiveView. So we're going to leave it at that.
We are, but we're also going to tease some of our wonderful products because we have some pretty awesome stuff, including TVU Go. There's some things that are really unique. So, yeah, there you go. We're a competitor, but I think we're a worthy adversary. I think you guys should check us out.
Yeah, we definitely are. We have a lot of people that come over from LiveView.
There you go. There you go. So I'm going to let Jessica go ahead and continue to try to answer Wayne's question about the Magwell Director Mini. And in the meantime, I'm going to be talking to you guys a little bit about what we're doing, kind of giving you a bit of a reset while we let Jessica do some research really fast, try to answer that question, let Drew tried to set up with Lavo really fast and see if he can give us a quick demo, since that's something that somebody in our chat was very interested in. I think it was Maya, if I remember correctly. But we're going to really try to make sure that we're making this show for you. So I'm Megan Lopez. I'm here in the TVU Today live booth, and we have been live streaming for the last 3 days. The first day of NAB Sunday, we did 8 hours straight, and then we did 9 hours yesterday, and we're going for another 9 hours today. We're going to see where your threshold is for when you get sick of my voice. No, I'm kidding. We're really going to try to take you around NAB and give you a little flavor of everything that's going on. We're going to bring you obviously into the booth. We're going to take you out into the different show halls and exhibitor halls. We've already heard quite a bit from some of our TVU partners. We've heard from a bunch of the different innovators that are here. We even went to the startup hall today, and we heard from some of them. There was somebody that I just ran into during my break, and her name is Kelly, and I meant to bring her over here. I was just so focused on the food and the sustenance that I forgot to invite her. So if she or they are watching, they have a startup. I really hope that they make their way over there. I did invite her over here, and I'd really like for them to make their way over here and tell us a little bit about their startup. Maybe bring the demo. We can hold the computer up and kind of do that. And she told me, a former professional poker player. So Las Vegas is the place.
I don't know if you can hear me over here.
Drew, we've got you great.
All right, if you're ready, made it to the central hall. I'm here at Lavo. I have Bryce here with me if you guys are ready for a quick rundown on exciting stuff that they want to feature here.
All right, let's go.
Awesome. Yeah, Bryce, if you want to give us a quick introduction and take it away.
All right. Hello, my name is Bryce, and I'm with the company Lavo. Lavo is a German manufacturer of audio and video media control infrastructure, largely for broadcast application, but also live events and sports and house of worship, and lots of different settings and environments. Lavo's been around since 1970, and so it's existed a long time. If you haven't heard of it, that's okay. It is a leading company in some of the world's largest events, supporting very large-scale operations in sports and also in global events. So it's an honor to be a part of such a team that supports some of the world's most advanced content creators. So we're very proud to have a lot of products that support infrastructure and system control and I/O and video and audio processing. And I'd love to give you a quick overview of some of those products and how we share them with the world.
Yeah, let's see what you guys have. Let's check it out.
Okay. This is a brand new I/O device that we're releasing here at NAB 2026. This is a very unique product in that it combines both audio and video in I/O into one piece of hardware. So as you can see, it's rotating and it has microphone inputs and outputs on the front. On the rear, it has SDI connectivity, HDMI connectivity, USB-C connectivity, MADI connectivity, and then connects ultimately with power over Ethernet using 10 gig connections or 25 gig connections on fiber. And this box can operate in a standalone mode for signal conversion and processing, or it can connect to a larger system such as a 2110 network and be a node. So we call it Edge 1. The product is called Edge 1. And we are super excited because it has so many different applications for different markets and purposes, whether that's TV studios, post-production, live concert venues, commentary and sports applications. There's such a wide variety of uses. So we're very proud of this product. This is the newest release that is coming out for this show.
Yeah. Awesome.
If you want to follow me, I'd love to show you some of the audio consoles that have really helped form the company. Our one of our strongest legacy products is the audio line. And so audio consoles are a huge part of what we do.
Awesome. And while we're walking over there, I think Megan had a question for you, Bryce. So
Absolutely.
I'll follow you. We'll kind of walk and talk
great.
here.
It's actually from one of our wonderful viewers. It's from DryTech. They want to know
We'll go over here.
Their product called Edge 1. What
we'll
is
kind of
it?
come and fit in this nook
And,
here in between two of
how
our
does
audio
it
consols.
Kind of target
We have
users?
a smaller console here.
Start there,
This is the
Drew.
MC Squared 36 console, and this is the MC Squared 56 console. So I'll tell you just a bit about it in just a second.
Yeah. Hey, Megan, do me a favor. Just repeat that question one more time for me.
Absolutely. So this is coming from one of our viewers. They want to know about the tech called Edge 1. They want to know what is it and who's the target user.
Okay, so we actually have a chat requested question.
Great. We have a chat question.
Yeah, so let's talk about, before we get to this, talk about Edge 1.
Edge 1.
And who's the target user?
Oh, great. Okay. We'll back up just a little bit. So because the Edge 1 connects both video and audio to a network system, there are a wide variety of applications. So let me just cover a couple briefly. I do a lot of personally I do a lot of work in performing arts and concert halls, symphony orchestras, etc. So if we consider that setting, a box like this with these bumpers is very easy to fit into tight spaces, such as a pit, an orchestra pit, or the side of a stage. And in any of those locations, I would be able to connect to my network microphone inputs that would then be usable by the audio consoles. I would also be able to connect video connections for cameras or display outputs if I needed to display content from my network out these HDMI ports, or cameras on the input side. So it provides one central point of contact for that connectivity. Another totally different example would be commentary in a sports application. So the front panel here is actually interchangeable with a different panel that provides 3 headphone outs and 3 microphone ins. So you can have 3 commentators connected to one interface for providing multi-person commentary. You can also output the program feed that they're responding to on the SDI ports or the HDMI to a display.
Awesome. Megan, did you have a follow-up on those?
Yeah, it's actually quite a detailed question. So they also want to know about scalability and integration, including with companies like TVU.
Okay, talk about scalability and integration, including with companies like TVU.
Yeah. Tell me the name of the company one more time.
TVU Networks.
TVU Networks. Okay. So we're going to actually go over to this area. We're going to pass by our larger MC Squared 56 audio console and come to this area right here. So the reason I want to bring you here is because this gallery wall shows you an example of scalability with Lavo. So scalability basically is infinite or logarithmically, linearly scalable over network. So a small scale network can start with a simple switch and 2 devices connected to that simple switch. So I could say have an audio console and an audio stage box, or I could have a video gateway and a display. So whatever the device type is, a camera, a display, an audio input, an output, these are all pieces that get attached to the network. Then our network is going to manage the flows, the device discovery and our flows to get the signal where we need to go. So that's scalable to a great extent. And so in large scale application, we'll use the Olympics as an example. In the Olympics setting, you have audio and video streams coming in from multiple venues all around different regions over wide area network. to a central broadcasting facility, and that central broadcasting facility with all those signals is then able to shuffle and manage and process and handle all those signals to then be handed downstream to regional broadcasters. So that's an example of large-scale application. A small-scale application could be as simple as the Edge 1 device connected directly to a small format console, perhaps like this one right here, where we have simple 8 faders or simple 6 faders. These are stackable, so you can have multiple fader tiles, and we also have here a virtual interface where we can effectively do several things as far as audio processing. So this demonstration right here is a full-blown audio console in a really small format that is connected to the network. So we could start as simple as Edge 1 connected to the network and this small setup connected to the network, or we could go into larger scale audio consoles. This, I would say, is a medium-sized console for Lavo with literally thousands of inputs. So in fact, this console right now is configured to process 2,048 channels of audio.
This looks like the inside of like a spaceship or something. It looks like so complicated, but it looks really cool.
There is a lot that this console is capable of. One of the things I love about it is how clean and approachable the graphics are. So I really do like how you can, everything is simplistic and clean. Everything is extremely customizable. It's very literal. Everything does exactly what it says it's going to do. So you don't have to learn a bunch of special terminology that only applies to Lavo to be able to effectively mix on it. So I really do like the flow and the workflows that this console creates. You can very easily be up and operating and mixing on a Lavo console within a very short time frame.
Awesome.
Megan, I want to throw two more at you because Drytech was very interested in this. They want to know main use cases and required bandwidth, and then I'll let you guys continue on your tour.
Okay, we have I think we have a super fan in the chat.
Oh, that's cool.
Main use cases and required bandwidth.
Main use cases and required bandwidth.
Okay.
You can speak on that.
The bandwidth is going to depend on application and quantity of channels. So if we have audio signals, you can transport a large amount of audio signals over a simple 1 gig connection. So we use really all of our technology rests on a SMPTE 2110 backbone. So that's our main mode of transport. For audio, that subset of transport is AES-67. You can fit hundreds of audio channels on a simple 1 gig connection. So if you're building out an audio-only network, you can do that very simply with low-cost, off-the-shelf switches and have a device such as a processor manage your clocking, PTP clocking. So it can be very simple. As we scale that up to large-scale settings with video, you might require a more complex network, such as a spine leaf topology. The spine is probably going to have grandmaster PTP clocking, and your leaf switches might require boundary clocks in a large-scale setting. So when that's the case, we're transporting video, the bandwidth is going to be much higher. And I think we all know like a 12G video signal, a UHD signal might consume a little more than 12 gigs of bandwidth. And so depending on the network size, that's going to also scale with how much video transport we need. So on the Edge 1 box, there are 8 SDI ports, and the SDI in 1080p mode can transmit all 8 channels on a 25 gig network. But if we're doing UHD signals, you can do 2 UHD signals on a 25 gig network. So if we need to scale up from there, we can do that as well. There are now, some of our processing includes computers that run 200 gig NICs. So you could be on a 200 gig network connection and then run and process large amounts of production technologies. That's what this wall here is displaying. we have several multi-viewers running. We have multiple up-down cross converters running. We have color correction running, a downstream keyer, and audio DSP running on a single server. So this is what Lavo is really, really proud to present, is that we have several different tools, software-defined tools, running on off-the-shelf servers that are also scalable to huge levels of infrastructure. But in this case, we're running this whole production here with one server. So one server is running all these apps with a 200 gig connection. We have obviously 4 UHD multi-viewer outputs. We have a lot of proxy inputs that consume low bandwidth. And the latency is unbelievably low as well. So 100% built for superior reliability, low latency, top quality, and of course control.
Drew, is there anything else in that booth that they want to show us around?
Anything else you want to highlight?
Yeah, there are 2 takeaways that I'd like to emphasize with Lavo. Lavo is really proud of the fact that we emphasize software-defined production. So what that means is that you can take one device, for instance, an off-the-shelf server, and run multiple types of applications from it. This is hugely beneficial because in broadcast production facilities, you may fill entire racks with dedicated hardware that runs 24/7, consumes electricity, outputs heat, and may not be used 24/7. So the advantage of what we're trying to produce here is having tools like a server that can spin up applications that you need reliably and only be utilized when you need them. That reduces your power consumption and your heat output and gives you additional flexibility that may not have been able to be available before. So in this example, we have all of these different types of functions that we can spin up and spin down dynamically to meet the needs of various productions. So if you needed a graphics inserter for your production, you want to put, say, an HTML feed on a window or a bug or an overlay, that is a tool that can just be turned on using the same hardware that you already have. So that kind of flexibility is very cutting edge, is leading the market. Software-defined production off servers.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Bryce. That was super in-depth. You did a great job. Megan, if there's not anything else, we'll kick it back to you for now.
No, I think the super fan is nice and quiet right now. So thank you so much, Drew. We're going to make you get those steps in. I need you to head back to the North Hall because you're going to talk to EVS broadcast equipment.
Sounds great. All right, I'll talk to you then.
All right.
Thanks for spending the time with us today.
Thank you. All right. Good. Thanks for being here, guys. I hope that we satiated that demand for more information about Lavo. We had somebody in the chat really asking that, and that was like, I feel a really nice, in-depth kind of walkthrough of what type of innovations, what type of tech is really here. So if there's somewhere else that you want us to go, please go ahead and put it in our chat on our YouTube page, the TVU YouTube page. Tell us where we should send Drew next. Tell us how much walking you want him to do. We will get. We've got a couple of interviews with some TVU partners coming up, but we will get him over there if we, in some possible way, can. And more specifically, if you do want us to go over somewhere, we want to know what you want to know. So go ahead and send us questions too. We've got a number of people watching right now, so we want you to comment, and we'll try to answer some of your questions about some of those companies, some questions about TVU, and we also want to know, where are you viewing us from, where are you watching this from? So go ahead and pop your name in the chat, pop where you're from, and if you have a TVU story, we'd like to hear, how you're using TVU in your day-to-day life or in your broadcast, your content creation, whatever it might be. I've got Jessica here in the booth with me. I just unmuted your microphone, but let's talk about some of the partners that we've got coming up. The next one that we've got and I'm saying this to you, but also to Drew, so he knows where he's going. We've got EVS broadcast equipment. Drew has 18 minutes to walk over to the North Hall to booth 1841, Drew. So that's where we want you to head next. But Jessica, they are calling this their most ambitious NAB show yet, and specifically because of their T-Motion Robotics. It's a brand new media production robotics platform that's built from the integration of telemetrics and XD motion. And I know that they have announced a partnership with TVU with the media mesh, and so there's some integration kind of aspects there. I think they highlight that we just have a lot of wonderful partners kind of being displayed and showing off their tech here at the show.
That's right, Megan. Yes, EVS is a Media Mesh partner, and the TVU Media Mesh integration in their Cerebrum product specifically means broadcasters can now control cloud-native media routing and live replay from a single unified interface, which is very cool. So Drew will be over there shortly, and he's going to take us through their booth. We are going to meet with Dieter Beck, who is their VP Control and Orchestration.
And DryTech, I'm so glad that you stuck around. You got your Lavo questions answered. I hope it was depthy enough. I see you just popped up in our chat there. I'm going to go ahead and pop our bird's eye view camera up to kind of show you what's happening here in the TVU booth. You can see Tom. Tom is waving. He's
Shout
got a
out to
monster.
Tom.
And he said, did he say no one says shout out anymore?
What up, Tom?
He thinks he's... He thinks he's young and hip because he has a preteen. He's not.
And a Monster energy drink.
And the shoes. Don't forget to mention the shoes.
Definitely the shoes.
Oh, wait. If I put... There, you guys can see his shoes right there. He's the guy that's twirling
from a
around.
mile away. You cannot miss those colors.
Yeah, there you go. Something that's kind of exciting, Jessica, like I was saying, before, that this is our first year for TVU to be doing something like this. And check this out. We made, let me see if I can get it on the right camera. Here, we made the NAB daily magazine. And so there you go.
Did.
It's picking
Very
up
good
traction.
picture. Nice feature for Megan.
Yeah, no. No, I think it really highlights, the fact that this is getting a lot of attention and traction.
It is. People are stopping by all day. It's very cool to highlight.
And it's been busy here. We were talking about some of the numbers here at NAB being down quite a bit, and maybe some of the reasons behind that. But, I was telling you, it doesn't really feel like that here, at least in this booth right now, particularly during our happy hour. But right now, it's been like a really constant, steady flow. And I think that shows that, TVU is becoming just a name that everybody recognizes, and that people in the industry recognize.
A must-see destination, if you will.
Exactly. So let's give them a little bit of an update about what we're going to be doing. We talked about EVS broadcast equipment, where Drew is heading right now over in the North Hall. After that, we've got Chiron. So I'm going to go ahead and let you walk us through Chiron a little bit.
So I guess Chiron is celebrating their 60th anniversary this year, which is a long time to be in the industry. So we're going to meet up with them in a few moments, or actually it will not be a few moments, it will be at 3 p.m. So about 45 minutes we'll be over in their booth, and Drew's going to ask some questions about the updates they're showing off at this year's NAB show.
Yeah, and then after that we have, let's keep going. We got Cruise. And they're going to be also in the North Hall. Q's. This is why I have people that know how to pronounce.
Tag team.
Yeah, two mispronunciations in the matter of an hour. Here we go. Throw me more of those confusing names.
It is day 3, guys, and if anybody wants to stop by, Megan and I could use some caffeine.
Yeah, a little bit of caffeine, and maybe if you're feeling brave, you get in front of this camera with me and tell me what you're doing here.
We got a photobomb from Josh.
There you go. So we've got Q's coming up. It's a cloud-based newsroom rundown automation platform, and they came to NAB this year with a bunch of different products.
Yeah, it
all
looks like
at
4
once.
new products. Wow.
Yeah, so it said Q's Story Desk. Tell us about that one.
Looks like Q Story Desk is the world's first story-centric NRCS. I'm not sure what that means. Do you?
A lot of acronyms.
Yeah, that's a lot of acronyms. But I do know Drew can get us an answer for that. So we will
There we
find
go.
out what an NRCS is. But instead of organizing a production around the broadcast schedule, it puts the story first. So that goes back to that thread of storytelling that we're seeing woven into most people's NAB showcasing this year. It helps journalists create, editors shape, and producers schedule all in one live environment. So I can't wait to check that out. It looks like they're also debuting a product called Blocks and a product called Browse, and then an open agentic AI framework, which again, lots of agentic workflows here. We are showing a few of our own, but you see that messaging all over the show floor.
Absolutely. And then coming up in a little bit, at 4 p.m., I shouldn't say a little bit because, we got a little bit of time, but we're going to hear from Kathy Haley with TV News Check.
Yep, we sure are, and she is a bit of an industry staple. She was the founder of TV News Check, and they do a ton around news production, covering news production. They do speaking engagements. We've had a few people. We had our VP of Solutions, Socrates, on a panel in December at their event that was around the SVG Summit, which was super cool. So she's going to stop by later on, and we can pick her brain about what she's seeing in her conversations, or hearing rather, what she's hearing from people all across the industry at this NAB.
And then we are going to wrap up our day with one more interview. And in between, we're going to be kind of filling in everything. But we're going to be hearing from Grass Valley. We're going to make Drew walk a little bit more back to that central hall. Grass Valley, it says they've got a message at NAB this year. It's more of a declaration, which is that modernization is no longer a future objective. It's complete. The tools are ready. The question is execution. So they're showing their dynamic media facility demonstration that's powered by AMPP and the new media exchange layer, a common transport in interoperability layers that lets applications from different vendors run side by side without custom integration. So that's a lot about what we're going to be looking into. I'm not gonna
a lot of MXL demonstrations on the show floor this year. They put up a nice post last week highlighting all of the different booths that would be showcasing MXL, and TVU is one of those. So come by and we can check that out as well.
And speaking of TVU, we have another question from Bulls Promo TV rather. I'm sorry. It says, TVU is new to me. How can you use it with my live stream covering sports to YouTube?
Oh, good question. So it really depends on what kind of sports you're looking to cover. If you're a athlete creator, you can use any of our tools. We have a number of athlete creators who are now kind of standing up their own media organizations with our technology. That is becoming more and more common in this space. If you are a reporter, and you're covering sports, no matter the tier, we have tools that can help you as well. And one of the cool things about our platform is that our Media Hub product specifically is anything in, anything out. So no matter what kind of signal you're taking in, we can push to the protocols, to the platforms that you're looking to get to, and one of those is YouTube.
And I think there's Rob right there, and he's with our sports. So I think we should get him over here so that we can make sure that we are answering all of these questions properly. So do you?
Rob is not available, unfortunately, but we could try to get him back later.
Yeah, absolutely. So stick around, and we'll try to make sure we get those. And if you don't have time to go ahead and to stick around. I did a lengthy interview with Rob yesterday, and he walked me through that. So I want you to go back to our YouTube page and watch some of our previous live coverage. And he's a tall gentleman with glasses, and so make sure that you're watching for that. But one of the things that we could talk a little bit about, so is this production that we've got going on right here, because that is something that I think also could be used in a sports environment where you're trying to cover sports. This is a really self-sustaining production. I think I heard that it could have up to 12 streams kind of going through it. So this is something that could be used for that. Also the TVU Go app. So there's a lot of different ways that you can kind of integrate it.
Yeah, and I think it's important to highlight that we support sports organizations of all sizes. So we have ESPN as a customer. We have Mid-Atlantic Sports Network as a customer. Who else could I say? We've done a lot of work around the Olympics and the World Cup. And we have a few different offerings, one of which we just highlighted this week, which is our remote production system. A number of use cases on our YouTube channel. If you found us via this stream, I encourage you to take a little deeper dive into our customer case studies, because there is some really rich content there. But specifically with our remote production system, we just released a white paper, which I think is available somewhere on our website. It's definitely highlighted in a press release with the Big Ten networks that we published this week, where they are actually using the TVU RPS system, which stands for Remote Production System, to do super slow-mo, which typically super slow-mo is reserved for tier 1 sports. Football, what else? What else is super slow-mo? I mean, football is the biggest one, I think. But with RPS and specifically super slow-mo, we're enabling sports producers to bring this capability to all tiers of sports. So it could be high school, it could be college. And that's pretty groundbreaking, because usually that's a production capabiliity that those levels of sports are not getting, and so it's really how should I describe this? It's really enhancing the viewer experience.
Was it, correct me if I'm wrong, Jessica, I think it was you that was also kind of talking about a deliberate delay and some of the possibilities there.
So that was a cool case study with the New York Islanders, which is a hockey team in New York. And they actually, they used TVU networks for fan engagement. And what that means is they have developed an app that it only works when you're in the hockey arena. You scan a QR code and it starts working. So it's meant for fans to be engaged with the game. And they have a number of things built into that app. There's trivia, there's a chat, so you can chat with other fans in the arena. But there's also some unique feeds that you can watch in this app that aren't available on the Jumbotron or even what you're seeing on TV. Although if you're using this app, you're not watching it on TV. I mean, one of the cool things they're doing, which is super innovative, is they're even putting cameras on skates. So this is like a unique angle that you can see within this app. And they also do a purposeful, I think it's 20 or 25 second delay. So if there's, if someone makes a goal and the whole arena is up on their feet screaming, which is kind of how it works in hockey, it's very loud. They've built in time so that the fan can have that experience and then go back to the app afterwards and watch the replay and not miss out on the in-person experience.
And that's so important, because I think what I've seen, and I don't know if you've been to any kind of sports games or anything lately, and the fan experience has just changed so much. It's just so integrated into like wanting to follow the statistics and everything. But I see when I go into whatever stadium I've been in, mainly the Broncos, because I'm from Colorado. But what I've seen is people like on their phones, and you don't pay for that experience, you pay to see it. And so that deliberate delay is awesome, that you can really have that time to enjoy it, marinate in it, and then reflect on it when you got that deliberate delay.
Yeah, so I mean, that's one of the coolest things about our suite of products is it really encourages innovation and experimentation. And if somebody comes to us with like a cool use case for it, like we will help you make that happen. We're actually doing something, I think it was yesterday with the Boston Marathon, where we're using our product called TVU Search, and specifically the AI built into it, where it has something called AI bib detection. And so as these people are running the marathon, all of the numbers have been pre-logged, and the system can identify where the runner is and pull that up for a highlight. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, we were talking about that, and something that I thought was cool is it's not, they also said like the amateur runners could kind of pull themselves out. And I've only done one half marathon. I don't profess to be somebody that's ever going to.
That's more than I've done.
Yeah, that's ever going to run a Boston Marathon or anything, that. I thought that just the 13 and a half miles were going to kill me. But I wanted to know my time. I wanted to know, how I was doing. I wanted to know where I was at. And that's something that's like, it's such a cool feature to be able to have that kind of interaction and that kind of ease with which you could find your.
Yeah, and there's so many applications for that too, as you think about high school sports or college sports. Like, if personalization is such a big thing moving forward in sports, and that fan experience is just going to become more and more personalized.
Absolutely, and I think we're seeing that all around the halls here of NAB. This conference has just really evolved over the years, as you can attest to from broadcast, and now there's actually a sports kind of summit that happens here. Since we're just kind of talking about sports, but it's their second year, I believe, is what the NAB Chief Success Officer told me yesterday, and it's a 4-day sports summit. And they actually expanded it this year. They integrated it more into the NAB, conference. And they were highlighting the technologies, the businesses, and the models, and the industry shifts that really kind of redefining that sports industry. So it just kind of shows how important sports are to these types of technologies. But they're also revenue drivers. That's really where you see
Major
companies
revenue
thrive.
drivers. And there is no one gets engagement higher than sports.
Absolutely.
No.
And I think that's the fans, and it's kind of showing with some of the things that even that we're doing here at TVU with some of the athlete experience, where people are going beyond the game and wanting to see. So tell me quickly about that.
What do you want to know specifically?
Well, just how, first of all, the athlete experience is changing from a player on the field to streaming their own networks. I think Shannon Sharp, has his own,
So true. I think one of the coolest parts about that is that we have a lot of athlete creators coming to us, and they don't want to highlight their involvement in their sport. They want to highlight what their life is like outside of that sport, right? So we're starting to see a lot of these guys adopt Twitch channels. And that's really for their fans, I think. So they're streaming. They're taking a page out of the streamer playbook, and they're highlighting to their fandom what their life is like. Oh, looks like Drew is ready to go to...
Hey, yeah, I'm just getting set up here with Jan at EVS, so give me about a minute and we'll get started.
I super appreciate that, Drew. In the meantime, I'm going to just quickly bring it back because it looks like we have another comment, Jessica. It says, I noticed a live stream of lawn bowls last week, and each replay started at real speed, then did slow-mo at impact, then finished at a normal speed. I wonder if they use your system.
Ooh, I don't know, but that's cool.
That's a very cool.
More bowling. That would be very cool. We've started to try to get into more of the long tail sports. One of them specifically is rowing, college rowing.
Yeah. And
that'll be interesting to highlight in an Olympic year. And as we, actually it's not an Olympic year, sorry. LA 28.
There you go. Yeah, we had the Winter Olympics.
2 years away.
And my daughter loved the Winter Olympics. She loved watching
you're
those
right.
ice
It was
skaters.
the Winter Olympics. First Summer Olympics. We're 2 years away.
Yeah, there you go. So listen, this is what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and we're going to take a quick break. We're going to, unless it looks actually, before I do that, I don't want to do that quite yet because it looks like Drew's set up and ready to go. So I don't want to deprive us of an opportunity to talk to somebody. Drew, tell me who you're with and where you're at.
Hey, yeah, we're here with Jan at EVS. I'm going to go ahead and get his microphone turned on. And Jan, if you could just introduce yourself and what is EVS excited to showcase here at NAB?
Hello everybody, my name is Jan Mokalai. I'm based out of Munich, Germany, and at EVS I serve as the VP Live Production. So in my department we manage everything around EVS is core technology from the past. It's replay, highlights. We have a lot of new stuff to show here, but also we're very proud of having basically media infrastructure, where we already collaborated with the TVU guys, asset management, and what you can see here behind me is these are two companies we acquired lately, and they basically merged into what we call T-Motion. So it's a combination of outside and indoor robotics. It includes drones, automation for studios, outside AR implementations and things like that. So we're very happy that we have, as you can see, a very packed booth. It's the biggest booth we have had since I joined EVS, and I think in the company, in the history of EVS. So very happy to have so many loyal customers here. In general, what we can say, as we have met today already, shout out to John, Jonathan, Mike, the relationship with TVU has been fantastic so far. So we are collaborating on all the workflows, basically to serving our mutual customers in terms of contributing to cloud workflows, to remote workflows. And I really can say that TVU is a very good partner for us, and I think this is very important for our customers because we're playing in the same league in terms of ambition and excellence, and this is kind of what makes us proud to have such reliable partners.
And real quick, Jan, just tell me, what does it take to coordinate this T-Motion system here?
So T-Motion can be orchestrated through different ways. So we have a broadcast control layer, which is based on what we call Cerebrum, which also has a deep integration together with TVU. On the other hand, we have a new control panel, which is called Chorion, which can record all of these macros. We have a full choreography, basically, which you can do. And as you can see on the booth, nobody's basically operating them within a studio. We have a very good, we have a very good safety measure to have all of these components basically not hurting anybody or run into a wall. So all of these components can be, on the one hand, pre-choreographed, or they can also be controlled by Cerebrum, which, of course, then, as it's one EVS ecosystem, can also be triggered by different applications within the EVS ecosystem. So we are integrating into new systems, into our own replay systems, and basically all of this spans from a news environment to a studio environment. We had a lot, of course, the big events coming up, and in the past this year, all of these components have already been field proven. And we're happy to have them now in the EVS family.
Cool. Let's see if Megan or Jessica
Drew.
have any questions
Good.
to toss your way.
Yeah, Drew, we've got a couple of questions that we've written down. The first one is just kind of asking about that TVU mesh integration. How has it been received by broadcasters since then?
How has the TVU mesh integration been received by broadcasters since the collaboration?
So it's let's say it's a very easy sell, because if the conversation comes up when we talk about integrating into Media Mesh or using a TVU solution in terms of remote productions, we see that TVU has a very high reputation with the customers already. And of course, EVS is a trusted partner in that domain as well in terms of turning this content around. So from a contribution point of view, TVU has served us as EVS in terms of talking to customers and breaking the ice, basically, has served us very well, because we see that the customer reputation of TVU to our mutual customers is already very high, and therefore when we combine both forces together, this is a very good solution for the customers, because we already serve them mutually on the biggest scale events.
Awesome, Drew. And then also ask him to talk a little bit about Tactic and what that does to change what does that change do for a production team on game day? Oh, Drew, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I could hear you. I'm just
Unmuting.
that was a tricky question, so I have to take out my paper to read off. So I know where you're at. I'm just.
Sorry about
so we're
that,
talking
Drew.
about. No, you're good. Okay, I'm just gonna read off this question.
Yeah,
to
sure.
you. So, first NAB showing of Tactic. No, now I'm lost.
So Tactic
Okay, here, I found it.
Okay, good.
Tactic decouples operator workflows from physical infrastructure. What does that change for a production team on game day?
It's not my field of play, to be fair. Therefore, honestly, I would like to, I don't know what to say about that.
Yeah, Megan, neither of us like that question.
Yeah, it's really tricky. So what Tactic does is basically creating user interfaces which are tailored for production. So that means the production teams can use user interfaces tailored to their needs depending on their position. So as we had this, let's say, top-down approach in the past where a replay device was a replay device, a vision mixer was a vision mixer, Tactic basically puts that into a completely different direction where the user interface is much more prominent in the way of how do I want to design my control room in the scale of the persons I have to serve that control room. So for example, if it's needed from a budgetary perspective that I need to combine, for example, a vision mixer with an audio guy on the same user interface, I can do so now. Whereas in the past, you had two massive big panels which would never be integrated into each other. So Tactic really serves a purpose of streamlining production, as the question said, decoupling, let's say, the user interfaces from the hardware, and of course integrating different hardware vendors into a unified user interface serves multiple purposes, which I think will define the future of how we can do lean production and broadcasts.
Drew, do me a favor. Go ahead and ask, what kind of people he's had coming into his booth, and what's the number one question that they have for them?
Yeah, what types of customers and people are coming into the EVS booth, and what are some common questions? What are some things that are coming up often for you?
So as EVS is a long-standing provider of also the biggest productions in the world, we have a fair good mix of, especially at NAB, US key accounts, but also we see a big move coming from the stadium and venue market. We have a lot of international customers. We have customers which are not at all used to EVS workflows. So I would say it's a big flower bouquet where we have all customers from around the world, from all the tiers, as you call them, like tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, but also from different market applications. So I think EVS has managed to become a very broad, widespread player throughout the market. And of course, we are happy to serve all the customers. What is always very clear from us that excellence and ambition is very, very high for us. That means what we want to provide our customers with is serving with the biggest productions in the world, and that's why we're gonna cherish the collaboration with TVU as well.
And then Drew, one more from me, and then I promise I'll let you let him go. But I am curious where he thinks that the industry is going, if he's kind of gotten a sense from NAB about really what the future looks like.
Yeah, and then last question, where do you think the industry is going, and have you gotten a sense of what the future is looking like?
I think this is the glass bowl question. I think it will be extremely diversified. So whereas in the past everything was based around hardware-centric and kind of monolithic approach, we have almost too many choices right now that customers need guidance, not necessarily from what products they use, but we shift more to what kind of workflow do you actually need, because not every workflow can be done in the cloud or seamlessly done in the cloud, and not every workflow should be on a centralized hardware. And I think from a vendor perspective, it's very important to guide customers and asking the questions, why do you want to do that? And asking not basically selling products on its own, but fostering ecosystem approaches, platform approaches, and trying to help them in the way from not only, let's say, from a product perspective, from an ingest to play out workflow, as we call it, but really from where do you want to go and what kind of productions do you want to do in which volume, and then offer not only one product but a mix of products to give them multiple choices to also scale their productions entirely based on the contracts they have and utilizing the equipment to the fullest.
Awesome, Drew. Well, thank him so much for me. And Drew, I'm going to send you over to the Chiron booth. So I'll let you say goodbye to him. I'll bring you back in here, and then I'll see you. Awesome. I'm going to go ahead and see if I can mute Drew. I think he actually did it. So, okay, we're going to head over to the Chiron booth next. It's not too far away. It's in the North Hall. That's where Drew is right now. The North Hall has got a lot of the post-production kind of aspects of television, so it's got a lot of the editing, it's got a lot of the graphics kind of things, and it's really where we're spending a lot of our day today to kind of show you some of the fun new tech. So Chiron, they have a couple of things that are going on this year at NAB. First, they're turning 60 this year, so I think that shows you just how long they've been in the market, how wonderful everything is going. They also have their Prime VSAR 2.3, that's the headline. It's virtual sets and AR updates that are now compatible with Unreal Engine 5.6, deployable as a plugin. Real world examples from NBA, OTT, and national news. They're all running in that booth. So hopefully we'll be able to get a quick demonstration of that. Chiron Paint also has some new updates. So we're going to see if we can get an update on that as well. So we are going to send Drew over to the Chiron booth. We're going to ask some questions there. He's got about 17 minutes. I hope he's listening. He's got about 17 minutes to hustle over there. It's not too far away, though, so he should be able to make it. But we want to make sure that we're talking with them. Let's go ahead and take a quick break and reset a little bit. I'll welcome you back into the booth, and we'll talk a little bit more about what we're doing here at TVU, what we're doing with this live broadcast, why I'm streaming for 9 hours straight, and really kind of some of the technology that we're showing off here. But here's a quick video from TVU for what we can.
When Starlink came out, I don't think we really knew that, one, you could put it on a helicopter and fly it around, but two, being able to put it on in our trucks and have enough bandwidth to push it to the cloud in real time, literally hook it up and we can run our TVU sources through them, and now we have them right in front of everyone's face. When Starlink came out, I don't think we really knew that, one, you could put it on a helicopter and fly it around, but two, being able to put it on in our trucks and have enough bandwidth to push it to the cloud in real time, literally hook it up and we can run our TVU sources through them, and now we have them right in front of everyone's face. When Starlink came out, I don't think we really knew that, one, you could put it on a helicopter and fly it around, but two, being able to put it on in our trucks and have enough bandwidth to push it to the cloud in real time, literally hook it up and we can run our TVU sources through them, and now we have them right in front of everyone's face. When Starlink came out, I don't think we really knew that, one, you could put it on a helicopter and fly it around, but two, being able to put it on in our trucks and have enough bandwidth to push it to the cloud in real time, literally hook it up and we can run our TVU sources through them, and now we have them right in front of everyone's face. When Starlink came out, I don't think we really knew that, one, you could put it on a helicopter and fly it around, but two, being able to put it on in our trucks and have enough bandwidth to push it to the cloud in real time, literally hook it up and we can run our TVU sources through them, and now we have them right in front of everyone's face.
All right, welcome back to the NAB 2026 conference. I'm Megan Lopez. I am here in the TVU Today Live booth. I've been here all day. I was here yesterday, the day before that. I am here bringing you the latest and the greatest on everything that is NAB related. Something that we've gotten a lot of questions about, or at least a couple of questions about, is what kind of swag is there this year? We're giving out some soccer balls, some mini soccer balls here at TVU. I'm not sure if we ran out of those already because they're a very popular item. Drew, you're over at Chiron, and I think you said the merch is pretty cool.
Yeah, hey Megan, I'm over here at Chiron. They're just one booth over from EVS, so not much of a walk, but check out their freebies here. We have some cool shades. We have some lanyards. We have some Chiron patches here, 60 years of Chiron. They have everything you would want, really. I like the sunglasses, though. I think the sunglasses are sweet. Oh, and there's more. Oh, then we have, what is this? This is a sweet sweet hat right here. I'm with TVU here. We're doing a live stream, so we're gonna chat with we're gonna chat with Chiron in a little bit. So Megan, check in with me and we'll see what they have to showcase here for NAB 2026.
Drew, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be a little bit disappointed if you don't walk away with one of those glasses. I feel like they'd really bring out your eyes.
I'm gonna get them for you. Can I take these? Can I take these?
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
It's a what?
Glasses secured. Glasses secured.
My daughter will love them. So thanks,
and
Drew.
check this out, Megan. Look what I ran into, a TVU backpack. What would you know?
There you go. A little bit of free promotion.
Nice. Have fun, guys. Hey, guys.
Thank you. We're going live here shortly.
See ya.
Oh, that's behind the broadcast right there.
Yeah,
we talked to them on day one.
So, some familiar faces out on the show floor. Megan, I'm going to check in with Chiron here and see who we can chat with.
And thanks, Drew. I'm going to bring it back here in the studio. And since we were talking about behind the broadcast, there was somebody that we actually had on our show on day one. So let me flip back and kind of remind you, if you do want to go back and watch some of our coverage of the NAB conference from the past couple of days, it's on our YouTube channel. You can scroll through. There's going to be a lot of information. We've been walking around NAB all day, all yesterday, all the day before that. We're going to continue for the next few hours walking you around. But we did talk to Parker Rattan from behind the broadcast, and they're doing some really cool stuff. Now, Parker's story is super interesting. He was somebody that was a camera operator. He was behind the scenes. He was, just doing what really, thousands of camera operators have done. But then during COVID, that kind of obviously changed everything, and he decided to show how TV production is being done. And he's actually grown to 361,000 followers on Instagram. Turns out that there is quite a following and quite a niche for people that want to kind of see, how the camera equipment is being operated, how some of those really amazing, cool shots are being gathered. He put up I was like deep scrolling through his Instagram, he put up a video kind of showing Sabrina Carpenter, and the viewer experience is going to be that you get that really beautiful, stable shot, and then he kind of put that up with the 2-screen with the camera operator that was behind the scenes, like working the camera in to bring that shot. He's got a lot of different instances that are like that. He's got a partnership with TVU. You saw him walking around with one of our backpacks, and so he's bringing us some content, and we're providing him the chance to be able to live stream in a place like this, where there's a lot of people with a lot of cameras, a lot of equipment, and obviously TVU is going to be able to offer some of that nice, seamless coverage without delays and without interruptions. So that's been a pretty cool partnership that we've got going. And Parker also he was telling me about a partnership that he has with or a documentary that he was doing, at least, about the Savannah Bananas, if you know of them. So I encourage you to go back to our day one coverage and to watch some of that, because it's been really interesting. Here's what I want to do now. I want to send it back out to our bird's eye view camera so you can see a little bit more of the sights and the sounds from the NAB conference. It's been a really busy several days here. I'm going to check our live TVU YouTube coverage to see if anybody wants to have us visit anywhere after we go to Chiron. If there's a booth you want to see, please let us know. If there's a speaker you want to hear from, again, we want to know how we can best serve you. We are trying to be your eyes and ears on the ground here if you couldn't be here, or maybe if you got stuck in the casino and couldn't find your way away from the slots. We want to be your eyes and ears here, so let us help you to kind of experience that. I guarantee you, we are not going to be able to get to every single booth around here. I think, from NAB's website itself, I was seeing there's something like 1,100 exhibitors here. So we're just going to give you a little flavor, show you some of the highlights, try to make it to some of the big names. We've already made it to a bunch of the big names, but we're going to try to pop around wherever we can. A place that was really interesting that we stopped by earlier today was the startup area. We got to see some really cool companies that are pushing the boundaries of tech, pushing the boundaries of innovation. And so that was a really awesome moment. We hope that we can maybe stop by again. I know it's not too far away. Maybe give them a few minutes to kind of explain their tech and how it's different from everything else that we see here on the ground. But man, it has been a busy few days. It's been an exciting few days. I think people are feeling a little tired. I think they're feeling it in their feet. I'm definitely feeling it in my feet. I know that Drew is, although maybe not so much today, because he told me that he's only gotten something like 9,000 steps in. So we're going to see if we can get that step count up for him. But let's go ahead and just and listen to the sights and the sounds of NAB a little bit. I'm going to play some music for you. I'm going to let you kind of look around. I'm going to take a breath and get some water, and then we'll reset. Yes, I can hear you. Yeah, I got you.
Sure.
All right. Welcome back to the NAB 2026 conference. I'm Megan Lopez, and I am here in the TVU Today Live booth, and I have a special guest with me. Let me make sure I unmute his microphone so that you can hear him. We're going to let Drew wander around a little bit, but Tom Brown.
I am here.
How are you doing?
Good. My voice is somewhat back from yesterday.
Yeah, you were sounding a little froggy yesterday. How's How's the conference been? And most importantly, how have those shoes been treating you?
Oh,
You know, at
do
this
you
conference.
like these ones better than the pink ones?
I do. I
Yeah.
do.
Really? How do you, yeah, I don't know. I like the pink ones.
I actually showed you on that the bird's eye view camera when you weren't looking because we were making fun of
Yeah.
your shoes. So I made sure
Who
that
was
everybody.
making fun of my shoes?
Jessica, not me. Not me. I would never. That doesn't make sense.
Well, whatever.
So.
She's mean.
So you got your voice back. It sounds like
I
you got
did.
a little bit of your energy back. I see you're a Monster Energy drink. Technically an unofficial sponsor for TVU just because of how much all of us here are relying on it. How's it been so far? What do you kind of give me the flavor for day 3? How are the clients kind of coming in and responding to everything?
Yeah, I think your little setup here has piqued a lot of interest on this. It's raised some great questions, some great scenarios come up of how we came up with this. I mean, we just kind of threw everything together just to show, because we get customers from all over the place to ask about every kind of scenario possible. Something I wish we would have done was we should have set up one phone and used that as a camera, because that's a possibility. That would have been pretty interesting. So I think the next time we do this, we'll expand it out so that we can get a better viewer experience.
Well, this was, I think it was Paul's passion project. I kind of threw it at you guys and said, let's figure this out. Let's make it fun. And this is the first year you're trying it, right?
Yeah. Coming from broadcast with a lot of experience in broadcast, we do a lot of, you do an event and you're like, man, X, Y, and Z went great. A, B, and C, I'd like to do better the next time.
Mm-hmm.
So you just kind of keep turning your brain and trying to find solutions to problems that probably aren't problems, but things you could do better. And I think that's what we try to do.
Well, yeah, you've done that a couple of times just, in the couple of days that I've been here where you said, tomorrow I'm going to add this button for you. And I'm going to make sure that you can mute. And and it's fun to like watch the wheels turn in your brain and kind of see how you're doing things, but also to see how easy it is to make those changes.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the direction we want to go with things is, while your initial setup is just like it is with an iPhone or whatever, you have to register your account, you have to tell it what your carrier is, all those steps that go through. We want that same user experience so that when you first get it, that's when you're setting everything up, that's what takes the initial time. But then if you want to add a button, you should be able to add a button to control something. If you want to add a source or graphics, the simpler that process is, the better we feel about it. The less I have to get involved with people, and they can just do it on their own. It just helps. When you have confidence in what you're using, you use it a lot more. And I think that's the goal we want, is we want people to have the confidence to be able to do stuff.
Were you're talking about some of the different clients that you've been kind of speaking to over the last few days when you were able to speak, since you turned down my tea and my throat coat and everything. So when you were able to speak because you're too proud for help, I'm curious, you said they threw out different scenarios. Is there anything that kind of stumped you, or you said that, that's something I want to look into? That could be the next iteration.
Not really. We pretty much have answers for everything.
That's
which is a great scenario. There are things we can't do because it's not a possibility. If we put development time towards it, it's just a matter of figuring it out. Like, the hardest part is so much older equipment isn't API-able or IP-able. So we run into that where a vendor or something else we're working with doesn't have an IP address, which kind of limits what we can do, but it doesn't stop us.
Sure. So where do you see, obviously we're here, we're displaying this technology at NAB, but like how applicable is this? Where do you see it kind of going?
Everybody is getting into podcasting, right? I think YouTube was when YouTube came out, or Facebook, everybody started going, oh, this is a way we can reach our audience, this is a way we can reach our customer. And as that's evolved, live has evolved. And you're seeing businesses look at people from, like, say, broadcast television and say, hey, how could we do something like this? And you see people leaving the broadcast industry and going to private businesses or public businesses and trying to start something like this. I think podcasting in general is so everybody wants a podcast, or everybody already has a podcast, or everybody just stopped doing a podcast. And finding that simplicity in it is where we want to live. And I think that will keep evolving. To the point, like, you have been running this, aside from some interventions from me or Mateus or Socrates just probably trying to mess things up. But that process has been you running this, right?
Yeah.
4 or 5 years ago, that wouldn't have been a thing.
Well, and with those podcasts, I mean, you're talking about a much smaller scale. It's a podcast, you can't really have a lot of overhead. You can't have a crew behind you, in order to particularly get started up. And this is something you don't have to.
No, and like I said, if I was starting a podcast, I would take 2 cell phones, and those would be my cameras. I can get a Bluetooth mic. To run producer in a simple setup like that is not very expensive. I mean, you're talking dollars, not thousands of dollars. And it's a good opportunity for people.
Tell me a little bit about Party Line and, kind of how that plays into all of this.
Yeah, it is definitely not a place you go after midnight.
Have you been holding that one ready to get the question about Party Line?
No, I actually just thought about it. Anytime I think of something funny, you can see my eyes go to the top. Yeah.
Hey, Drew, we got you.
All right, I have some breaking news, aka I have a gentleman here, JDW, with this company, Q's, and I want to give him the opportunity to talk a little bit about his company here and give us a little live demo if you guys are ready for that.
Yeah, we are ready. Go ahead and take it away, Drew.
Awesome. Hey, JDW, could you just introduce yourself to our viewers in chat and tell us about Q's?
Okay, hi, nice meeting you all. My name is JDW, I work for Q's. We're a company based in Belgium, and we deliver newsroom solutions, fully cloud-based, fully SaaS model. Our product line consists of 3 parts. You have StoryDesk, which is in fact our story-centric NRCS system. Tied to that is Rundown, in which you, in the end, build your rundowns if you want to publish to TV or to a rundown. And we also have Automator, which in the end is your playout and studio automation solution. So those 3 parts tie together really closely, and let me show you a little bit how that works. For first starters, this is StoryDesk. This, what you're looking at the moment, those are the day notes. So say, for example, you have your daily briefing when you're doing news. This is where you collect all the stuff that you might be covering today. People can be assigned already. People get notifications that they will be working on those stories. These are the stories that we will be covering today. And on the right side of the screen, you have like feeds that are coming in. You can have all the feeds, or AI is working behind the scenes always and tirelessly to help you do that. So for each station, we can already, from the feeds that are coming in, select and try to pre-select the ones that might be relevant for this station. The way we do this is through a central admin module, because we not only aim to make this work for one single station, but we try to make this work for like the bigger station groups in the US. Think about the Nextstars and the Technos of this world having like 60 stations, 300 stations. This Q's admin part allows you to manage those 300 stations in one go, which means you can manage the people working there, like the members that are in there, so those, all the journalists, all the producers that you have in there, you can manage those. You can manage like all the MEM systems and media systems that you have going for the whole group. So for all those 300 stations, you can have, for example, like BitCentral going, you can have several VMAPs from EVS going, Mimir, whatever. We support lots of MEM systems. This is the way how you centrally manage all those MEM systems. Then when it comes to the groups part, you can start assigning all those, to all your different stations. So for example, you could have some stations grouped in like say Texas, for example, and you can decide, okay, these Texas stations, they have access to, for example, these are the people having access to whatever is assigned to those Texas stations. They have access to certain media systems, like for example, they only will be using BitCentral and not all the others. So that's all those things you can manage centrally from the corporate level. Of course, AI is omnipresent everywhere. You don't have to use AI, but if you want to use AI within your group, it's also centrally managed. You can do that from here. You can. What we have is like we have embedding models and LLM models going. The embedding part of the embedding models, we use those to facilitate the story linking and to have the system search for similar stories, relevant stories, those kinds of things. But you can also ask the system to help you write and help create content, summarize it, do whatever you want, those typical things. That's why we have also LLMs in place. But again, the choice, if you want to use them, is fully up to the station owners. It's not our choice, but we offer that flexibility.
Talk about that choice. Why do you want to keep it optional?
Well, we know that not everyone is so keen on using AI because they think, okay, their data might go out there or whatever reasons they think why they don't want to use AI. So they can leave it out. The full system will still work. If you want to use AI, of course, you choose whichever models you want to use. So again, you're not obliged to use Olama or Cloud that we have going, for example. If you want to use Gemini or whatever, it's fully again up to you to use those. Then when it comes to, like, for example, again, to centrally manage, like news feeds can be in there. There can be just RSS feeds or like API driven, or that can be social media. All those feeds, we pull them in. And if you have like AI tied to that as well, like I was showing before, it can help to list those feeds so that you can start using them. Then when you start using and really start producing stories, that's when it gets to the interesting part. For example, you might say, okay, let's do something on this story. Now we're really getting into creating a story. A story in the end is not meant for only like take this live to TV. This can be used for rundowns, social media, web, you choose. It's up to you how you want to use this, again, within a bigger group or just for your own specific TV station. This is the brief for this specific story. That's where you start pulling all the content together. Content you can write yourself. You can ask if you want to, in an easy way, to let the system help you. So for example, with / commands, you get access to all the tools that we have available. So you can ask, that's why AI is there. And if you don't want to do that, of course, you don't have to. But it can help you with lots of things, even fact checking. So you can have the system try to do and compare things to make sure that it's fact checked and that everything is correct. The system is now fact checking, will reach out to all kinds of external sources to make sure that it is okay. And if not, it will flag those things. To the right side, you have options. So yeah, it's done checking. So for example, it's highlighting this.
Oh, let me zoom in on that.
Where it's saying,
cool.
Okay, this doesn't seem correct. And it's offering you the context why it thinks it's not correct. It's also showing where it's getting that information from. So again, human is always keeping in control to make sure that do I ignore this or do I accept this or do I do something with it? Or also again, this seems to be very correct. It's 95% sure, but again, it's showing you why it's thinking that it's correct. Human keeps in control, but AI will for sure make it easy for you to to fact check and correct those things. To the right side, like I was saying again, we have those feeds coming in, but we also have like assets there. Assets being anything media related that you might need in there. That can be anything, because when you check that ad thingy, over here you see all the media sources that we have available. For example, you could say, okay, I want to add media coming from BitCentral. In that case, we open our view towards BitCentral, so you can see, okay, these are the clips that do exist within BitCentral. You can quickly preview this clip, or you can say, okay, I want to use this. So we already line it up over there. I also might want to use this one. And then I say to the bottom right, okay, gonna add this to the story, which means those end up over here. It doesn't end there. I'm a journalist, for example, and I'm doing this on my laptop somewhere in the field. I can also say I don't have a webcam connected to this computer at the moment, but I can quickly say if there was a webcam present, for example, I can say, okay, just record this and do my piece to camera. There's no webcam connected, so nothing will show up there. But I can say, in this case, I could grab out my microphone and from the webcam to my laptop do my piece to camera. It will record this, and that recording again will end up over here in the asset bin. When I have collected all my stuff, I can say, okay, let's create a sequence, which will mean I will do an edit, for example, push enter, and there's a full-blown video editor in there. Yeah, the story doesn't stop there.
Wow.
All the stuff is in there. You drag your clips in. You can, for example, use those JPEGs as an overlay, and so on and so on. And you can start editing, like you see over here. There's the video. You can use that, and you can play with it. You can trim it, and you can say again, okay, let's render this. And while it's rendering, you can continue working. All these things, because you saw, okay, this is tied to, for example, Bit Central. All these things, like the recording I did or the new video that I'm rendering now, they will also go towards Bit Central again. So there's a full end-to-end solution that we can work with media. Still not ending. Through the network tab, because we're working in a bigger station within a group of stations, I can also check what are those other stations within this group doing, which might again be relevant to what I'm doing. So it will list what these other stations are doing, giving a probability rate of how relevant this is. And again, I can check, okay, that's what I have scripted there. These are the assets that other station is using. And I can again say, okay, this clip, that seems relevant to what I'm doing. So I can snatch that, and now it's added to my story. So we can pick and choose media from other stations as well. That's how we start collecting all the stuff towards this single story. From that moment on, you can start thinking about, okay, what do I do now with it? I can add it to the rundown. These are still pretty empty rundowns, but you can say, okay, this should go to the new news, which I should create apparently because it's still not done. And that in the end would start creating a rundown where you can add those stories to it. And then we get to the actual rundown. That's already open on a separate tab. This is our separate tool, Q's Rundown, which I was showing you at the beginning. This is also fully web-based. It's in here that you start building your story. If you don't want to do that from that story-based story desk, you can also add media from here. So nothing prevents you doing that. In here, you start also adding all the stuff that's relevant to a TV playout system. So for example, you might say, okay, this live interview is about TVU. It might say, okay, the name of the guest is I'm JDW, because we're live to air. My subtitle is I'm PO for our automator, like this. So it's over here that you type in all that kind of information, which in the end will be relevant when you take this to the last part of the story, to our automator in the end. This is the part where you end up in the control room. So where you end up with the vision mixers, the graphics engines, the playout devices, and all of those things. Over here, this is our program output, for example, for our TV news. And from this simple interface, I can say, okay, let's start the news. There are the opening credits. It's going live to air at the moment. This clip will end with the time code going in 2 to 1. We are already in the studio. The graphics come on. We've got pictures going into that monitor, fed coming from the rundown and fed by the automator in there. Ready to start another clip. There's one of the clips that we put in the rundown. You can say, okay, I need to do other things, and I think I want to go back to the cameras. So whenever I spacebar, we go back to the camera, and so on, and so on, and so on. So this all together is a one-stop solution to manage, like if you want to, on a corporate level, manage 300 stations, have each station given access to all the resources they might need, have them build stories that can go to air, to social media, to websites, to whatever you want as an output. And if it comes to a rundown and to TV output or line output, wherever you need a rundown, also do the full studio automation. That's like not in a nutshell, but all pulling it together.
Oh,
That's what Fuse does.
Megan, JDW just blew my mind here. This software can seriously do everything like a broadcaster would need. You can write, fact check, edit, produce, like everything. JDW, I know you have to get going. One last question. What do you want customers and broadcasters walking away from your booth knowing and feeling?
Well, I would say if you still have the time, please come over. We're here to go in depth with you to show all the little details that are in there, because really what I was doing was scratching the surface. But if you are into like replacing your current NRCS solutions, and if you're ready to dive into these kind of things, we're really happy to help you on board this. Doesn't matter if you're a single station or a bigger station group, we're ready for this.
Awesome, Megan. Any quick questions? We got to let JDW loose for. I think we're making him late. But anything else from you guys?
I have one, but if he's got to run, he's got to run. So
yeah,
so
let's take one. Let's take one quick one.
I'm just curious, how organizing around the story instead of the rundown is changing a newsroom's workflow with their product.
How is organizing around hang on one second.
A story rather than a rundown, Drew?
What are you showing us, JDW? You pulling something else up?
I was going for, because we're live with TVU.
Yeah.
One of the integrations within all the list of devices that we support, we also have TVU Producer in there. For example, it's beta software, so we need to input the logo still, but TVU Producer.
Oh, so you guys are, you can implement TVU Producer? And that's what we're using right now to live stream.
We have an integration going. It's in the beta phase at the moment with TVU Producer. So in this case, we're controlling vMix, but we can control TVU Producer as well if you want to. So
we love to see it.
Next year, let's make this work with TVU Producer.
Yeah, we love to see it. Hey, Megan, sorry I had a little communication. Had a little communication issue, but let's go ahead and let JDW carry on with the NAB 2026 conference. Thank you so much, JDW. That was an awesome breakdown of cues.
Thank you, Drew. I'll let you go ahead and say goodbye to him, and I'm going to come back out here to me here at the TVU Today Live booth. Drew, but don't go too far, because I want you to walk around next and show us a little bit of that North Hall before I send you on your next mission. So let's go ahead and take a quick break. I'll show you a video from TVU, a little bit about some of the things that TVU can do for you, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hey, what's up? This is Anthony from Unlimited IRL. I'm here to show you how to assemble the backpack mount for Starlink Mini. Let's get right into it.
In the box, you'll see the backpack mount, spreader bar, and cable kit, which includes power and Ethernet. To attach the backpack mount, open the side panels. Unfold the top strap and push it through the opening on the handle of the backpack. Attach the top strap to the side panels with the Velcro straps. Make sure to mount securely. Now, get your spreader bar. If you're using a TVU bag, push it through the opening on the back of the bag. If not, the spreader bar can be placed across the face of the bag. Now wrap it around the side panels and secure the Velcro. Next, get your cable kit and plug it in the Starlink. With the cables facing left, open the hatch and the cable bypass. Insert the Starlink and fasten the Velcro. If you're using a TVU, open the side vent on the bag and pass the cables through. Plug the Starlink Ethernet into the encoder and the Starlink power into the DTAP power. If you are using power without a DTAP, a USB-C adapter is provided. If you're using the mount without a TVU, you only need to connect power.
And just like that, you're ready to go. Now that your backpack's ready, make sure you have a Starlink account. Log in, connect your dish, and you're live. Looking forward to seeing what you create. Hey, what's up? This is Anthony from Unlimited IRL. I'm here to show you how to assemble the backpack mount for Starlink Mini. Let's get right into it.
In the box, you'll see the backpack mount, spreader bar, and cable kit, which includes power and Ethernet. To attach the backpack mount, open the side panels. Unfold the
All right, well, welcome back to the NAB 2026 conference. I'm Megan Lopez, and I am here in the TVU Today live booth, and we have been live streaming for the last 3 days. We got a few more hours to go, and we're going to try to make it to as many places as we can, show you a little bit of what NAB has to offer, show you a little bit about what TVU has to offer. But the first thing I'm going to try to do is get that music to stop playing so that we can hear Drew as well. And I'm having a little bit of trouble doing that. So let me see if I can fix some settings on my end. There we go. All right, easy enough, just like that. So let me go out to Drew really fast and check in with him, and then I'll kind of take you back here through my studio. But Drew, where are you at? What are you seeing?
Hey Megan, yeah, still over here in the North Hall where there's a bunch of cool editing software, post-production tools, robotic cameras. We just talked to EVS. You can see Adobe. They are kind of at the center of this North Hall, and it's been a really busy booth. It's a cool booth. I'm hoping to still be able to get in touch with Adobe and Frame.io and talk some cool features later this afternoon. And then you could see them over here, the Visit. We had a really good demo with them earlier this afternoon. Coming up next, I'm going to go check in with Chiron, which is right over here. So luckily, everything I need to do this afternoon is a little centralized. So I'm sorry to say, but I'm not having to walk too much for you. I know you want me to get my step count up. But yeah, let's...
I'm going to find a way, Drew. I am going to find a way. I'll let you check in with Chiron, Drew, but I wanted to also make sure, we've been kind of fielding a lot of viewer requests, people that are writing it on our YouTube channel, and I remember you mentioning to me today that there's one company in particular you were looking at talking to that's kind of doing some cool stuff with editing and making documentary editing a little bit easier. We need to find them, don't we?
Yeah, I don't know if you can, I need to look them up. There's an NAB 2026 app actually that I've been using on my iPhone that's pretty useful. So you can just type in a company name on the app and it'll tell you which booth and where to get around. So the company you're talking about is Eddy AI. I think that would be a really cool company to try to touch base with toward the end of our day. They, it's AI editing. In theory, you can upload your interviews, you can upload your B-roll, plug it into the software, and you can prompt it to do the edit for you, speeding up workflows. I think it can act as kind of either an assistant editor or it can actually take on a full documentary edit. So personally, I've been wanting to touch base with them.
You've been itching to get over there. Yeah, they're in the North Hall, Drew. So I don't think they're too far from you. So we'll let you go ahead and get set up with Chiron, and then I'll try to figure out where they are compared to you, and we'll get you over there so that we can satiate your demands as well as it's very demanding.
I know.
Cameraman.
It's not all about. I'm a diva photographer, as some people would like to say.
He only rides in Teslas, so I hear. So there you go. He's very fancy. All right, Drew, I'm going to let you keep walking. I'm going to let you check in with Chiron. I'm going to bring it back here to the studio and to what we've got going on. I've got Jessica Mintz with me. She's the Vice President of Marketing, and she's been kind of a co-host throughout this whole day. I've been very spoiled. Yeah, I've been very spoiled to have all the extra help. So we went and talked to Cruz. We're going to go over to Chiron in a little bit here. So hearing from some more of our partners. But it seems like things are going well today for the interest here in TVU. Let's go ahead and take a quick shot just so we can get a little bit of that flavor that we're talking about. Is there anybody? I know you're kind of chained to this booth while we're here, but is there anyone in particular or anywhere in particular you think we should send Drew to get that step count up?
That's a good question. I don't know. I was just noticing it is funny the different vibes between the halls. Like North Hall and Central Hall have such vibrant colors.
Yep.
And they're a little darker. Over here, it's kind of more like bright white. It's an interesting observation.
Well, they've got a lot of the tech kind of vibes, the camera, the equipment vibes. I don't know if you were sitting here yesterday or if you were watching, but we had Small Rig on.
Oh, that was earlier today, right?
Yesterday.
Oh, wow.
Yesterday.
All the days are blending.
They're blurred, but something that I noticed about that was in the central hall, and something I noticed about the central hall versus our hall. This is more software based. It's hard to kind of like conceptualize that, but they have sweet cars and like those Polaris vehicles. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, what is Drew? Maybe we can ask what Drew's favorite thing he's seen is. Throwing that question out yet?
Yeah, hey, I was just looking, I think I totally forgot. I was telling Megan this morning about Eddy AI, that complete AI editing software platform. I think I just looked them up. They're north 1652 or 72. So I'm gonna go over there sometime this afternoon, and I'm super excited to show you guys what I think they have. I was looking up on their profile. I think they have a new release that they're excited to launch. So maybe I can kind of give you a little scoop, a little news scoop later today. Yeah.
Awesome. Drew, any update on Chiron or maybe later today?
Yeah, no, we're working on it. I think I'm going to be able to touch base with somebody, so I'm just giving them a couple minutes to see who can chat with me. Yeah.
I also wanted to mention that TVU is nominated for both the Best of Show award from TV Tech, which is the main publication that puts out the NAB Daily, and also the NAB show's Product of the Year for our Media Mesh platform. So I think we'll find out about both of those tomorrow. Unfortunately, we will not be live tomorrow. This is the last day, but fingers crossed. We usually do go home with something.
How important is something like that? Kind of given all the tech, the innovation that's around here to be one of the standouts.
I don't know if I would say it's important, but I think it's a nice piece of recognition for innovation, for being a leader in the space. It's something that we always enter every year. Last year we took home NAB's Project of the Year for our France TV Torch Relay. That was a really innovative project where we used 5G and our TVU Anywhere app, and we were live for most of the Torch Relay. I think that's what it was, if I'm remembering correctly. So super cool project with France TV. We nominated them on our behalf, and we all went home winners, and it was a really special moment.
I'm seeing that your mic is muted, but everything looks fine on our end. So we might have.
I've had some issues with talking too far away. I'll try to get a little closer.
There you.
The mic.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry about that. So I really do hope that everybody can hear. And if you're watching right now and for some reason you're noticing that you can't hear in some way, just let us know. We've got a whole team of TVU people behind us that can, if we can't figure it out, somebody else can. But it's supposed to be a pretty, easy.
We usually can figure it out.
Yeah, we don't need. We don't need no stinking tech people. There you go. All right. Well, let me bring it back out here to this nice shot of our booth. Jessica, have you noticed anything different about the crowds, the energy today? I'll let you step away so that you can maybe get somebody to help us out. I want to make sure that we can hear you loud and clear, particularly because we got a guest coming up at 4 o'clock. So it's really important that we get that mic issue. Listen, Aaron, I am super happy that you guys are still, first of all, still here, but second of all, helping us work through some of our tech issues. I want to make sure that we are using our TVU team to the best of their abilities. All right, let's check in with Drew here and see what his Chiron update is. Drew?
Hey, Megan, can you hear me?
Yes, I've got you.
Hey, I have Mike here with Chiron. Mike, you think you're ready? Or
Yeah,
okay.
We're going to have some fun.
Yeah, we're going to have fun. Mike's going to give us, while I'm turning on the microphones here for Mike, he's going to give us, I think, two demos we talked about that Chiron's excited to showcase this year. So, Mike, I'm going to hand you this.
Great.
And let me just make sure. Hey, Megan, can you hear me okay here? You see
I've got
Mike?
you loud and clear.
Awesome. Hey, Mike, just introduce yourself to the viewers, and let's talk about Chiron and what we're excited about.
Sure. So I'm Mike. I'm the CEO of Chiron, and like every NAB, we've got a lot of goodies, and I'm thrilled to show you guys two of our favorites this year. So this is our booth layout. We're primarily known for graphics. So guess what? You're going to see a lot of graphics. The first thing I want to come and show you is a new AI solution that we created. I'm going to bring you over here. There's probably going to be a demo going on that we can piggyback off of. But, and you know what's up right now. So we're partnering with NVIDIA to create a solution where you can do one production in one language and automatically transform and create multiple versions of that production in multiple languages. So up here, if you can look, this is a production being done in English. So the talent is speaking in English. The graphics, the chirons you see are in English. Obviously the audio. But if you look at the other boxes around it, it's automatically translating everything. The audio, the chiron text, even the mouths. If you look at the mouths, they're actually AI generated to make it look like they're speaking in those languages.
And Mike, real quick, what's the decision behind that? Why is that kind of like detail important for?
It's for a lot of customers that want to expand their ad inventory. They want to make more money, more revenue. This is a great way to start reaching new customers that wouldn't necessarily have access to your content, and it's more valuable because people are hearing it in the language that they want to. And so it's really fun to be able to find solutions that maintain our quality but drive that efficiency.
Awesome. Where are we going next?
So I want to show you the other thing. We'll go back around this way. The other thing we do a lot is we do a lot of stuff with virtual. And what we're showing this year is our virtual set. If you come around with me,
it's a busy booth.
It is a busy booth. You know, we looked at the numbers and we're expecting actually to have less people at this year's booth. Everything that's happening with gas prices and internationally, and for us, it's still been nonstop.
That's good to hear.
So what you're looking at is we're setting it up now, but this really is showing our end-to-end workflow and how it all fits together. And so you're looking at it's a green screen tracking. You can see our wonderful talent up there, Jacob, doing a great job. But if you look here at the Paris, this is the part of the Paris set that they use for the Olympics, and all of this is being used, and all of our gear is being used in one showcase, and it all tying together. And we have a solution that allows you to play this out in the cloud, and we've done the full workflow work stream. So something we're really proud of, that we really have that end-to-end capability for our customers. So that's a little bit about what I wanted to share with you guys for the show.
Awesome.
That's what we're up to at Chiron.
Megan, any questions for Mike here? Yeah, so Chiron's turning 60 this year.
We are turning.
What's the evolution that you've seen with the broadcast animation and graphics?
You know, it's amazing when we have a little. If you want, I can show you one more thing.
Let's check it out.
One of the things we're
walk and talk.
Also doing for our 60th is we're showcasing some of the technology over the years, and it's really interesting because you see how everything. What's so fun about what we do is the technology is always changing. That's who we are. We're innovators. We love to do it. So you can see we actually put a little museum together.
Oh, so we have a visual for your question here, Megan.
So you can see we have, some of these, all the time I'll meet customers and they'll tell me about a Chiron 4 or an Infinite, and this is where we're actually showcasing just examples.
Do you know like year this equipment is?
This looks like 70s.
Yeah.
It's really interesting. We have customers come in and they'll tell us actually when they, what the who they bought it from and when it came. And that's the other part about Chiron. You look through the years. It's all about innovation, but it's really also just what the consistency is the people. We love our customers and we love to help our customers, and that's the consistent theme through all. So we're having a great show. I'm glad I could share a little bit with you guys, and yeah.
Awesome. And hey, Megan, is Jessica still at the booth, or did she head out?
She stepped away for a second.
Okay. Well, I'll tell Mike I gave you guys the award of best freebies for the NAB show because you guys had some good freebies at the front desk.
Yeah.
Megan, anything else for Mike here? What else is the chat asking any questions?
I just have one more, and it's really, how do you see AI reshaping broadcast graphics in that space over the next few years?
Yeah, like looking to the future, how do you see broadcast graphics being reshaped over the next few years?
It's going to be, we're going to have more content. We're going to have more content custom down to you as a viewer, and visual storytelling is going to get more enhanced and more exciting. More for you, down to that one viewer. So, yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Mike.
Very
Super
excited.
cool booth over here at Chiron.
All right.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Drew, I want to go ahead and send you on over to Eddie AI. So I'm going to let you go, and I want you to make your march and get back to us as soon as you can. But in the meantime, I've got a special guest. Let me go ahead and unmute your microphone so that all these wonderful people can hear you. I got to do that in 2 different places. And then I'm doing all of this, by the way, for anybody that's watching the TVU producer. Yeah, it's great, right? The TVU producer program. I'm doing it all by myself. So. All right, so you're the TTO with Reuters. Please tell me a little bit about what you all are doing here, and we'll get into the partnership here with TVU.
Fantastic. Okay, so firstly, we have the Reuters Imagen stand over there. Reuters Imagen is the Reuters flagship product for monetizing content. So we help sports and news and media organizations monetize their content through Reuters Imagen. The other part here is we are here in the TVU stand. The Reuters solution is being demonstrated here. And that is part of our larger vision. Our larger vision is essentially that with all the advent of AI, we are redefining what does it mean to be a journalist. So our overarching strategy is not a technology strategy. It's actually a newsroom transformation strategy. And everything that we are doing enables that. So whether it is when we talk about satellite exit, when we talk about doing MCR in the cloud, when we talk about IP distribution, when we talk about camera to cloud, when we talk about TAMs, all of these things are plumbing capabilities that enables a larger vision. Today, everybody is rushing to AI, but in order for you to do AI more efficiently, you have to make the data accessible, you have to make the data available through open interfaces, and you have to make AI cheaper. And all of those are possible only if you do the plumbing right. So what we have back there showing is essentially our vision where we are trying to move the entire MCR operations into the cloud. So we're taking, previously, if you go back 2-3 years ago, it was a pipe dream because video processing was not entirely possible in the cloud. You could do distribution in the cloud, you could do contributions, but a lot of the processing had to happen offline on-prem, such as if you wanted to do QC, if you wanted to do watermarking, if you want to do frame rate conversions. All of these things couldn't be done in the cloud because the highest processing weren't there. But now you can actually do the highest fidelity video, you can persist it using MXL, you can store it using TAMs, you don't have to replicate it, TAMs stores it in a much cheaper way. You can do.
I'm going to pause you for just a second. I want to move that just a little bit closer. We're getting some complaints
Is
that
that
the mic's
audible?
low.
Okay, great.
I hope
so
that's
you
better.
can So you can now do QC, frame rate conversion. You can do everything that is related to video processing in the cloud. And now you can make them all hooked up through agentic interfaces via MCP or A2A or whatnot. And also don't have to spend gazillions, right? Now today everybody, if you walk around here, everybody's pitching an AI solution, but nobody's talking about the cost. The cost is huge. But what we have, we are thankful to TVU as a great partner. We want to make it much more economical to scale, and at the same time, at the lowest latency, and at the most scalable manner, right? At the same time, also make it easier for integrate. That's basically our, ultimately, again, I step back to the thing. All of this stuff is plumbing, and to make what? So our newsroom transformation means you are no longer a text journalist, a photo journalist, or a video journalist. You are just a journalist. This means we want to give every journalist, no matter where they are on earth, the same tools that they would have if they were in Washington or London or New York. So previously that was not possible. You had to be co-located in those places with the closest MCR and to make that happen. But right now, that journalist in Iran who is covering the war, who has nothing other than just the camera, is able to do the same thing and it has access to the same technology, and we can get the stories out the fastest possible manner. Ultimately, we want to tell great stories. Ultimately, we want to tell them in the best way possible, and this makes it all happen. So that's what we are here for. That's what we are here to show, and we are pretty excited to partner with TVU on it. Paul and the whole team have been great partners for us. So thanks for the question.
Yeah, I mean, how revolutionary is something like that, kind of given where the industry was and, kind of how far it's come, and making sure that you are where the story is, no matter, the environment. I mean, you brought up Iran as an example.
Great, great question. So TAMS a couple of years ago was quite revolutionary. It came out as an idea out of the BBC. Now, this year, we have more organizations talking about TAMS, more organizations implementing TAMS, but TAMS alone is not sufficient. So you have to have the entire video processing in the cloud, storage in the cloud, and linked with an agentic architecture and all of that. And all of this is coming together now. Now, I think we have a pretty ambitious goal of converting all the 90 bureaus of Reuters into this architecture by the end of next year. And that is pretty revolutionary. I don't think there's any news organization that is still talking about doing this. But our hope is that Reuters, being the world's largest news organization, if we are able to do it, every news organization can do it. They start to see that the power of this possibilities and all the innovations that it enables, right? So it is pretty revolutionary. But at the same time, I think TAMS has genuinely gone mainstream, and with partners like TVU implementing MXL and all of this, making it much easier to integrate all of these through MCP on the TVU media mesh itself, it makes it much more accessible. Mm-hmm. So, and the hyperscalers support from AWS and Google and Microsoft also makes it all possible. So it's all starting to come together now. So what was not possible like 2 or 3 years ago, now everything is starting to come together. So now to make the overall vision happen.
So as you said, we've got a bit of a demo back there. You, I'm sure, have been talking to people kind of coming around. I'm wondering what the reception has been so far.
I think it's been phenomenal. I think the executives from Gannett were here, and they loved it. I thought the folks from Microsoft and I think Fuji Media from Japan. I think the story of it's not just a satellite exit. So when you see things as it's a satellite exit, that is too narrow. But when you think that this is a total reimagination, people are starting to get it. So I think this is, I would say, this has opened up a lot of customers and partners' mindset. and we are hopeful to bring even more of the next generation of this at the IBC. So I think the conversation at IBC will probably be even more exciting.
So it sounds like there's definitely a lot of interest, maybe even a lot of receptiveness around, the possibilities that really come here.
100%. And again, and one of the things that is also, I think this, I'm not sure if this was planned, but the fact that the stands are so close between AWS, Microsoft, and TVU are all being next to each other, I think there is a bit of a serendipity. So I hope that this can be replicated.
You call it serendipity, I call it conspiracy. No.
Or great planning.
Great planning. There you go. I'll put on my tinfoil hat just a little bit. All right. So take me, a little bit broader here for what you've kind of heard from some of the people that has stopping in. Are you kind of getting a sense of a trend of obviously there's a lot of tech, there's a lot of innovation around here, but kind of the sense of where the industry is going as a whole?
I'd say I think everybody has their view, a slightly different view of where the industry is going. I think I don't think folks are still seeing the ROI of AI yet, and that is because the token costs are still pretty high with respect to AI, and there's more money being spent than what is being made. But having said that, I think now you're starting to now see solutions, and this is just one of them, that brings down the cost and that makes things much more accessible. But but I would say, I don't think even we are there yet. Even with all the things that we are showing here, there is more to come in terms of just the transformation about it. But we see a world where the old world is changing, and in the future, the interfaces may not be UI at all. Yeah? Now, when we think of products, we immediately think UI. We think something visual. But in the future, everything is much more of a headless agentic system where everybody can define their own personal interface, and I can have an audio interface, I can have my own personal visual interface. I think we're going to in that type of an architecture. I think there's a little more transformation is needed, but I think what has started to happen is we see the building blocks of how to get there. So previously, I think it was too much of proprietary technologies that were driving the way, but with what we have here, that open source technologies are starting to lead. So MXL, you have the LPX, the Live Production Exchange, TAMS, which is the Time Addressable Media Storage. So these type of open standards and the support for those open standards by the hyperscalers, including TVU, are now starting to shift the direction. So I think that so this is the way forward, and more to come.
I'm also curious, kind of just talking about, some of the excitement, the enthusiasm around this technology, and really kind of just the possibilities. There's a difference, I think, between excitement and enthusiasm around it and actually taking that step, and in some cases that leap of faith into something that is just so unknown and so new. And so curious, if you've felt or heard some of that trepidation from some of the people coming in?
I do, and that, especially when I ask many of the clients, when I speak to many of the agency or the media news partners here, many of them say, they're still doing proof of concepts, prototypes, a small test. And when they hear from Reuters, we're looking at the entire newsroom, all 3,000 journalists, all of them moving into this new world, and our goal is 18 months, then they see the art of the possible. Then they start to believe. So I think part of our goal, we're not selling anything here. We are just selling the vision, that's all. And what our goal is that as an industry, that we propel ahead and we move to that that agentic future and the reimagination of news workflows, the AI-centric workflows is indeed possible, and it's indeed possible in a short amount of time. And by talking more and by having these conversations with customers, we are showing them the art of the possible.
Are there any ethical questions that kind of come along with this that you've been getting?
Always. This is why, at Reuters we have a very strong policy framework around what is allowed and what we shouldn't do. Like we still have, for instance, we have a very strong position on visual AI, that anything to do with visuals, no AI is allowed and no AI modification is allowed. And everywhere where a content touches AI, that needs to go through a very strong governance framework and review to ensure that we are, essentially, we are taking not just the ethical considerations, but also, there is Reuters is known for a brand. It's a brand of trust. It could very easily destroyed, but that is something that we take too sacred with it. So it's not AI for AI's sake, but responsible AI that is for purpose-driven, mission-driven. That's our goal. So yes, we stay very tightly aligned to the core trust principles of Reuters.
It sure seems like that's a discussion that is not just happening at Reuters, but all over the place. I mean, I think Reuters is going to be this macro example of what that conversation kind of looks like, just because you are such a big organization.
Yeah, and that's exactly that is our goal, is to just help our partners and customers, look at our, both successes and failures, and they would learn something, and they could do even better, right? And we could learn something back from them.
Well, I don't want to keep you for too much longer, but I do want to ask you, if there's anything else that you all are showing here that we haven't touched on, that I haven't talked to you about.
No, I think this has been a great conversation, great set of questions, so if you'd like to see some of this in actions, I'll highly recommend checking out the TAMS example. We have a product demo of another implementation of TAMS and an agentic integration with that at the Reuters Imagen booth. Come take a look. If you'd like to see more, how do you exit satellite, how do you see MCR into the cloud, take a look at that in the TVU stand. And if you have any questions, come approach us. We're very happy to talk to you all.
Have you gotten around NAB at all? I know exhibitors, it's usually like chained to your booth.
I know this year, every year, I see there's been a small reduction in the footfall. So I find that yesterday was enormously crowded. So today I feel it's slightly lighter. People have different reasons, but I think it's a sign of maturity, a sign of maturing of the market, and partly because I think we are moving more from a hardware-centric world into a software and cloud-centric world. And with that comes change. So if you go back to 10, 20 years ago, NAB would be full of hardware and switch and technology vendors of that category. And when you are moving into a cloud and software world, less and less of that is relevant. So I think it's the maturing of the industry. I think that's what I'm seeing. But it has been but I see the North Hall and the Central Hall is slightly a different vibe. I like the West slightly better. It is much brighter and...
not just because we're here, right?
Not just because we're here, but I like the West.
Yeah, the bright lights certainly know how to keep you awake, particularly when you're streaming for so long. But is there anything that you've seen around here that kind of piqued your interest? You said, "Oh, I need to look into that."
Yeah, I saw plenty of new innovations, new types of CDNs. I saw a few AI products that piqued my interest. I saw a mobile app for video contribution that I thought was pretty cool. I saw a demo from a video editing tool right at the edge on the browser. I thought that was phenomenal. So yeah, I think every time I come, I find an incredible amount of innovation. So that's what makes the show great. Makes the show so relevant. So I think this is the place to be. So I don't think there's any show better than NAB. So yeah, so I would say even when I would think this NAB maybe I'm not going to. I think I have seen enough, but no, I was surprised personally. I have so many things.
There's too many booths to go to, too many places to
100%.
stop by. 3 days, 4 days,
100%.
doesn't matter how long you're here. It's too much. I'm going to go ahead and I want to thank you first of all
Thank you,
so
Megan.
much
Thank
for
you.
stopping and for
Thank
spending
you.
so much
Thank you.
time
It was
with
a great
us.
conversation. Thank you.
A great conversation. I'm going to go ahead and send us to break, and we're going to come back and reset. So stick around. Here's a video from TVU to show you what TVU can do for you.
And the Streamer's Choice Award goes to NMP!
Okay, I didn't even know this was a thing. I didn't even vote. So honestly, shout out to Mr. Arthur, my team, Oro, my head mod. Without Oro, I wouldn't be here. Big shout out to TVU Networks. They power all my setups and stuff, and everyone who voted for me here. I guess I'm not leaving empty-handed, which is pretty cool. Appreciate it. And everyone who voted for me, thank you. I didn't even know this was a thing. So yeah, I'm leaving. GG's.
And the Streamer's Choice Award goes to NMP!
Okay, I didn't even know this was a thing. I didn't even vote. So honestly, shout out to Mr. Arthur, my team, Oro, my head mod. Without Oro, I wouldn't be here. Big shout out to TVU Networks. They power all my setups and stuff, and everyone who voted for me here. I guess I'm not leaving empty-handed, which is pretty cool. Appreciate it. And everyone who voted for me, thank you. I didn't even know this was a thing. So yeah, I'm leaving. GG's.
And the Streamer's Choice Award goes to NMP!
Okay, I didn't even know this was a thing. I didn't even vote. So honestly, shout out to Mr. Arthur, my team, Oro, my head mod. Without Oro, I wouldn't be here. Big shout out to TVU Networks. They power all my setups and stuff, and everyone who voted for me here. I guess I'm not leaving empty-handed, which is pretty cool. Appreciate it. And everyone who voted for me, thank you. I didn't even know this was a thing. So yeah, I'm leaving. GG's.
And the Streamer's Choice Award goes to NMP!
All right, welcome back to NAB 2026. I am Megan Lopez, and I am here in the TVU Today live studio. I turned off that music because it can get a little loud. I'm so glad if you've been sticking around all day to have you be here and to kind of experience NAB with us, experience the TVU demo with us. It doesn't matter if you're here at NAB or if you're at home or if you're watching this later. We're really trying to give you a little flavor of everything that NAB has to offer. The problem, though, is that I've been here for the past couple of days, so I've got somebody that hasn't been stuck here with me for the past couple of days. You've been walking around. This is Kathy Haley, and Kathy, you are with TV News Check. You are an icon.
I am the co-founder. That's so nice. That's very sweet of you. And the publisher of TV News Check. 20 years old this year. We've been so busy we haven't had time to celebrate our birthday. I have been walking around yesterday and today. We presented a conference on Sunday called Programming Everywhere, which was gathering content creators and leaders. And one of the more interesting trends I heard there came from one of our speakers, Megan. And he said, during a conversation about community, because if you have this very...
I'm going to just move that closer to you while you're doing that.
If you have this very fragmented media environment where no one watches TV in the same place, they're watching it on Instagram, TikTok, YouTube. You can't. It's the only way to really find people is by having a community with them. Mm-hmm. And so this one speaker, Ajay Anand, from a company called Norigin, said, I watch the networks, the media organizations invest so much money in their production, like think of the Olympics. And he felt they underinvested in consumer experience.
Sure.
Which is, I think many people that have been in this industry for a long time, they're used to broadcasting out. They don't think of it that way. So I thought that was a really important point. Does the industry need to invest more in the consumer experience? How do they do that? An app? More apps? So that was one trend. Another was we introduced some research from Magid, which is an iconic research name in this industry. They don't research behavior, they research attitudes, and they did massive original research for us about consumer attitudes towards the news. And some of the trends were the word trust is not necessarily a trusted word anymore. A lot of news organizations have used "we're the most trusted." It's better to think about, people want to hear about context now, in-depth, accuracy. Trust is not a great word. And consumers, back to that fragmented environment, trust individuals rather than brands. So if you have a great anchor, great investigative reporter, great meteorologist who is on social media a lot, they can post with their own handle, not the company handle. So that was sort of an interesting trend. I think in the tech world, interoperability is huge. There's something called MXL, which is a standard that the industry has created because this industry has forever been very bespoke in the way they create technology workflows. And the media company engineers have always been left holding the bag in terms of making this technology connect to that technology and work together. So MXL is a standard that the media companies are basically saying to the technology providers, you need to stick to this, you need to use this. So those are my trends, Megan.
Sure. I do want to ask you a little bit, I don't want to make you sound like you're dated or anything, but you've been here a lot.
I have.
So you've seen it evolve.
I have.
I mean, tell me about kind of just the evolution from some of your first days kind of coming here versus where we are right now.
Well, again, it was broadcast out, spray and pray, and now it's much more to different platforms. I think it's hard for this industry to necessarily think that way. It was more technology providers. This industry has always had a lot of technology providers, some of them very small, and the engineers in the industry like to pick and choose. They don't want to buy everything from one person. So, I mean, it's always been a very wealthy industry. It's because it has to broadcast, communicate with so many platforms and so many different kinds of consumers now, and because the advertising is going to Facebook and Google now more than it used to. It used to go to them. They have to be more careful in what they spend, and they need efficiency, and they need the ad tech to work way better than it has. So yeah, that's there are fewer people making decisions now because the industry has consolidated. So you have a few powerful buyers here,
Yeah,
so
more with less.
I hope that's it. Yeah, I'd go back. Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about, here at NAB, I know some of the buzzwords, obviously we've heard AI, we talked about it kind of ad nauseum here, but goodness, it is everywhere. It is, if you're not with AI, you are behind the times.
It's really interesting in that I think the first year they talked about AI, it was all AI, you got to buy AI. Then it was, I want to buy solutions with AI in it. And now I think I see companies saying, I need to build myself a tool. Like TV News Check has a columnist named John Accarino, who used to work for Bonneville and worked for Capital Broadcasting, and now he consults on AI. So companies bring him in to build AI tools. TV News Check uses AI. we're small, but he created tools for our editors so that they didn't have to do rote tasks. And I think from a creator production standpoint, there's this big term, agentic AI. You probably heard that, right?
Yep.
Agents. I think companies are trying to say, instead, I want an assistant. An agent is not going to replace my producer or my post producer. They're going to assist them. We saw at Programming Everywhere some amazing footage from A&E Network's drama called Sodom. They did the biblical story, Sodom and Gomorrah. And so they used AI to do that scene where the fire is raining down out of the clouds, destroying Sodom, and Lot and his wife and their kids are running away. And God has told them, don't look back. Well, Lot's wife looks back. And so this beautiful AI scene where she goes like this and she turns into a pillar of salt and then she collapses backwards. It's all AI. And what's nice about that is they didn't have to go to the Middle East to film it. And what if it didn't turn out well and they had to go back and refilm? That's the nightmare. So it's beautiful. They're using AI quite a bit in their fictional programming. And I think news organizations are very careful. And I think as long as a human, there have been a couple of media companies, small ones, who have had to shut down newsletters or services because they hired people to run their AI can aggregate news, it can write stories, it can follow a city council meeting and then write a story, but you have to have a human look at it because, and I mean a trained journalist, because the trained journalist understands plagiarism and how not to do it, and they understand fair use, which means if I'm on the internet, if I'm quoting another story or I'm connecting to it, I'm linking to it, I can only use a couple of sentences, and I cannot use an image that I have not licensed, right? So there's a lot of that going on.
Yeah, a lot of the ethical
AI's big.
questions, absolutely.
It's ethical and it's quality control,
sure.
Right? You have to have a human, which is why this assistant idea is such a, yes, you can have an agent. News organizations are telling their agents what to do, their AI agents, but I guess it's the creative community in Hollywood that likes the idea of assistants more.
I am curious because I was having a conversation yesterday, I believe it was actually with the success officer here at NAB. We're talking a little bit about AI, and I know that there is a fear of it taking jobs, it costing people their livelihoods. And something that I was talking about with him was this idea that AI is meant to complement, not supplement, and so I'm curious, from your kind of take, is that the sense? Have you felt any trepidation around AI as you're like walking around these halls?
There's fear of AI. I think two things. I think one, if you're young or you're in the industry, learn how to use AI. Don't just run away, because if you learn how to use it, you become valuable. And I think. I forget the other point I was going to make because I've been running around for a couple of days.
It's been a few days.
But it is going to take jobs. You can see it now if you call customer service, right? If you call Comcast or Verizon because your cable is out or your TV service is messed up, you have to battle through AI for half an hour. I think in the media industry, and maybe I'm an optimist, Megan, I think AI brings so many benefits to an industry with decades worth of video archives that they digitize them or they need to digitize them from tape.
Yep.
And it's very expensive. And some of them are digitized without tagging and indexing. And they had humans going in and tagging, this is the mayor, this is City Hall. AI can drop onto that giant, think of CNN's archive, and it can tag and index that archive and make it searchable in seconds, whereas it would have taken, there have been estimates that producers spend 20% of their time looking for that archive video that they know is there, that they want to use in their story, and they can't find it. Well, AI can find it really fast. I've seen AI here. One of the companies we had at Programming Everywhere is called Tea Garden, and they have AI that will just take an hour-long video and turn it into highlights in seconds. So I think in the media industry, where there's a lot of time spent on production, a lot of investment, AI, I think of it as benign. It's a very helpful, assistive technology rather than on social media where it's getting a bad reputation, I think, because the wrong kind of AI is showing up. Does that help?
Absolutely. You know, I've been a journalist for 17 years now, and I've
really?
worked on every side of the camera. Most recently, I was working as a show producer, and so I can attest to how I know there is that perfect piece of video. You know, I just used it last week.
Right.
But the plethora of content that you have, and you're searching and searching and searching. I know I have it. And it might be something, you know, that was very popular. But when you're thinking about, you know, kind of how different newsrooms use it, you have, you know, maybe the raw, then you have the package that a reporter cut, then you have like a VOSOT that somebody cut, and there's so many different iterations of the video that, yes, that absolutely.
It's like a rote task you don't need to do, especially if you are a journalist today, and you're not just doing a package for TV. You're doing social all day long. You're doing streaming. You might have to do audio.
Yeah.
Right? You might have to do podcast or radio. You don't have time. So I like what AI brings to media. I know it's terribly scary in the media buying. If you sell advertising, you are dealing with an ad agency that's using AI to pick the media. That's terrifying. So you have to be prepared for that. You have to have the software. You have to show up in their software that they're using. So yeah, are you afraid of it?
I've been trying to figure out more how to integrate it into my workflows, and I've actually realized, you know, at first I actually had it where it slowed down my process, you know.
Really?
Because I was saying, oh, I could just do this myself. I just know how to do that. But the problem is I wasn't knowing how to ask the right prompts, get to the right place. And once you figure it out, I mean, it's like any type of new technology. Once you figure it out, how to use it so that it can actually simplify your workflow and take some of those tedious, mundane tasks away, it's been a phenomenal change. But it's like anything. I mean, when I first kind of started in journalism, you know, we were doing tape, and so learning just the next iteration in digital, or learning, you know, even just transcribing, you know, some of these 20-minute, you know, and doing that by hand first, and then, you know, I started doing it with my phone. And so like every new technology, in other words, just takes time to learn. And I think that's kind of a big takeaway for me, is like it can work. Absolutely, and it can make your workflows more efficient. But also, you know, as a journalist, you know, you're on a tight deadline, you have limited time, and so any microsecond that you can save, you know, I'm a TV journalist by trade, and so, you know, if you're late by a second, you miss your deadline, you miss your slot for your product, and the show goes to black, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm thinking in seconds, literally thinking in seconds, thinking in microseconds. And so if there's some way that AI can kind of help me, you know, even with those few seconds, that could be the difference between me, you know, making a newscast or not. Want to pivot just a bit.
You mentioned the prompts. You were having to write the prompts. They're not in there already?
They weren't.
See, what we have in our little AI tool at TV News Check, because we had it done by John Acarino, thank you, John, he's got the prompts in there. For example, this highlight production software that I saw on Sunday, the prompts are in there. So if I put my hour-long video in there, 45 minutes, and it says, do you want the viral moments? Do you want the essential? There were like 5 different prompts. So that's what you need in that software. You shouldn't be thinking up the prompts. They should. It's almost like the prompts should be automated, right? Do you think?
Yeah.
Do you think?
Absolutely.
I mean, if you're always prompting the same thing, then that could be in just a button that you hit. So you need to tell.
I definitely
Your
need
news
to.
organization. What
Need
time is
to-
it? I'm presenting the Women in Technology Awards in 15 minutes.
Oh.
TV News Check has presented the Women in Technology Awards for 15 years. We're doing it right down the hall at the Media and Entertainment Theater. So I have to be there, but I still
Yeah.
have 15 minutes.
All right, I'm gonna give you a few more
Okay.
before I let you go. I do want to make sure that we hit on a couple of things that I've seen that have been big trends here. You know, we talked obviously about AI ad nauseum, but sports, big kind of role here, and also the content creators and kind of the shift to away from just appealing, you know, and having NAB appeal to legacy broadcast, legacy stations, but you know, into to more of the content creation, streaming kind of space. Have you
Really
kind of
fun.
walked around and seen it?
I saw a person with orange hair, and I thought, probably. I think that what they bring a lot of interesting things. They're very low tech. I mean, not low tech, but we've worked with creators at some of our events, and one of them said, well, they shoot for TikTok, right? So vertical. But now they need to shoot for YouTube. So they don't, and they said, well, yeah, I have to shoot twice. I have to shoot it for both formats. No, there's AI here. I know Grass Valley has a tool that can take a wide, you know, a TV wide down to a vertical, because, and so there's technology companies here. I know that Barron Services, which is a weather radar company and weather graphics, they have a tool for creators.
Yeah.
Like a little downsized tool. And the creators are inspiring the traditional media because they're the trusted ones and they're viral. And so we did a story recently about NBCU. There was a journalist, an investigative consumer reporter, and she thought, well, people always come up to me and they say, quick question, and then they ask her about the latest scams where people are getting phone calls or they're getting texts. And she thought, well, I'll make a little show called Quick Question. And she did. And the first episode got like 20 million views. That's a lot. And this was a TV journalist doing vertical video. I hope I got the number right. And under her own handle, not, she didn't say I'm from this station owned by NBCU. So that's like regular traditional news reporters like yourself are learning from the creator crowd. But what NBC did, and this story's on TV News Check, you can find it, what NBC did is they said, whoa, this woman is getting all this. This is great. We want to train, we want to put up a structure around this so that journalists like you are trained in you can't just be an influencer because they're not always, shall I say, accurate, right? Like they're influencers, but whereas a TV journalist has to be, the goal is accuracy. So they were training them how to shoot the vertical video, how to act like a creator, how to report like a creator under your own handle, but you have to strictly adhere to the company's journalistic guidelines. I think that's kind of interesting. Have you been inspired by a creator?
Absolutely. I
Have
mean,
you?
I've seen so many different creators here. We've actually had some
good,
creators here in the booth. We went to the Creator Lab and got to speak to some of them. I'm going to one-up you a little bit because I know you saw the orange hair. I actually saw somebody walking around in a Darth Vader helmet.
Really?
So,
Really?
yeah. So I've
That's
seen
them.
Yeah.
So I want to see that video. When you just send us a recording, send us a link, okay, of the creator interview. That would be fun.
I would love to. Yeah. Well, listen, I'm going to give you time. I know you got your walking shoes on,
I
but
do.
I'm going to give you time to get over there. I don't want you to be late. I want you to get a
you.
little water. But Kathy,
This
thank
was
you so
fun.
much.
Megan, let's do it again. This was fun.
Anytime.
Let's stay in touch, okay?
Yes, I would
Bye.
love to. Thank you so much. Thank you, Kathy.
Good luck. Hang in there. Never give up, never surrender.
Never. I believe that's a quote from a Galaxy Quest.
Young people don't know that movie.
Yeah.
I love that.
That's my dad's favorite quote. So,
funny.
yeah.
Have you seen it?
Many, many times. Yeah, my dad quotes it at me all the time, but thank you so much, Kathy. All right, Drew, I hear that you finally made it over to Eddy AI. This is something that you've been teasing for a long time, wanting to do. I know you were taking a little bit of a break, and I know you probably got to get Eddy AI, but tell me where you are, what you're seeing.
Hey, Megan. Yeah, I am still over here in the North Hall. Let me go check in. Give me a couple minutes. Let me go check back in with Eddy AI and see if I can find somebody to talk. They have some really cool software, and it kind of is a good add-on to kind of piggyback off of what you were just chatting about. It's all about making editing way faster, editing at more volume using AI. So stick around, and I'll update you soon.
Drew, if it's okay, I kind of just want to see you walk for a second, unless you're already at the Eddy AI booth, or maybe you can just kind of pan, give us a flavor of the crowds, how busy it is. Have you been going elbow to elbow with people today?
Yeah, it's a little quieter over where I'm at. I think I want to say, I could be wrong, but I think the section I'm at is featuring some smaller companies. So kind of at the end of the North Hall, a little further away from Chiron and Adobe, those bigger booths, bigger companies. But if you kind of dig into this section, there's some really interesting companies. Like my shot right now, there's this company, Backblaze. I personally use this company. They will they will just constantly, if you subscribe to them, they'll constantly scan your computer hard drive and constantly back up your computer files to the cloud. So I love that kind of thing because I'm working with video clients all the time, and I need to make sure that I'm keeping their video footage safe. So anytime I put footage on my computer, a company like Backblaze will just upload it straight to the cloud, and I don't have to worry about it. So yeah, a lot of
Drew, not to put you on the spot, but you were working remotely, I know, for a while from Australia, and I loved following all of your travels on Instagram. I can imagine that a tool like that's super important when you're traveling and absolutely anything can happen. So yeah, I can imagine that's going to be helpful.
For sure, yeah. So, I'll edit off of a physical hard drive, but say that gets lost or misplaced, something like Backblaze would have the footage already copied into the cloud. And you can even, I know just from being their customer, you can even request them to send you a hard drive with all your video files restored. So just little simple technologies like that give you as a creator peace of mind and peace of mind for customers and clients too, and their footage.
That's and everybody knows that that footage is time, and that time is money, and any little mistake can be a big deal. Drew, I'm going to go ahead and let you keep walking. Go talk to Eddy AI. This is what we're going to do. Good. Okay. We're going to come back into the booth, and we're going to take a quick break. And then when we come back, hopefully, Drew, I know that Eddy AI people have been waiting patiently to talk to us while I was interviewing Kathy. But we're going to take a quick break. On the other side, we're going to go back out to Drew and hopefully get a demonstration of Eddy AI, because I know that this is something that he's been looking forward to. So we got to make our field producer happy. So here's a quick video from TVU explaining a little bit about what we're doing here and what we can do for you. And I'll see you on the other side.
Hey, what's up? This is Anthony from Unlimited IRL. I'm here to show you how to assemble the backpack mount for Starlink Mini. Let's get right into it.
In the box, you'll see the backpack mount, spreader bar, and cable kit, which includes power and Ethernet. To attach the backpack mount, open the side panels. Unfold the top strap and push it through the opening on the handle of the backpack. Attach the top strap to the side panels with the Velcro straps. Make sure to mount securely. Now, get your spreader bar. If you're using a TVU bag, push it through the opening on the back of the bag. If not, the spreader bar can be placed across the face of the bag. Now wrap it around the side panels and secure the Velcro. Next, get your cable kit and plug it in the Starlink. With the cables facing left, open the hatch and the cable bypass. Insert the Starlink and fasten the Velcro. If you're using a TVU, open the side vent on the bag and pass the cables through. Plug the Starlink Ethernet into the encoder and the Starlink power into the DTAP power. If you are using power without a DTAP, a USB-C adapter is provided. If you're using the mount without a TVU, you only need to connect power.
And just like that, you're ready to go. Now that your backpack's ready, make sure you have a Starlink account. Log in, connect your dish, and you're live. Looking forward to seeing what you create. Hey, what's up? This is Anthony from Unlimited IRL. I'm here to show you how to assemble the backpack mount for Starlink Mini. Let's get right into it.
In the box, you'll see the backpack mount, spreader bar, and cable kit, which includes power and Ethernet. To attach the backpack mount, open the side panels. Unfold the
All right, well, welcome back to the NAB 2026 conference. I'm Megan Lopez, and I am here in the TVU Today Live booth. I've been here all day, yesterday and the day before, kind of showing off some of the fun technology that we have to offer. I'm using a program here that's called TVU Producer. I'm doing it all by myself, so I am running my own cameras, I'm running my own CGs, I'm mixing my own audio, I'm doing a little bit of everything. I'm a jack of all trades, but the program is super easy to use. Now, what we've been teasing for the past
Hey, yeah, give me a couple minutes. They're just wrapping up some exciting demos, and let me check back in with you in about 30 seconds, and I'm going to get you what I want to say is the CEO of the company. I could be wrong. Actually, you know what? Let me just set him up with the mic now, so stick around. I'm going to get him ready to go.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to get him set up with the mic, and we'll kind of take it from here. So grab this, and then, yeah, just kind of, do you need...
there's a couple of questions that you have for us, or if there's a couple of questions that you have for another booth. But I mean, we've gone to so many different places over the last couple of days and really kind of given you a flavor of the NAB. I want to encourage you. It's a long live stream, but go back and watch some of our coverage, and you can scroll through it and see if there's anything really interesting for you to do. Looks like Drew's got the microphone on, and they are ready to go. Drew, do you want to go ahead and take it away?
Hey, yeah, I'm with Shamir with Eddy AI, and Shamir, if you could just introduce yourself, give us a quick intro of Eddy AI. I've been really excited to talk to you guys.
Yeah, hey everyone, nice to be here. My name's Shamir. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Eddy AI. Eddy AI is really the AI assistant video editor for video professionals. It's really trying to help you go from raw footage to rough cut swiftly, and it's built for pros. And what that means is it supports multicams, it supports RAW, Pro Codecs, integrates with NLEs like Adobe Premiere, DaVinci Resolve, Final Cut Pro. It's really helping to try to liberate the storyteller from the tedious, from the mundane, get you to an assembly cut, a rough cut, so you can be your most creative self, bring that story to life.
Awesome. And I know there's some features, you're talking about like assistant editing too, but isn't there also features? You can even use B-roll, integrate it, and put together like real cuts, right?
Yeah, it's been amazing. I'll share with you what we launched in version 3, but you know what Eddy does is it helps you get that, like, so if you started with unscripted interviews, it finds sound bites across interviewees, weaves it together to form a story, an A-roll story spine. Then it takes the B-roll, finds the best part of the B-roll, creates a sequence, places that sequence on that A-roll story cut. So that's been a really beloved feature. We also do scripted, meaning that if you read from a teleprompter or talking to camera, Eddy collates the takes, chooses the best take, cuts it to a script or an outline. Multi-camera studio recordings, Eddy cuts to the right camera angle based on who's speaking when, coupled with some filmmaking 101 rules. So that's been the kind of core foundation of Eddie. And then we launched version 3 a week ago in time for NAB. And version 3 is where Eddie works the night shift. It's a new mode called night shift mode. You had a busy, crazy shoot day. You have all these SD cards. You take all that footage from your SD cards, you dump it into Eddie. Overnight, it uses the most advanced, powerful models to sort between A and B roll, sync the multicams, log the A and B rolls, and then creates that assembly edit all before your editor gets into work the next morning. It moves forward in post-production by days, if not weeks of work.
I'm sold. Yeah. That's awesome. The overnight editor.
Yeah.
Can we dig into some of the software
Yeah, I
a
would
little
love
bit
to,
and
yeah.
give us a little bit of...
Absolutely. So on a practical level, Eddie's like a Mac PC app, and it's integrated with video editing software, as I mentioned, like Premiere, Resolve, FCP. These are the unscripted interviews. This is the scripted, like talking head, talking to camera. This is the multi-camera podcast or multi-camera studio where Eddie chooses the right camera angle at the right moment. If you had done unscripted interviews, imagine you had dozens of hours of source interviews. Eddie's really trying to be a teammate. Eddie's trying to be a proactive assistant editor. Eddie first asks you, what's the target duration of the edit that you want? I said 10 minutes here. It then proactively suggested a story framework. So how about this for the intro? How about this for the conflict? It suggested the key points in there. I don't have to accept it. I can iterate with Eddie on that story framework. I can say I have my own story framework. Use this instead. Once
so
you
right
align.
now there's no timeline.
No.
We're just kind of prompting
Exactly.
within
Back
Eddie
and forth.
AI.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Back and forth. It asks you a few more questions around pacing. Do you want fast-paced, dynamic cuts? I said yes. And then it cuts you the story beat by beat. So this is the intro beat. It cuts it within a few minutes. Here's the intro beat. You can view it in line. Imagine ChatGPT, but for video editing. Our users affectionately call it ChatGPT for video editing because you're no longer taking transcripts from Resolve and pasting it in ChatGPT or Claude and trying to find stuff. Everything's all in one. You don't have to relink, you don't have to scrub. Everything plays in line. You can make some changes here. You can iterate with Eddie on this intro beat. It'll do the next beat, the next beat, the next beat, and now you have your full cut. And again, I asked Eddie for a 10-minute cut. It did a 9-minute 56-second cut here. I can read it, I can do some text-based editing. And once you're done with the A-roll story spine, it says, do you want to place B-roll? I'm like, absolutely. This is powerful. Anyone can copy transcripts and paste it into ChatGPT. Can it place B-roll? B-roll is amazing where it logs the B-roll. Here's the people in the hair shot. There's apron and workwear.
And this isn't like stock footage.
No.
This is somebody's, like if I'm shooting, this is your original
This is your
B-roll.
real B-roll footage. This is not generative. It's not stock. It's your real B-roll footage. Just logged it, organized it into logical categories. It then found the best subclip in that B-roll, strung out a best sequence of subclips, and then placed it on that A-roll spine here. So this was the A-roll, and then this is the B-roll here. So yeah, this
So
is
cool. I have a curveball question for you. So
Yeah,
say I
give it to
want
me.
to do music in my edit.
Yeah.
How would that incorporate? Would I use it as the assistant, set it up without music,
Yeah.
and then bring it in on my own? or-
Yeah, we still see like music as a couple of steps further from what we're focused on. So we're trying to take raw footage right off your camera, right, or when you bring it into the drive, and into Eddie into a rough cut. So we're really focused on that part. I would say like music is a couple steps later down, but it'd be amazing. We get that all the time. Can you cut this now to music? I still say we're at the stage of like it's an assembly edit. You've moved forward faster on the edit. You still need to do some polishing, and then you want to start cutting to music.
Yeah, so it gives you that prep, does that kind of
Exactly.
work for you, and then
Yeah.
you can
organize
bring
bin,
in
you
your
got all that
creative
metadata.
touch.
Exactly, and now you got a
Sweet.
sequence.
So what do you think like the future, while we're talking about it, what's the
Yeah.
future of this kind of software?
Yeah, I mean, I think like with all of this stuff, these are tools that really liberate humans, so you can do the things that you love to do and more of that. So I really think like at a high level, that's really what AI is here for. And Eddie AI is your like AI teammate, your AI assistant video editor. That's what we hope that
Awesome.
that does too.
And check it out. You guys got one of these?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're winning some best in shows.
Were you
It's awesome.
expecting
No,
that?
surprise,
How does
no.
that feel?
honestly, this whole thing has been candidly like dream come true. You know, you start with this idea. We launched version 1 of Eddie in October 2024. We launched version 2 March 2025. It was an idea that turned into a product that over the past year has turned into a company. And we decided that, hey, we're going to have, for the first time, a booth here at NAB.
Nice.
And we're like, maybe if we get 10 people a day, this will be success. It's been hundreds and hundreds a day. And it's been really, really, like, we feel deeply grateful for so many customers who are coming up to us, so many people who want to adopt Eddie, to like really say like, hey, this is solving a meaningful problem and we would love to integrate Eddie into our workflow. So it means a lot to us, and yeah, we can't wait to keep shipping features and building more things for you all.
Nice. What kind of customers are most excited about it, you think, coming up to your booth?
Yeah, they're all like pro video teams and pros. So they look like either producer, director, journalists, and who want to stay at the editorial level, or they're video editors who want to take on, pass on to Eddie the AE work. And so it's really those two, and then they range from everyone from like freelancers, production companies, agencies, all the way up to like large enterprises, like production teams, pro video teams who sit within marketing departments, who have like these insane demands of like, I need more output, I need faster turnaround time, no budget increase for staff. Cool, that's where Eddie really shines.
Awesome. Hey Megan, any questions for Shamir here?
I absolutely. Let me get myself unmuted first so that you guys can hear me. I think one of the questions I have is who his ideal audience is, and if this is something that could appeal to both kind of some of that legacy broadcast, but also those content creators.
Yeah, who's your ideal customer and audience? Are you trying to appeal more to legacy broadcast creators, or more content creators, or all the above?
Yeah, it would be the video professional, and so it's really those who edit and edit full time, or those who do a couple other roles, wear a couple hats, and then it's everyone from like the freelancer who takes on like a corporate project here or there, an event here or there, all the way up to like video pro teams inside of enterprises who are turning around video edits all day long, have to put out more content. So it's all the kind of professional storytellers. We're really here for professional storytellers. And yes, there are even YouTubers who have teams of editors who are using Eddie. At that level, it's like the distinction between a creator and a video professional, like the lines blur. They're also video professionals. They are also using NLEs. They have a manager of video editors, teams of editors who are outputting short form and mid form, long form. And so it's really that gamut, but we are here for the video professionals and everything that encompasses we take care of, multicams, RAW, pro codecs, NLE integrations, making it seamless for you so you can bring your most creative self to the story.
Awesome. Yeah, basically I'm your ideal customer.
Absolutely,
right? I'm the customer.
Absolutely.
Cool. Anything I didn't ask you that you wanted to share?
No, I think we covered it. Yeah, as I said, like I'm super grateful to be here at NAB 2026 in Las Vegas. I can't wait to keep coming back here.
And do you have a talk coming up?
Yeah, we do at 5:15. Birds of a Feather upstairs at Post Production World in the North Hall. I'll be talking about AI and what it means for video professionals.
Awesome. Well, congrats. And
thank you.
Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
Drew, thank you for grabbing that. I am going to send you over to Grass Valley now. It's in the Central Hall, and I'm going to let you go, Drew. So thank you so much for stopping by Eddie AI. I know we were really excited to see that. All right. So back here in the TVU Today booth, we are going to take a quick break. We're going to reset a little bit, and we're going to show you a quick video from TVU, and I'll see you on the other side of the break. So please stick around. All right. Well, welcome back to the NAB 2026 conference. I'm Megan Lopez. I'm here in the TVU Today booth. We're broadcasting live. We've been streaming live for the last 3 days. We spent 8 hours on the first day, 9 hours yesterday live streaming for you. And we're going on hour, I think, 8 at this point of live streaming for you. We visited a lot of different booths and really tried to kind of give you a flavor of everything that is happening here at NAB this year, just in case you couldn't make it out. Wondering if there's anywhere else that you think I should send Drew, if I can maybe get him to get those steps up. And I see him hustling over to Grass Valley. That's the next interview that we're going to get for you. Grass Valley is actually a TVU Mesh, media mesh partner. And so we're going to hear a little bit about how that partnership works and really some of the big displays that they have kind of here at NAB. A lot of different vendors here, exhibitors have been showing off their newest, latest, and greatest technology and innovation. Drew, I'm going to pop your shot up. I know you're walking, you're hustling. Don't hustle too fast, because I do want to ask you a couple questions while you're walking, because you've been the person that's been on the ground, walking around, getting the flavor, seeing everything. So tell me about what's kind of stood out to you today.
Yeah, Megan, I think what's stood out to me is, just efficiency. And I like what you were saying in your last conversation about just using AI. I mean, we keep talking about AI, but just using it as a support system. I think that's just what our friend Shamir at Eddy AI was saying. So it's just kind of gets you excited about workflows that make creativity easier, faster. Also, if I'm being honest, just saving money and saving time and letting you be more creative. So, some really cool stuff.
I think that's the name of the game, Drew, for not just content creators that are working on a really nimble budget, but also for broadcasters, for local TV, for local radio. Everybody is working and trying to do more and produce more and go live for longer and show more and be everywhere at once, but with a nimbler staff and with a tighter budget. Drew, you were really excited to see that Eddy AI when I was talking to you this morning, because you were kind of talking about some of the easy things that it can do to kind of save you some time, and we heard a bit about how it can help with categorizing your video. So did you hear what you wanted to hear from that little demo?
Yeah, I think so. I
Are you going to use it? Are you going to buy it?
I think I misunderstood it this morning, but I have kind of a clearer picture of what it does. So, it really kind of just acts as your support system. Almost, I think its role. They want the software's role to be more of an assistant to you. So, I think he said they just launched their new feature for NAB, which is the overnight editor. So the idea was, you can kind of set Eddy AI up overnight when you're not working, and in the morning it'll kind of process all of your interviews and B-roll and kind of have it ready for you to go. So that's nice, because you'll just wake up for your work and feel set up for the day and have more. Hey, how's it going? Having fun? Yeah. Have some people waving at TVU for NAB.
They know you're live.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Just kind of feeling all set up, and what I was going to say is it just saves you more almost mental energy as a creator to think through, storytelling, narrative, and best shots, and just saves you time, energy, money. Sounds really fun to use. I think when I get back from this trip, I'm definitely going to give it a couple test runs with some projects.
So, Drew, I think something that our audience is dying to know is where we are at in our step count right now.
Is the audience really asking that, or are you asking that? We're only at 12,200 right now. So, that's essentially a day off compared to the first 2 days for me.
I know. We gotta get you walking some more. I am your best audience and your biggest fan while you're walking around there. So be happy
it's
about
fun.
that.
Right now I'm in the kind of in between the north and central halls. There's a nice lobby here. Just walked by the NAB gift shop. Some cool merch in there, and then I'm working my way into the central hall, which I hope I'm going the right way, and Grass Valley won't be too much of a walk.
All right, Drew. Well, I'm gonna let you have a second to catch your breath and keep walking. I'm gonna show you guys a live shot, and I'm gonna see if I can convince Tom Brown to come and sit back down. He can't though. He's got to go. You have your backpack on. You're going to dinner. Are you cutting out early? Maybe he's going to the casino. We don't know.
Dinner.
To dinner. All right, Tom. Well, you go to dinner, and if you can't see him, Tom, wave your hand. Let them see you. Wave your hand.
You're not here tomorrow.
I'm not here tomorrow. Nope. We're only doing this today. So we'll see you. He's on that camera. But yeah, there we go. All right. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to reset, let Drew get there for a minute. Like I said, we're trying to head over to Grass Valley and hear a little bit from them about how they're a media mesh partner. So let's take a quick.
When Starlink came out, I don't think we really knew that, one, you could put it on a helicopter and fly it around, but two, being able to put it on in our trucks and have enough bandwidth to push it to the cloud in real time, literally hook it up and we can run our TVU sources through them, and now we have them right in front of everyone's face. When Starlink came out, I don't think we really knew that, one, you could put it on a helicopter and fly it around, but two, being able to put it on in our trucks and have enough bandwidth to push it to the cloud in real time, literally hook it up and we can run our TVU sources through them, and now we have them right in front of everyone's face. When Starlink came out, I don't think we really knew that, one, you could put it on a helicopter and fly it around, but two, being able to put it on in our trucks and have enough bandwidth to push it to the cloud in real time, literally hook it up and we can run our TVU sources through them, and now we have them right in front of everyone's face. When Starlink came out, I don't think we really knew that, one, you could put it on a helicopter and fly it around, but two, being able to put it on in our trucks and have enough bandwidth to push it to the cloud in real time, literally hook it up and we can run our TVU sources through them, and now we have them right in front of everyone's face. When Starlink came out, I don't think we really knew that, one, you could put it on a helicopter and fly it around, but two, being able to put it on in our trucks and have enough bandwidth to push it to the cloud in real time, literally hook it up and we can run our TVU sources through them, and now we have them right in front of everyone's face.
Your time to shine, you promised. That's not how live TV works.
I'll say yes from what I know it does.
Whatever you want to talk about. You want to talk about how it's gone? Drew's trying to get getting Grass Valley right now, so we got a couple minutes to spare.
This is getting recorded, right? So I can be able to show my wife?
Yes.
And where am I looking? Where's my return camera feed?
Keep this really, really, really close to you.
Well, I have no for it.
You're going to be, well, you look at me the whole time. Don't look at the camera. And this conversation between us, I'm going to go ahead and
Do I put the headset on?
All right. No, I wouldn't have that headset on. It's gonna confuse you. Welcome back to NAB 2026. I'm Megan Lopez. I'm here in the TVU Today studio, and boy, do I have a treat for you guys. I've got a special guest, Mike. Let me make sure your mic is on, and let's get that beautiful face on camera.
Is this close enough, or does it need to go higher?
No, I think that looks great. Let me just double check.
Apologize for not having a voice. It's been a long week.
You're not the only person that hasn't had much of a voice here, so I know how busy everybody has been. Tell me a little bit about what you've kind of been. Well, first let's back up. Let's talk a little bit about what you do at TVU.
So I'm a regional sales director. I handle everything on the regional side, east of the Mississippi River, so all the way along the East Coast, Wisconsin, through Arkansas, all the way down.
And you've been talking to people that have been coming through. That's, I'm assuming, why you've lost your voice.
That is correct. We've had lots of, it's been a very busy few days here in the TVU booth, between scheduled meetings and just people wanting to learn more about our products, and they see the studio here, and they're excited to learn and see how they could get something like this.
What's the biggest question that you've gotten from some of those people that are coming in, or the most redundant question that you've kind of heard so far?
I would say the one thing I've heard today, which I hadn't heard all week, was, is this a package set? Can we, they really just want a whole cookie cutter. This is what it is. This is what we have, and make it easier for them. So I know that there's been some talks about kind of putting that together as a package for some clients. But outside of just this, I mean, it's really been what's new with TVU. I mean, we've been known for 20 plus years as the pack company, and we're anything but just the pack company. And so it's just been exciting to, we're very lucky that we have products and new solutions to highlight here at the NAB, and share with the clients and new prospective clients.
I'm curious if you've seen more of the people that have come in. Are they more of the broadcast kind of background? Or I know we've got a lot of content creators here. Are you seeing interest in TVU from kind of both sides?
I see it from both sides. I would say that from when I first started coming here back in 2011, where it was a lot of just chief engineers and really traditional broadcast. And now